All right. Can you hear me? Let's do a little audio check here. Make sure everything's going good with the mic. And we're going to get right into our coverage here. Welcome back to another Ryan Hall Y'all live stream. This is what we call pre-coverage. Okay. We're going to be talking about the, obviously Hurricane Milton, and we're going to be talking about the forecast. We're going to be talking about, all kinds of things that we might need to know leading up to the landfall of a major hurricane over here in the western side of Florida. We're monitoring the highways out there in Florida. Last night, man, all these roads were packed. We've had, a million or more people evacuate, especially around the Tampa area. We're keeping an eye on the roads and counties between Tampa and Fort Myers. That's the area that I think right now is probably going to see some of the greater impacts from Hurricane Milton. We still see a lot of traffic out there. However, it's calmed down a lot. And I hope what that means is everybody's already got the heck out of there. And it doesn't mean that people are just, not getting the heck out of there. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. We're going to go over some, updates about the evacuations. And I think the big important part of today's live stream is just continuously relaying information about this hurricane in real time, rather than trying to, make a video and get it up real quick. And, 3 hours later, the information is irrelevant. You guys saw that yesterday. We posted a video. When I started filming the video yesterday, the Hurricane Milton was a Category 3. By the time I finished filming, it was a Category 4. It only takes me like 20 minutes to film, all right? And then by the time we got done editing and posting it, it was a Category 5. So, and then by the time the majority of you guys saw it, it was not only a Category 5, it was one of the strongest storms on Earth ever. You know what I mean? So there was a rapid intensification yesterday. So it feels better to me to do this in a live stream format as we watch yet another rapid intensification process likely happen with Hurricane Milton after it did weaken quite significantly last night. We had some interaction with the Yucatan Peninsula. The storm underwent what we call an eyewall replacement cycle. It's finished with that now, and it's moving into some really warm waters, actually warmer than the waters that it was in yesterday. So I expect that this is going to gain strength once again. I would be very surprised if we didn't see this get back up to a Category 5 hurricane. Right now, we're looking at a Category 4. We got major Category 4 Hurricane Milton out there. The last official update came about 46 minutes ago. They measured a 929 millibar central low pressure area, and that's up from 897 from yesterday. And then the wind speeds are around 150 miles per hour, and that's down from 180 yesterday. We also estimated that gusts were probably around 220 to 230 miles per hour yesterday. It was crazy. Unfortunately, I think that we are about to see another explosion of, convective activity here, and we're going to see a really rapid organization because, man, there's nothing stopping this storm from doing the same thing. Now, I don't know if we're necessarily going to see this reach the same kinds of strengths that we saw yesterday, but it's definitely going to deepen in pressure, and we're going to see those winds get stronger today. Now, as this gets closer to Florida, we still believe that this storm is ultimately going to weaken before it makes landfall. So whether or not we see a Category 5 or a Category 4 today, whenever it makes landfall in Florida, it's very likely going to be a Category 3 storm. And I want to make sure that everybody understands that, that's still a big deal. A Category 3 storm making landfall in or around the Tampa area is going to be the biggest storm that this part of the world has seen in over 100 years. And nobody ever thought that this was going to make landfall in Florida as a Category 5. Nope, nobody's ever said that. So like nothing's changed. Okay, yesterday when you heard about it on the news and everybody was talking about Hurricane Milton and the fact that it was a Category 5, the reasons behind that still exist today, even though we're going to be talking a lot about how this is going to weaken on its approach, because despite the fact that the winds are going to be slightly less whenever it makes landfall, something else is going to happen. The wind field is going to expand. All right. So we're going to have hurricane force winds much farther north and much farther south from the center of the storm. And that's going to lead to a bigger storm surge problem. All right. So nothing's changed. We still expect a devastating storm surge from around Tampa and especially down farther south towards Port Charlotte. Anywhere between Tampa, Northport, and Cape Coral need to be on high alert, as this is going to be it's going to be a disaster. Okay. There's no way around it. We do have some aircraft out there. I do want to check in and just see what the most recent data that we've got here is. It looks like a 930, 929 millibars is the lowest pressure that I'm seeing right now, and that's pretty much on par with what we're looking at from the latest National Hurricane Center update. So we are continuing to see the storm weaken right now, but once again, this is because it interacted with the Gulf of, or not the Gulf of Mexico, but the Yucatan Peninsula last night, and that friction allowed for the storm to lose its balance. Hurricanes are incredibly delicate, especially strong ones. It's a strange thing. The stronger they are, and especially the smaller they are, like the Milton was, the easier it is to disrupt them and to get them to kind of fall apart. And that's what happened last night. But we're still dealing with a powerful Category 4 hurricane with winds up there, very close to Category 5 status, and I expect that we will get back up there later today. This is the latest satellite imagery. You can see that the eye is really starting to clear out again. Earlier this morning, it had no eye. You couldn't even tell where the eye was. That's how disorganized it became. But now it's getting back into open waters. We are done with that eyewall replacement cycle, and it's going to strengthen quite intensely as it goes up to the north and west of Cuba and then on up towards the western side of Florida. This is the latest on what the National Hurricane Center is expecting. By 8 p.m. tonight, they are expecting still 150 mile per hour winds with a Category 4 hurricane. I think that's conservative. I think that's conservative. So I think by this time we could definitely be looking at a Category 5 hurricane again. Now, what I do agree with is the next point. Early in the morning, as we go towards, let's say, 8 a.m. Tomorrow, I do think that we will have a Category 4 storm at this point. So, even if we do get back up to a Category 5 today, this is going to start going down again as we go into the early morning hours tomorrow. But still, 144 mile per hour winds, 173 mile per hour gusts. It's going to be a strong storm. It's going to weaken even more as we head towards 8 p.m. On tomorrow. And what's going to happen, once again, as the storm weakens, is the wind field is going to expand significantly. All right. And this is what's going to cause our storm surge, and it's what's going to cause it's what's going to make you feel good about evacuating if you are one of the many people that's evacuating right now. And it looks like we've got some better views of that, Chandra. If we could put 3, 4, or 5 in one, so people can see that. You guys can see that we've still got a ton of people on the roads out there evacuating from places like Tampa and, of course, all the keys along the coast there. You don't have to go very far if you're evacuating. Something that a lot of people don't mention is you just got to go a couple miles inland sometimes to be safe. With this storm, especially in the hardest hit areas where we're going to see maybe 15 feet of storm surge or more, you might want to go farther than a couple of miles, especially right around Tampa Bay. If you're, the either of the ports, either of the big harbors, either of the big bay areas, you want to get a little bit farther in there because those are extra susceptible. But you don't have to. I've heard people say, like, I can't afford to hop on a plane and get out of Florida. You don't have to escape Florida. Now I would, if you want to go on a little day trip up to Georgia or something, if you've got family up there, if you have the ability to, get out of Florida. You don't want to go through, any part of the hurricane if you don't have to. But I understand that a lot of people can't do that. Like that's a luxury, right? So all you got to do is get a couple of miles inland. And hopefully the hotel situation and stuff like that isn't terrible. We're going to go over that here in a second, but I know that in times like these, gas becomes hard to find, and of course accommodations like that are harder and harder to find. So we have a massive evacuation underway in the western side of Florida, one of the biggest ones that we've seen, probably the biggest one that we've seen, especially since 2017 with Hurricane Irma. And we're going to continue to see those roads get more and more crowded today. And once again, it's all because of this storm that's coming in, Hurricane Milton. And you might think, a big part of what I'm going to be doing today is explaining this over and over again. If you're just now tuning in, you might think, well, Ryan, why are we all running away from the coasts if the storm is weakening? It's because what we're worried about with Hurricane Milton is not the strong winds, okay? Now, don't get me wrong. There's going to be plenty of damage with a Category 3 hurricane with 120-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to rip off roofs from houses. That's going to cause, it's going to be devastating. It's going to be horrible. But that's not what we're mostly worried about. What we're really worried about is the devastating storm surge that's going to come along with this. We've got a Category 5 storm, a Category 4 storm that's currently building up a bunch of water underneath it right now, and it's going to slowly but surely push all of that water up towards Florida. And it's not going to stop doing that if the winds die down by 10 miles per hour. That makes no difference to the water. You know what I'm saying? So, and also as that wind field expands, there's going to be 100-mile-per-hour winds, 80-mile-per-hour winds, 100 miles away from the center of the storm, all working together to push the water in one direction from southwest to northeast up into some of the most flood-prone areas in Florida and some of the most populated areas in Florida. So that's why we're worried about this, even though we've known since forever ago that it's going to weaken on its final approach. Now, the more it weakens, the better off we'll be, right? Now, of course, like if this ends up making landfall as a Category 1 or something, that would be great. And it probably would lessen the impacts quite a bit. However, Category 3 or higher, it's going to be bad. And also, we're still not sure exactly the intensity that it's going to make landfall as. I still think that there's an opportunity here because, I mean, look at what happened yesterday. Nobody, ask anybody on Earth, any meteorologist 3 days ago, if they expected that we were going to have a 180-mile-per-hour hurricane yesterday. Nobody would say yes. Nobody saw that coming. So what happens today is also somewhat unknown. So if we do see another big time peak in intensity, obviously there's more unwinding that has to happen before it makes landfall, and that could make some major differences in the impact that happens there along the southwestern coast of Florida. So anyways, we're looking at a Category 3 hurricane. Conservatively, this is the forecast tomorrow about 8 p.m. And then we expect that this might still be a Category 2 hurricane right there in the middle of Florida. I mean, this is going to be right there near Poinciana. Am I saying that right? And Harmony and Winter Haven. Category 2 hurricane right over the middle of Florida. All right, that's not good. So this is also likely going to be a strong Category 1 all the way over there as it gets towards Cape Canaveral. And then it is going to weaken the farther it goes out to sea. I don't think that this is going to re-strengthen. It's not going to become another hurricane or anything like that. It's going to be a post-tropical system as it goes out past Bermuda. So this is a Florida storm. I also don't think there's going to be terrible impacts along southeastern Georgia or South Carolina. There's going to be some choppy seas. There's going to be some storm surge and some heavy rain. But I think the biggest impacts are going to be down there to the south of Jacksonville for the most part. So that's the latest cone of uncertainty, all right? And this is our latest aircraft mission through the storm here. Not really finding anything new, but once again, we are just now entering the phase where this thing is going to start strengthening. You can see that the eye is starting to clear out a little bit here. Let me switch over to the infrared satellite, and we'll try to look at these different colors here. So the brighter whites indicate taller clouds, right? So the way the infrared satellite works is we estimate how tall the clouds are by how cool they are. So whenever we look at the tops of the clouds, we can kind of infer the temperature of the top of the clouds. And the colder those are, the more we can assume that they are, higher in the air because, things are colder up there. So these brighter temperatures, returns indicate that we've got tall clouds around the center of the storm, which means new explosive convection is happening. And it is successfully wrapping around that central area of low pressure. There's no open spots. There's no dry air getting in. So now that we have this much bigger eye, and we have a very well-formed core of the storm around it, there's nothing stopping it now from going through another rapid intensification phase, which it likely is going to do for the duration of this stream. And we're going to be watching it closely and keeping you updated on exactly how strong it's getting. Let's see if we can load some... Let's load a lot of frames here and look at the past of this. I don't know if we can get all the way back there yesterday. Give me just a second. Okay, yeah, this is great. So here's what the storm looked like yesterday evening. And look how fast this happened, right? Over here on this isn't yesterday. This is October 6th at 6:29 p.m. No eye, right? This is obviously a nasty storm, but there's no eye there. There's no real organization. Very quickly, you see that big giant burst? You see that explosion right there? That's what I'm talking about with those convective bursts. If you hear anybody talking about a tower, we're watching for towers popping up around this thing. That's what they're looking for. That big explosion there was what really kind of kicked off the rapid intensification, and watch how fast it organized and cleared out an eye. So by 1:59 a.m. on the 7th, we had an eye, and then very quickly more convective bursts happened, and the eye cleared out, and we had a Category 5 hurricane. So it doesn't take long. This happened over the course of a day. We went from a tropical storm to a Category 5 hurricane, and today we're starting off about right here. So this is what our storm looks like right now for the most part. So is it going to do this? Is it going to, strengthen back up to this level of intensity? I don't know. Nobody knows. That's why we're here covering this live today, so we don't have to worry about a video becoming outdated a couple hours from now like we had yesterday. So this is what it looked like at its peak intensity, man. This is nuts, by the way. Last night, I don't know if you guys were watching this. It was just every meteorologist, every weather nerd out there on Earth was just their eyes were crossed. Like this is crazy. This is one of the strongest storms that we've seen ever, especially for this time of year. This is actually the strongest storm that we've ever seen for this late in the season, and also this far north. A lot of times, if we get a really strong storm like this, it's going to happen in the Atlantic Basin, maybe down in the Caribbean. So there's just a lot of crazy things associated with this storm. And just look at how tiny that eye was at its peak intensity. The actual eye was less wide than, I would say it was only twice as wide as a really big tornado. Okay, so we've had tornadoes. You think of the El Reno tornado, for example. That's almost as big as the eye of this storm, which is crazy to think about. It's a tiny little hurricane out here, but with extremely powerful winds on the inside. This is when we had those 180 mile per hour winds there. You can see that we had those big convective bursts still happening even during the main phase of the storm. And then as we head into the overnight period, you can see that eye wall replacement cycle starting to happen. again. And this is happening for a couple of reasons. First of all, storms go through eyewall replacement cycles all the time. It's just part of the life cycle of a hurricane. And also, notice how the southern part of the storm here starts interacting with the Yucatan Peninsula. Progreso and Merida. I think I'm saying that right. These places were slammed by hurricane force winds last night, and the friction from the land actually, led to some turbulence downstream as the storm was, sucking up more air. Not everything was as smooth sailing as it was out when it was over the water. So that led to some imbalances, and that aided in our eyewall replacement cycle actually completely tearing apart the storm for the most part. But what this storm still has going for it is there's still all of these convective bursts. Like, all of this convective activity is still, exploding around that central area of low pressure. It's just not organizing as quickly until now. Now, here we are. We're getting farther away from the Yucatan Peninsula. That friction from the land is no longer a problem. We're getting into warmer waters, and the ball's in this hurricane's court. It's much weaker right now than it was, but it's only got it can only go up from here, I guess, as it goes farther to the north and east. Now, at some point this evening, likely around 8 p.m., the ceiling for how strong this storm can get is going to be reached, because there's another thing that's going to impede the growth of this storm that starts kicking in, especially after 6 to 8 p.m. this evening, and that's wind shear. And that's the reason why it's going to unwind a little bit and, kind of get wider and weaker on its final approach to Florida. So it's not just going to continue to, gain strength, even though the waters are really warm right now, all the way to Florida, because there's going to be some major wind shear that it has to deal with. And that's why we expect it to kind of rapidly de-intensify for a period of time as it goes towards Florida. But I still think that we're going to get Category 5 strength today at some point. I don't know if we'll get back to this, and I hope that we don't. But I do think that we're going to, see it get much stronger, and we're going to see it get much bigger. It's going to become a much larger hurricane, unfortunately, as it goes up there towards Tampa. How many people do we have watching right now in Tampa? Raise your hand if you are watching in Tampa, or if you're watching in Fort Myers or any place like that. Let's see. Where's everybody from in chat? Let's see. Sarasota. Of course, we've got some people in, somebody said they're from Greenland. Texas, Tampa, okay, Fort Myers. Yep, okay, lots of people here from the western side of Florida. Hopefully if you lived on the coast in a mandatory evacuation zone, hopefully you got the heck out of there and you're watching me from a grandma's house or a hotel or something, whatever it is. Because this is going to be a pretty detrimental storm, especially right along the coast there between Cape Coral and Tampa. And I want to show you some forecast videos or forecast models, I guess, right here in a second. I want to show you exactly what we think is going to happen. Go over the best case scenario, go over the worst case scenario, that kind of thing, because I know there's a lot of questions about that. If you live in Tampa, there's a lot of information out there. I'm sure you've heard a little bit of everything. And I don't envy you. If you're a resident of Florida right now and you're trying to get real good information on this storm via the internet, man, this is one of the hardest jobs you've ever had, because there's a lot of crap out there. And I'm sorry that that's the case. But man, it's just, I can't believe some of the stuff that we're seeing on Twitter. But what I'm going to do here over the next several hours is just try my best to relay everything that we know, go over all of the forecast models, not just pick one. We're going to look at all of them and give you a full idea of what we think is going to happen. And then also go over our plan for tomorrow and how we're going to cover the storm. So our goal is to encourage you to get the heck out of Dodge, right? And then we're going to send 3 or 4 people in there, and we're going to have cameras mounted, telephone poles and stuff, to make sure that you still have eyes on the area, your communities, while this is happening, and you don't have to be there. A lot of people don't want to leave because the thought of leaving your neighborhood and not knowing what's going on is not a great thing. So we're going to try to be your eyes and your ears so that you can, be safely, hopefully down the road, or much farther away than that. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. For anybody that's just tuning in right now, I'm getting ready to go through the forecast models here, and we're talking about Hurricane Milton, which is currently a Category 4 hurricane, 929 millibars pressure, 150 mile per hour winds. We do expect landfall to happen in approximately 1 day, 8 hours, 51 minutes, and 47 seconds. Obviously, that's, we might be off by a couple minutes, maybe even a couple hours there, but we're going to update that landfall timer ever so often to make sure that we give you our best guess of when that's going to happen over the next little bit. So that's new. A lot of you asked for that in the last live stream, so we're trying it out during this one. And by the way, I'm going to be live all day today. Okay, well, for a long time today, not literally all day. We're not doing a 24-hour live stream or anything, but we are going to be here for several hours, and we're going to answer as many questions as possible. And then I'm going to come back tomorrow afternoon, probably around 3 p.m., and we'll be here for 12 hours at least, covering the landfall, which will likely happen 9, 10, 11 o'clock, something like that, maybe even midnight or 1 a.m. So depending on tomorrow morning when we wake up and we make our final assessment as to when we think landfall is going to happen, that might push the stream back a little bit. We might not start until 4 p.m. But right now it's looking like about 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. is the stream for tomorrow. And unfortunately, it looks like another nighttime landfall, so that makes it even more dangerous for the people who have decided to stay back. It's going to be a tsunami-like storm surge where it comes in very quickly, all right? And going through that without power and in the dark and in the middle of 120 mile per hour winds sounds like a nightmare. It would be slightly better, I guess, if it was happening in the daytime, but that doesn't look like the case right now. So yeah, it's a nighttime landfall once again. Let's see here. Okay, let's go through the forecast models. I love the HAFSA model. It's done, the A and B, okay? It's done an incredible job with Milton. And so that's what we're going to be looking at today. Latest one that's come out here, the 6Z model, shows this thing continuing to gain strength throughout the day today. It does a really good job of showing the wobbles and the kind of disorganization as we go through the process of transferring between a very organized Category 5 storm to an eyewall replacement cycle disrupted storm. So this is about where we are right now. This is showing potential wind speeds all the way up there, back up to like 140 miles per hour as we get into the early morning hours tomorrow. And I don't want to focus too much on the exact, the numbers, right? Like what's the strongest wind gusts going to be at this time? I don't want to focus too much on that. I want to really kind of visualize and show you the expanding wind field, right? So when this was at its peak, this was a tiny little hurricane where the winds were in this little area right here. Watch what happens after the eyewall replacement cycle, which is finished right now. Watch what happens. You see how it gets bigger? It explodes in size. All right, so this is almost 5 times bigger of a hurricane with hurricane force winds reaching much farther outside of the center of the storm than when it was at its most powerful point. So even though I don't think that we're going to see the wind speeds get up as high as we saw earlier or yesterday, the overall impact of this storm is going to be much greater because we're going to have 60, 70 mile per hour winds well over 100 miles away from the center of the storm. Hundreds of miles away. We're going to have hurricane force winds also well outside of the center of the storm. And as that wind field gets larger, Look, right now, all of this water is kind of piling up on this side of the storm. We've got a wall of water building right here. What do you think is going to happen as the storm, the winds might go down a couple miles per hour, but now it's affecting a much larger area. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think that wall of water is just going to disappear or dissipate? No, it's going to get larger because now we have more winds back here backing it. We have more winds on the sides. We have just a larger compilation of water happening here. And then that's going to follow the storm on the southeastern side. And unfortunately, the latest HAFSA model shows a pretty bad scenario here for the Tampa Bay area, all the way down through all of the Siesta Key, places like that, down towards Venice. All of that water is going to be on the south side. Watch. Imagine, if you will, a bunch of storm surge here. What happens as we push it forward, it ends up right here. So that's where I think if this is the path that the storm takes, and this is just one model, that's where I think the hardest hit areas will be. If the storm goes even slightly farther south than that, Tampa is going to dodge a huge bullet. If you are south of the storm at all in Tampa, the storm surge implications are going to be significantly less than what we're thinking they might be right now. So it's better to be safe than sorry. We need to assume that it's going to go just to the north of Tampa, but if it goes south of Tampa, that's going to be good. We're going to be rooting for that, and it's going to be a nail biter tomorrow as we watch landfall. Nobody knows right now exactly where it's going to happen. This model suggests that the storm will make landfall just north of Tampa Bay, and that is going to send a lot of water up there, and it's going to cause devastating flooding for millions of people. If it goes a little bit farther south, it's the same deal, but hopefully less people will be displaced and affected by it. But yeah, that's the HAFS model. You can see that we've got a tight, compact hurricane getting much bigger on its approach to Florida, bringing a lot of storm surge, a lot of water with it on the southern side, and then slamming that into the western side of Florida late tomorrow around 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. or so. And then the winds are going to die down quite quickly as it goes over land. All right, we're going to go from having 120 mile per hour winds around landfall to having probably 80 mile per hour winds to 90 mile per hour winds as it gets closer to the center of the state. And then once this gets back out over water, it's a post-tropical system at this point. It's so large, it's not going to come back together into a tightly wound, warm core storm like a hurricane. So that is the HAFSA model. Let's just see if the B is much different. It also has done a really good job. So unfortunately, this model is pretty much showing the same exact thing, except stronger. This actually puts it up to 157 mile per hour winds right here, which would be a worst case scenario because if we've got a category 5 this close to Florida, all right, even though it's definitely going to wind down, it's going to be a category 3 whenever it makes landfall. The fact that it's this strong, this close, means that there's going to be a lot more water for it to pull along with it. So both of those models are not showing anything good. In fact, that's actually probably quite a bit worse than anything that we saw yesterday from these models. So if you decided to evacuate, good on you. I think this is a good choice. If you're in Tampa, if you are in, let's see here, St. Petersburg, especially if you're in places like Indian Rocks Beach, Bradenton Beach, Longboat Key, Sarasota, Siesta Key, Osprey, Venice, Minnesota Beach, Englewood, all of these places are where I would consider to be under the greatest threat. Because I notice how I listed off some places there that are quite far south, right? I think that if this thing shifts at all, it will shift south. It's either going to go right to the north of Tampa, it's going to go right through Tampa, or it's going to go to the south of Tampa. I don't see much reason to believe that this would go any farther north than just north of Tampa. So that means that, places maybe as far south as Venice and Englewood need to be concerned about the storm surge because the wind field is going to be so large, right? But let's take a look at some official stuff. All right, what's the National Hurricane Center saying about all this, right? First of all, we've got hurricane warnings for almost the entire peninsula of Florida. Everybody in the red here is under a hurricane warning. So everybody in the red, that includes Orlando, right? That includes Daytona Beach. That includes Ocala, the Villages, Spring Hill, Lakeland, obviously Tampa, Wauchula, Avon Park, Sebring, Melbourne, Poinciana, Palm Bay, Cape Canaveral, Titusville, all these places. You're included in a hurricane warning, which means that even if you're pretty far inland, Orlando, for example, you're still going to experience a period of time where you have sustained winds of at least over hurricane force, 75 miles per hour to 85 mile per hour winds for an hour or longer. It's going to be possible here. So that's going to cause a ton of problems. So of course we're worried about the extreme wind damage on the coast. We're worried about the extreme storm surge. But man, this is going to cause widespread power outages and just general tree damage all across Florida. It's going to be a mess by the time this thing is done in places like Orlando and Lakeland. No matter where it makes landfall, if it goes a little bit farther south or a little bit farther north, doesn't make a whole lot of a difference for you guys because the wind field's going to be expanding so much. So make sure you're prepared for that. We're going to be very hyper focused, I think, on the areas really close to the coast, but there are millions of y'all that are going to have to go through this that are not right on the coast, and we're aware of that. The good news for you is it looks like it's going to be a lot less bad for you, I guess, than some of the people along the coast. So that's why we're not necessarily talking about it as much. But right now, if you're in the red, once again, Avon Park, Lakeland, Spring Hill, Orlando, all the way up there towards Daytona Beach, Palm Bay, Four Corners. If you're in any of those places, we do expect that early Thursday morning, we're going to have a hurricane. Even if you're right in the middle of the state, it's not going to help you out on this one, okay? So get ready for that. Then here's some key messages, all right? Let me show you the evacuation. By the way, it looks like things are picking up again. So we saw last night there was a ton of people evacuating. Early this morning, it looked like maybe things had calmed down, and it looks like things are picking up again. So there are still people evacuating out there, which is good. I love to see this. Hopefully it's easy. It's a smooth thing for everybody. But we definitely want to see people taking the situation seriously. Some key messages for Hurricane Milton. All right. Damaging hurricane force winds and life-threatening storm surge is going to be continued to be expected across the Yucatan Peninsula for the next little bit. And then we do think that Milton is going to grow in size and remain an extremely dangerous hurricane as it approaches the west coast of Florida on Wednesday, late Wednesday. We're going to have a pretty big area of destructive storm surge that's going to occur along parts of the west coast of Florida. And I can't say this enough. You've probably heard it a lot by now, especially if you live out here. This is going to be an extremely life-threatening situation, and residents in those areas, like if you're watching this right now and you're still on the couch in Tampa or anywhere near the coast, you're putting your life in danger. You're putting the lives of first responders in danger who are going to have to come rescue you, even though they told you to get out, which is really unfair to them. So you just keep that in mind. You've got to follow the advice of your local officials and evacuate immediately if told to do so. You've got to rush your plans to prepare to completion today and then get the heck out of there. Devastating hurricane-force winds are expected along portions of the west coast of Florida, where a hurricane warning is in effect. And that hurricane warning goes all the way across the peninsula of Florida. It includes Orlando. Milton is forecast to remain a hurricane as it crosses the whole peninsula, and you should be, rushing your preparations to completion as well in Orlando and in Central Florida. It's not just the coast that's going to have to be dealing with this. You should probably be done If you're under a hurricane warning, you should be like ready to brace for impact and not be worrying about anything other than like, okay, let's survive this hurricane. Let's get through this by tonight. All right. If you're not done by tonight, you're going to be rushed. And what happens when you're rushed and a big storm is coming? You get scared. And that's not what we want. We don't want to be scared. We would rather be prepared. Areas of heavy rainfall are going to continue to impact portions of Florida well through Thursday. And that's going to bring along the risk of life-threatening flash flooding. So let's say you don't have to deal with the storm surge. Let's say you don't have to deal with the extreme hurricane winds. Let's say that you don't even have to deal with most of the hurricane winds. Let's say you dodged a bullet there and you don't have any downed trees on your property or anything like that. Well, there's one more big thing that's going to come along with this, and our friends in North Carolina will tell you that this is not one that you want to not take seriously. It's the flash flooding. All right, we are going to have a life-threatening flash flood event happen across the peninsula of Florida on top of all this other stuff. And unfortunately, it's always overlooked. We spent hours and hours talking about it ahead of the North Carolina situation. And unfortunately, I just don't think a lot of people listened. I don't think we were able to really get that message home in a way that we needed to, because we knew exactly what was going to happen. We knew that it was going to be a once in a lifetime crazy flood. But all the attention always goes to the tornadoes. It always goes to the storm surge and the impacts right along the coast, which is good. That's bad. That we need to warn people about that. But we also need to make sure everybody understands that this excessive rainfall event is going to be bad too. And it's something that if you live in a flood-prone area, or even if you don't, if you can see the water from a pond near your house, keep this in mind. You've got to keep an eye on those creeks and streams and rivers and waterways, as a flash flooding is going to be very, very capable. This is another storm that's got record-breaking precipitable water values in it, because for whatever reason, the waters are boiling hot. Okay, and it's picking up all that moisture, all that heat energy, and it's going to dump it in the form of water and precipitation on the state of Florida. It's going to rain harder than it usually does during a hurricane, during this one. All right, and we're going to see a big-time flash flooding problem. Here is where the arrival of the winds are going to be. Hold on one second. Okay, so this is the earliest reasonable arrival time of tropical storm force winds. This is when we think things are going to start picking up as far as winds go. We've got, as early as Wednesday at 8 a.m. That's when you're going to start feeling it, especially along the western side of Florida. And then probably between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m., we're going to see those tropical storm force winds spread all across Florida. If we do end up seeing any tropical storm force winds at all in southeastern Georgia, most of those will arrive between 5, 6, 7, 8 p.m. in that time period. So you're going to start feeling the winds. It's going to start feeling like a hurricane early in the morning on Wednesday. To our Allie, I don't know what I'm supposed to be. Okay, I see. All right, I'll open those right here in a second. Let's see. Back over here. Oh yeah, the peak storm surge forecast. Let me show you this. This is the big one. This is going to be the big problem, right? And I'm guessing a lot of you guys have already seen this, but this is the latest from the National Hurricane Center with our peak storm surge forecast. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge is possible from the Anclot River. Am I saying that right? Down to Englewood. And of course, that includes Tampa Bay. All right, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge is a devastating, life-threatening storm surge that can cover up houses, and it can inundate land several miles inland. Okay, it's not going to stop right at the beach. It's not like there's going to be 15 feet of water just hanging out at the beach. It's going to keep going inland as far as it can. And in some places, it can go 3, 4, 5, 6 miles inland and still be several feet deep as it comes out of the containers, where the water usually is. So keep that in mind as we continue to see the forecast progress here, because I think that there's two things that could happen here if the models are showing a pretty realistic situation with that massive expansion of the wind field. And it looks like this is going to be a Category 5 again, just a couple hundred miles off the coast. There's two things that can happen. First of all, I think that they could up that number to potentially 18 feet in certain areas. And also, I think that they could make it wider and potentially move it farther south. Okay, so even slightly farther south than Englewood could be under the gun for significant storm surge in excess of 10 feet. Whoever ends up getting the worst of the storm surge could see as high as 18 feet of storm surge, which is, once again, just nuts, devastating. And whatever town, whatever community gets impacted by that, it's going to take you years to recover from it, unfortunately. So really unique, interesting situation where we've got all of this water approaching from the southwest. The Weather Channel used to have this show. It was called It Could Happen Tomorrow. It Could Happen Tomorrow. It was like one of those shows like, this is crazy, it'll probably never happen, but like it could. And the exact scenario that we're talking about today was the subject of one of those shows. I believe Jim Cantori narrated it, and they did this whole thing where like, yeah, it's probably never going to happen, but if we ever had a strong hurricane approach Tampa from the southwest, then it's going to be this major disaster. And that's literally what we're talking about here. The good news is there is still a chance that this goes south of Tampa, the main center of circulation. And if that does happen, then the overall impact from this storm is going to be much less than what it could be. It's still going to be really bad, especially for everybody south of Tampa. But we're going to be really rooting for a wobble to the south a little bit tomorrow as we await landfall. And once again, nobody knows right now, even at this point, nobody knows where exactly the storm's going to make landfall. I'll show you this again. Let me come back over here to the cone of uncertainty, as we like to call it. This could make landfall technically as far north as up here in the Big Bend. I mean, there's that much margin of error. It could make landfall as far south as Fort Myers. The average of all of the potential landfall areas happens to be right over Tampa. All right. So that's what the cone represents. Some people will look at the cone and think that this is just the size of the impacts from the storm, and that's not the case. It's just that's the margin of error where we think the strongest part of the storm could potentially go. So right now, pretty safe bet that it's going to be around Tampa, but it could go a little bit north, could go a little bit south. All right, I'm going to keep going here. All right, here's another thing about the flooding risk. High risk of excessive rainfall in Orlando, Lakeland. This also includes Dade City, places like Temple Terrace, Lutz, Palm Harbor, Tarpon Springs, Lake Fern. Y'all are under a high risk of flash flooding and excessive rainfall. This is the same level risk that the Weather Prediction Center issued for North Carolina the other day whenever they had the devastating, historic flash floods. Now, does that mean that we're going to have a repeat of that down here? Probably not, mostly because what happened in North Carolina was pretty unique in terms of just how odd of a situation it was, and how much the local terrain affected the severity of those floods. We don't have mountains in Florida, so that's going to help us out a lot. We don't have valleys. But we are going to see a lot more rain. All right, we're going to see a ton of rain in a very short period of time, even for Florida standards, and that is going to cause some significant flash flooding, some life-threatening flash flooding, especially in the pink zone there. So if you live there, you've got to make sure that you're watching those creeks and streams and you stay ultra prepared. Some places could see as much as 12 to 16 inches of rain, especially between Tampa and Spring Hill. Temple Terrace, Lutz, you guys are kind of in the the bullseye area for the most rainfall. Another sweet spot is probably going to be the Daytona Beach, Deltona, Oak Hill area. You guys could likely see more than a foot of rain in a very short period of time as a result of this hurricane. Currently, Hurricane Milton is a major Category 4 hurricane, 929 millibars, central low pressure, 150 mile per hour winds. We expect landfall to occur approximately in about 1 day, 8 hours, 27 minutes, and 15 seconds. So as Hurricane Milton approaches, Florida officials have went ahead and issued a bunch of mandatory evacuation orders for several counties along the state's west coast. In fact, I think the majority of them, especially in that cone, have mandatory evacuation orders right now. That includes Charlotte, Citrus, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, and Pasco counties. Okay, we've got mandatory evacuation orders for pretty much the whole county. If you're in those counties, you should probably head to wherever your local officials are, directing you to go. And then also, once again, I want to remind everybody, because we've got new people still pouring in, you want to have all of your preparations, all of your plans, all of your evacuations done by tonight. Before you go to sleep tonight, you need to be where you're going to be when this thing hits, which is hopefully not in your home right along the coast. And once again, you don't have to drive hundreds of miles to get to a safe place. Often just tens of miles is all you need to get inland, and you'll be out of the evacuation zone. And you can get to a shelter, all right? And I'm getting ready to share with you some information about shelters. If we don't already have that in stream text, make sure it's there, if it's out there. And then also, it doesn't have to be a shelter, right? A friend or a loved one. Those are options as well. And of course, if you have the ability to, a hotel, but from what I'm hearing, that's becoming less and less of an option. Those are pretty much booked up all across Florida. The evacuation ahead of Hurricane Milton is causing significant challenges, for people out there because of the availability with hotels and accommodations. Fuel distribution in Florida is facing several disruptions due to the approaching hurricane. We've got port closures in Tampa Bay, which is one of the biggest places that receives fuel in the first place. So we're not getting it in. So therefore, it's hard to kind of route it around to all the gas stations. And then we've got, look at this. We've got everybody's on the road. Everybody and their mom's on the road using all the gas. So we've got major gas shortages out there. So keep that in mind. The earlier you can get out, the better. They are, right now there's no fear that we're going to completely run out. Okay, so there's no reason to stay home because you think you're not going to be able to get gas. It's just like leave early just in case that's an inconvenience for you. Some shelters, some travelers are reporting that hotels are booked. Okay, so probably the most severe traffic congestion is going to be a problem today along I-75, of course, I-275, I-4, and I-95. Expect significant delays on all of those roads. And now let me show you some other stuff that we've kind of put together here. This is interesting. This is on our Y'all Squad page. If you're preparing for Hurricane Milton, don't forget tech readiness. If you have an iPhone 14 or later, iOS 18 provides satellite emergency options. Update as a part of your storm checklist. Yeah, so you want to update to iOS 18 if you haven't already. This helped out a ton of people in North Carolina that I know of, and it's actually super awesome and could be like the only way that you have the ability to contact people if we don't have cell service, if we don't have internet, if we don't have power. So this is a big deal. You don't no cell service, no power. Nothing like that. This still works off of satellites. So go and check for an update on your phone if you got an iPhone 14 or later, and go to Settings, General, and Software Update, and Update Now. Charge the phone up. Charge your backup batteries up. Your phone's going to be a major lifeline in a situation where we have a worst case scenario. Also, the Y'all Squad is going to be out there. We're going to be out and about. We're going to be in the Tampa Bay, Florida area from October 10th through October 13th, 2024, as far as we know right now. And we are looking for volunteers. Okay. If you're interested in helping us help people, go send us an email at contact@theyallsquad.org. And speaking of the Y'all Squad and all that, the lights have turned white, which means that Caleb Beecham is wanting to talk to us. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, can you hear me? Just firing everything up here for the first time on this chase, so I just want to double check.
I can hear you. It's a little low, but we can hear you.
Make sure that I boost it after this one. But I just want to give you guys an update from my perspective. So I'm dropping south towards the Tampa Bay area on I-75 right now. And we've seen a lot of areas with pretty heavy slowdowns. At one point, we did see an area where state troopers were predicting that it was about an hour and a half to dead stop traffic. It's right at the Florida-Georgia line. So if you are trying to leave this evening and go straight north on I-75, you are probably going to experience some pretty significant slowdowns. And we are starting to see gas stations that actually on I-75 close down. It does seem like in the outskirts, once you get maybe a mile or two off the highway, there's still gas very accessible, but there's initial gas stations like the travel stops, the Loves, the Pilots, those are starting to run out of gas, which may cause concern to some travelers that are not as willing to travel further.
All right. Thank you, Caleb. So Caleb's out there. He's going to be in the Tampa area for the hurricane, obviously. He's going to give us a front row seat to what's going on there, and then he's going to be sticking around afterwards with the Y'all Squad, and we're going to be providing whatever kind of assistance that we can, thanks to your all's generosity and making tax deductible contributions over at theyallsquad.org. But yeah, if you're interested in doing the volunteer thing, that is an option for you. Once again, contact at theyallsquad.org. And then also, we've got free evacuation shuttles going on from the Florida Division of Emergency Management. There's going to be free shuttles operating in Pinellas, Pasco, and Hillsborough counties, assisting with Milton evacuations to shelters. So this is huge, right? This solves a lot of the problems that we hear about when people say that they can't evacuate. It's free, and it takes it, like, you don't even have to know where you need to go. It takes you where you need to go, and there you go. So call that number right there, 800-729-3413, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for evacuation assistance. That's big. That is big. Let's see here. Also, we're hearing that Florida has activated and mobilized the National Guard in preparation of Hurricane Milton. FSG units are answering the call for aid. I think there's something like 4,000 people that are dedicated to the recovery right now from the people like associated with the military and the state level National Guard. Like, this is we're prepared, to say the least. I think that this storm, more than any storm I've ever covered, has people taking it seriously, and I think the reason for that is because of what happened in North Carolina. We were hooting and hollering about that one for a long time, talking about how bad it could be. And then it was bad, right? It was as bad, if not a little bit worse than what we thought it was going to be. And I think that kind of opened a lot of eyes. And this one's happening so soon after that. It's a good thing, I think, that people are taking it so seriously. So even at the local government level, and as far up as our military, like, we are very prepared for this one. So it's good to talk about the good things every once in a while. This is hopefully is going to go smooth, and hopefully it's not as terrible of a situation as what we've had to deal with some other disasters. So Yeah, let me tell you a little bit more about that. Yeah, so Governor Ron DeSantis has mobilized 4,000 National Guard troops to assist with debris removal and storm preparation. So they're going to be there after the storm, too, to help you clean up. The state is also recalling crews sent to North Carolina after Hurricane Helene to now prepare for Milton's impact. If you're in Florida, it's probably best to prepare a disaster kit with several days worth of non-perishable food, water, medicine, and batteries. This preparation is particularly crucial as the state is still recovering from Hurricane Helene, and there's still some places that are dealing with debris from those places, and that could add insult to injury. If we get another storm surge that comes up, takes all that debris out of everybody's front yards, and then moves it even farther inland, that's going to be more stuff that can potentially, loosen structures, knock down power poles, and stuff like that. And then also, it could become windborne, airborne. So think about that. Right now, if you go to some parts of Tampa, the streets are lined with piles of wood and debris outside. It hasn't been picked up yet. So now we've got 120 mile per hour winds coming in on top of that just to blow it around. And that's going to pose another danger on top of what we are already dealing with the hurricane by itself. Hey, super huge shout out to Everything Cody. Thank you for that, man. Yeah, we'll check. We will check on the buoy cameras right here in a moment. Let's see here. I've got another one here. Yeah, for people asking about Andy, meteorologist Andy Hill is going to be here. Meteorologist Andy Hill is going to be here in about 45 minutes. We are concerned about the tornado threat with this one. Tornado threat looks to be quite robust in the peninsula of Florida. This will affect areas as far south as Miami and the Keys. So this is another thing that we'll have to cover tomorrow right before landfall and during landfall. There's likely going to be several tornado warnings similar to what we saw during Hurricane Helene, but it's going to be a much smaller area. But yes, still, if you're down there in the yellow, you are under a tornado threat tomorrow as we see those outside bands spin enough to cause problems with tornadoes. Let's see here. Alex says, we are still cleaning up from Ian in Fort Myers Beach. I feel so bad for whoever gets the storm surge. Yeah, me too, Alec. This is not going to be a fun one. That's for sure. Casey says, I've got a live camera at my house in St. Pete. If you want to watch my neighborhood. Casey, you can send us to that. You can send us that. Try to get a hold of Frank in our Discord server or send it to community at ryanhaulyall.com, and we'll try to get it integrated into our system. We have upgraded our system to where we can add cameras on the fly now. We have, thanks to FL511.com, which you guys are probably familiar with if you're from Florida. There's something like 4,500 traffic cameras. We've got the awesome Cyclone Port network from Radar Omega, which, by the way, is what I'm using to display this satellite right here. And then, of course, tomorrow we're going to have our storm chasers at the wazoo. We got Brad Arnold down there. Caleb Beecham's going to be down there. Brett Adair. Bryce Shelton, you've heard the names. You know who I'm talking about. Our super crew, our superhero group of folks that for whatever reason just love putting themselves in the middle of the most dangerous situations on Earth. Simply so we can see what's going on there. So we're super thankful for them, and we'll have them. So we've got all of the eyes on the ground for you to let you know what's going on in Florida tomorrow and today. we're doing essentially evacuation coverage today as the roads are getting more and more packed as the day goes on. What will the Keys expect? Some storm surge, and likely just some rain. And then there's the tornado threat's probably the biggest thing down there, but still not crazy. We're talking about 1 to 3 feet of storm surge at most in the Keys. We need a balloon cam. That'd be cool. Ryan, what's the likelihood that the wind shear doesn't impact the storm as predicted? So the wind shear is there, right? That's not something that we expect to come in later. It's already there. The storm's just going to be kind of moving into it a little bit more later today. Obviously, there are some changes that could happen, and maybe the wind shear has less of an impact or more of an impact. But I promise y'all, there's no world. There's not even an alternate reality, I don't think, where it has no impact. So this is why we're live right now. And normally, if it's the day before a storm, I'll make a video, right? But a video doesn't make sense because the information is going to change so much throughout the day today. And that's one of the things that we're going to be talking about is like how much is the wind shear actually going to impact this storm on its approach to Florida. Right now, looks like it's going to do a number on the storm. It looks like it's going to significantly weaken it. But it's important that we don't assume that means that the overall impact from the storm is going to be less, because a weaker storm, 125 mile per hour winds moves water almost as efficiently as 150 mile per hour winds. It doesn't make that much of a difference when it comes to the storm surge. So, yeah. Lucy and Dan says, my community raised over $600 for the Y'all Squad over this past weekend on Twitch. Thanks to you guys for everything, Lucy Pancakes. Lucy, thank you for that. And that's awesome. Thanks to everybody that helped out. We've got so many people involved now. I know that there's several people who have done fundraisers on Twitch and Facebook for us. And we've even got old Max Velocity. I don't know if you guys know about him over there on also here on YouTube. He's also helping out with the Y'all Squads. I think that through his campaign, we've raised like $30,000 or $40,000 or something like that. So we've got a lot of resources. Obviously, we're still dedicating a lot of those resources to North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina, that area. They're not going to be done for a while, but we're also going to make sure that we have a good immediate response down here in the Tampa area with this storm, simply because we can. You guys have been super generous, and we've been able to. We're going to be able to do some really good things, I think, in the future with this storm, and even with future storms, just simply because of the amount of support that we're getting. So that's all on you. Thank you all. Find your shelter. Oh, find your. Okay. 1 second. Charlotte Harbor. Yes. Yep, that's one of the places that we expect to be impacted by potentially 6 to 10 feet of storm surge. Six to 10 feet, yep. How will Gainesville, Florida be affected? I will go ahead and let you know that right now, my opinion on Gainesville, Florida is you are under a hurricane warning, I believe, or you're just north of it. I think that in Gainesville, Florida, it's not going to be that big of a deal for you. I don't want to, talk it down too much because that's kind of dangerous. Thank you. We got pizza bowls. I didn't even know that was coming. That was a nice lunch surprise there. But if you are in Gainesville, Florida, I don't think that we're going to be dealing much with the extremely strong winds. I think that the biggest problem in Gainesville is going to be the rain, right? So if we have some flash flooding, that's going to be our biggest problem. And anytime you have a lot of rainfall and also strong winds, even though we might not see the 100-mile-per-hour winds in Gainesville, what if we see some 50, 60-mile-per-hour winds sustained? That is going to lead to a lot of downed trees and power outages. So keep that in mind. When the ground gets super saturated like that, it can cause some problems. Hurricane hunters, okay. Our plane here is getting ready to take another pass into the storm. So we're about to see another update on just how strong Hurricane Milton is. It's basically rained in Gainesville for the last 3 days as well. Yeah, Gainesville. I think that your biggest problem is going to be is almost certainly going to be the rain and the potential flooding. So don't let your guard down with the wind. It's so hard to do this whenever you're talking to 90,000 people, right? The odds of one of you being in the place in Gainesville that has a tree fall on your house are high, right? Because that's probably going to happen for somebody in Gainesville. But Gainesville is a huge city, and I don't think that there's a widespread chance that happens to a lot of people, if that makes sense, right? So it's hard for me to say, like, it's not going to be that big of a deal whenever I know for a fact there is going to be some wind damage in Gainesville. But it's going to be less widespread than what we're dealing with farther to the south. And it also has to do with how far north the storm goes. Right now, we think the storm's going to go down here. Okay, if it goes that far south, the winds are not going to be much of a problem at all up there near Gainesville. But let's say it surprises us and it goes more north. In that situation, you guys could end up being some of the places, or one of the places that ends up seeing the most wind as far as the inland impacts go. So right now, I wouldn't sweat it. There's no reason to get out of Gainesville unless you just want to, unless you just can. Then I think that we can just ride this one out and hope for the best. Right now, I have no reason to believe that we're going to see widespread damage up there. I could say the same thing for places like areas around Lake Okeechobee. All right. I could say the same thing about West Palm Beach. I can say a similar thing about Immokalee. Let me see if I'm saying that right. Hey, what's that town in Florida called? Is it Immokalee? Am I saying that right? Oh, one second. Hey, what's that town called in Florida? Is it Immokalee? Am I saying that right?
Close, Ryan. It's pronounced Immokalee, an agricultural hub.
That's exactly how I said it. That's how I said it. I was right.
Oh, my bad, Ryan. You nailed it then. Immokalee it is. It's always good to double check.
Oh my gosh.
Gotcha.
Here we was. I was trying to lighten the mood a little bit, and now, out of nowhere, we've got ourselves a daggone confirmed tornado warning. Wow.
Whoa.
Okay.
Ryan.
Okay. All right.
All right, Ryan.
Thank you.
Stay focused.
Okay. So I did not see that one coming. Let's go ahead and zoom into that, though. My goodness, what's going on down here? This is near Marco Island. So we've got a confirmed tornado warning for Collier County, Florida. Collier County, Florida. My goodness. Okay, so this is going to go until 1:30 p.m. Eastern. This was issued by the MFL office down there. Weather spotters reported a waterspout moving onshore. So, yeah, let's look at the velocities. My goodness. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. This right here is almost certainly a big-time waterspout moving onto shore here in Florida. And this might, unfortunately, be something that we have to be concerned about now as there are more storms in this area. So, yeah, Marco Island, you're in the path here. We need you to take shelter. Lord knows we got a lot of people watching in this area, I think, just as curious about the hurricane. Here's another added benefit of being here right now. You've got an early heads up on this water spout that is potentially moving onshore as a tornado in Collier County, Florida. Some of the places that are in the path here include the Cape Romano 10,000 Islands State Aquatic Preserve, and also the Primitive Camping Youth Area. So lots of stuff going on here. We do have a camera. Here we go. And my gosh, look at this. We've got evacuations happening, I believe, on, what is this highway? Is this I-75? Yeah, so this is I-75 in Collier County, the road that connects Naples to Fort Lauderdale, for example. So you can see there's actually quite a lot of traffic there of people getting out of the southwestern Florida area. That road is not necessarily in the tornado warning. It's a little bit farther south than that. However, if you are on Highway 41 in Collier County, then you're in a pretty dangerous spot here, as we might have a water spout coming on shore as a tornado here. And it looks like we have multiple cameras set up for us here in Collier County. So if there's a tornado, we should be able to see it. Yeah, this was Y'allbot's big moment. I was trying to introduce him. We're finally going to be in a place where I never don't know how to pronounce a town name. That's its job. It's not going to do anything else. I know some people hate AI and all it, but it is actually pretty useful for that. What does a water spout mean? A water spout is essentially a tornado over water. So we've got weather spotters that have reported that there's a tornado over the water and it's moving on shore. From what I can tell from the latest radar imagery, it looks like it's pretty far offshore right now, and you've got several minutes before it actually makes landfall, essentially. But if it does make landfall, it's going to happen between West Dismal Key and Goodland, right there near the 10,000 Islands National Wildlife Refuge. So confirmed tornado warning. We need everybody over here in Collier County to take shelter now. Marcus, where can I get the Ryan Hall snow meter? That's such a random question. There's a link in the description. How is a waterspout different from a hurricane? A waterspout is significantly different from a hurricane in it's much smaller, right? A waterspout is a mesoscale storm similar to a tornado, right? You know, tornadoes are powerful storms, but they happen in very, very small areas. Hurricanes are much more powerful systems. Think of tornadoes as a part of a storm, and a hurricane is a whole storm. So tornadoes happen a lot of times in hurricanes, as they are small mesoscale events, and hurricanes are just much larger systems that are actually just the whole low pressure system, and once again can actually spawn tornadoes within them. So they're two totally different things. They're both spinning water and air, you know, so I see the connection that a lot of people draw there. Yeah, the easiest way to put it is one of them's much smaller than the other. And a waterspout is just simply a tornado that's over water. So if you're just now tuning in right now, we've got a confirmed tornado warning for Collier County, Florida. It's kind of derailed us a little bit from our evacuation coverage and our general storm coverage that we're talking about here with Hurricane Milton. We're going to get back to that, but I do want to make sure we're drawing attention to the hurricane or the tornado. Sorry, now you guys got me confused. Come back over here to multi. I've also got to work out little bugs like this during this stream so it doesn't bother me tomorrow. What was we just on there? View. Let's delete that. Bear with me, y'all. just making the thing a little bit easier to look at here. All right. Okay. Yeah, so above my head there, that's the current strength and the projected path and intensity of the storm. So yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a confirmed tornado warning in Collier County, Florida. I'll keep you updated on that if there are updates. But right now, it's pretty much, everything that we've already said. We're pretty sure that we've got a tornado or a waterspout here that's going to be coming onto land soon. And we will keep you updated on that. Let's go out to the Gulf of Mexico view. I'm trying to get the satellite set up for us here. Yeah, so major hurricane Milton, Category 4 right now, 929 millibars central pressure, 150 mile per hour winds. We estimate that landfall is going to occur likely in about 1 day, 7 hours, 56 minutes, and 33 seconds. It's a rough estimate. We might be off by a little bit, but we'll dynamically change that as we know more. We do currently believe that the storm is going to intensify over the next little bit. And that means that there's a chance that this actually becomes a Category 5 hurricane again today as it moves up to the north and west of Cuba. It's not going to make landfall in Florida as a Category 5, but it will be a Category 5 probably at some point today. And all of the cameras that you're seeing there, some of those are in Collier County. And the reason that we're looking at those specifically is because that's where our tornado warning is. But also, we're just keeping an eye on the evacuations, right? We've got over 1 million people trying to get out of some of these places right now in Southwest Florida. And we're just showing you what the roads look like as that evacuation happens. This will probably be our last big hurricane of the year. Don't want to speak too soon, but it's very likely going to be the last one that we have to worry about in any significant way. There's other storms that could pop up. We've had them well into October before. Yeah, I'm knocking on wood hard right now. Yeah, if you guys have any, once again, if you want to be a part of the broadcast here, one of the good ways of doing that is if you have pictures or videos that you want to share with us. Some of you guys are on the road, so if you have pictures or videos of the traffic, if there's any price gouging going on at the gas stations, we can call out some daggone businesses or something. Send those pictures over to me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, on X, and I'll share images and videos from you. It's something that we try to do during every live stream, but sometimes we get real busy with the tornado warnings, which is unfortunately something that might happen again today. But that's the easiest way to share images with me right now. We're working on an app or a website where you can just send them that way, and then it's easy. But right now, it's just Twitter, man. Hey, Andrew says, hey, Ryan, I live on a boat that's 20 years old in the Gulf of Mexico. Do I need to evacuate? I think I need more information. Are you on the west? Where are you in the path of the storm? If so, then yeah, you probably should get out of that boat and don't be a piece of debris that's floating around in the storm surge, So yeah, I would say so if you're in the path of the storm. Sorry, I can't be much more help than that. Nightmare Inc. says, I'm watching you for all the updates. I'm in Palm Bay, Florida. Just wondering what your take on what we or you wrote that beautifully, man. I'm having a hard time reading today. I understand what you're trying to say, though. What's going to happen in Palm Bay? Hurricane force winds. You're under a hurricane warning. There is a tornado threat. Storm surge, not so much. The biggest problem for you is going to be the long duration of 80 mile per hour plus winds that will happen early in the morning on Thursday, and then the potential flooding threat that's going to happen following that. So if you're prepared for that, you should be good. Bro lives on a boat. I mean, that's pretty cool, unless there's a hurricane coming. Like, actually, you know what? There's are ways where that could potentially work out, but no, I wouldn't try it. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, this is live coverage of major Hurricane Milton as it makes its final approach to Florida. We're going to be here for most of the day going over the forecast and going over the latest news about the storm, and honestly just kind of really hyper focusing and analyzing the satellite as the storm is trying to regain strength. We're really trying to pinpoint how strong is this storm going to get before it starts weakening in a significant way, because we do know that it is going to weaken as it moves towards Florida tomorrow. It's got all day today, though, to ramp back up. And if it does, then that means that the impacts along the western side of Florida are going to be greater than what they otherwise would be. Yeah, it's getting bigger. That's for sure. The hurricane is getting much bigger. Let's take another look at it on the visible satellite, and wow, it's very organized, y'all. Not what we want to see. Not what you want to see. The eye is very symmetrical right now. So this thing is, once again, the eyewall replacement cycle is finished, which is part of the reasons why it fell apart a little bit last night. That's definitely finished, and now we have another monster low pressure system just ready to start sinking again. Latest pressure readings are about 929 millibars. Last night we got down to 897, and if you're wondering what that means, just the lower the number, the worse the storm. Okay, and actually it's very rare to get below 900. That's whenever you get below 900, you're approaching the mathematical possibilities of what the atmosphere has to offer. It's literally impossible, given the laws of physics and fluid dynamics and the way that the world works, to go much deeper than that. So a lot of the atmosphere is displaced here, allowing for the massive upward motion and sucking of the storm, and then of course the 180 mile per hour winds that were associated with that. I don't know if we're going to get back to that, but we're going to try to get close. As anytime you see a hurricane with a well-defined circular eye like this over the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico, it's not going to go well. Does daytime heating from the sun strengthen hurricanes? It does in a way, but it doesn't happen the same way that it does with tornadoes and supercells and that kind of thing. One of the things to keep in mind here is that the entire path of this storm is covered by clouds. So there is no sun shining on the ocean where this storm's going, for the most part. In fact, there's actually a lot of thunderstorms and rain clouds, which is going to cool the top of the ocean a little bit. But the way that actually works, if there was sunshine happening in front of the storm, is it would take a long time for it to make any significant difference in the actual surface water temperature, and the strengthening actually wouldn't happen until overnight. So if you've got a storm that's moving pretty quick into an area that's been receiving sunshine all day, and then overnight the storm moves over that warm waters, you will get the intensification as a result of that heating after the sun goes down 90% of the time. With this storm, we're purely driven by the ocean heat content, not necessarily just the sea surface temperatures. So the top of the water, the top layer of the ocean doesn't matter as much to this storm because we've got deep, warm water way below the surface. So as the storm moves in and, the waves are kind of tumbling the water around and all that kind of stuff, a lot of times that would bring cooler water up to the surface, but there is no cooler water to bring up to the surface because we've got deep ocean heat content, and that's going to have much more of an effect than diurnal heating or sunlight heating or whatever you want to call it. This one doesn't need that, is what I'm trying to say. Travelers, if you're traveling into or out of Florida, know that some airports in the area, including Tampa, are closed, or they are closing ahead of Hurricane Milton. There's a Twitter account at FAA News where you can check directly with your airline for airport information and flight cancellations. Oh, and by the way, so we're keeping an eye, right, on our hurricane hunters. Hurricane hunters are making a pass through the eye, or they just made a pass through the eye not too long ago. Let's see if they've got anything interesting here. Oh, wow. Yeah, 925 millibars. There you go. So it's strengthening again. So we went from 929 millibars to now 925, a 4 millibar drop. Which if we see another one of those, if this plane makes another pass and it shows 921 millibars, then we've got big problems. So this is the plane right here. This is real time. It's going to turn around more than likely and then go through the eye of the storm again. And that reading is going to be very important for our understanding of the storm. If that number is going down again, and it's going down at a good pace, then I have a lot of confidence in the fact that this will be a Category 5 again before too long. And by the way, lots of you guys are asking, wait, what? They fly? Wait, what? Did you say they fly a plane into the hurricane? Yeah, they do. This is what it looks like. So that is that's our hurricane hunters, our brave hurricane hunters out there. Honestly, some of the bravest people, some of the bravest scientists on Earth, flying into the strongest. Not of course, you know, everybody involved here, especially on the ground, is brave, right? The storm chasers, everybody. There's an aspect of bravery that has to go into that. But flying a daggone airplane into one. That's on another level. And if it wasn't for those guys, we would know nothing about this storm. There's not a ton of buoys. there's not a ton of, ways to get information about this over the ocean. There's nothing out there. We can't talk to fish yet. So we have to fly into the thing to get the pressure readings and to get the wind speed estimations so that we know what to expect next. And also, all of that data is fed into our models, which then make the forecasts better. So if it wasn't for them, we'd be in the dark. Thankfully, we have satellite, which does help a lot. But even with satellite, we're not quite as prepared or informed as we are with the hurricane hunters. Richard says, Ryan, can Milton be compared to Katrina as far as Tampa is concerned with the storm surge? Remember, Katrina was Cat 3 at landfall. So my short answer to that question is yes, absolutely. And like, it's that kind of language that is, unfortunately, it puts me in a place where, some people might think that I'm being exaggerative or fear mongering. But at the same time, other people, it might be exactly what I need to say to actually get them to take it seriously. The truth of the matter is nobody knows, man. Like nobody knows. The situations that happened, the things that happened to make Katrina bad were pretty unique to that area, right? The things that are going to happen that will make this one bad for wherever it hits, that's also going to be pretty unique to that area. So there's definitely no one-to-one comparison. But to put it, in a simpler term, yes, like Hurricane Katrina is almost an exact situation like this. It was a Category 5 over the Gulf, and it weakened on its approach to New Orleans. And because it was weakening, a lot of people didn't care about it. A lot of people thought it was going to be no big deal. But similar to this storm, the eye got really big on its approach as it was weakening. The wind field spread out very wide, like this one's going to, like Milton's going to, and that created a devastating and, obviously a deadly storm surge that we still will be talking about for generations. Is that going to happen in Tampa? Nobody can tell you that, but like, is that a possibility? Is that something that we need to think of? Is that something that we need to say to hopefully get people to evacuate? I think yes, absolutely. Let's talk about some major hurricanes of the past. 2005, we had Hurricane Katrina. 14-foot storm surge, okay? Think of that. You learn about Katrina in daggone history class. We talk about this as if it's one of the craziest things that's ever happened. 14-foot storm surge. We expect there are some places that will see more storm surge than that with this storm, okay? Category 3 landfall, 125 mile per hour winds, probably quite similar to Milton. 902 millibar center at peak. Milton has had an 897 millibars at its peak, which is lower and more intense. 920 at landfall, 15 inches of rain in Louisiana, and it was, at its maximum intensity, it was a Cat 5 with 175 mile per hour winds. In 2018, we had Hurricane Michael with a 14.7 foot storm surge. In 2022, we had Hurricane Ian with 15 feet. And in 2023, we had Hurricane Idalia with a storm surge around 8 feet. So just to kind of put it into perspective, we are expecting in the hardest hit areas at least 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, which will put it on this list of notoriously terrible storms. By the way, we still have a confirmed tornado warning here for Collier County, Florida. It's the rotation is just now getting to land. So we had apparently we had weather spotters reporting a water spout moving on shore forever ago, it seems like. But the water spout, according to radar, seemed like it was kind of offshore a little bit. But now that rotation is moving on to shore, and we still have that warning. So if you're in Collier County, Florida, please take shelter. And especially if you're around Goodland or West Dismal Key, or a little bit farther in towards the Royal Palm Hammock and Weavers Station. Yeah, and look at how well defined the eye of Milton is right now. I'll show you in 3D. Hey, don't fall. Don't fall as we peer into this deep eye. Look at this. So things are coming together quite quickly as we watch the second phase of the intensification of Hurricane Milton. The eye is much bigger now than it was yesterday, which is what we expected. We expected that to happen, and now here we are. And you can just tell that it's raring up again. That last big convective burst that's wrapping around there is pretty similar to some of the stuff that we saw yesterday. So if you are just now tuning in, what we are looking at here is, of course, Milton, Hurricane Milton, undergoing yet another round of rapid intensification. Over the past 15 to 30 minutes on this satellite imagery here, we can very clearly see that the eyewall is becoming more symmetrical, but we've had significant warming and clearing is evident again in the center of the storm. All signs point to this thing's getting ready to go nuts again. The pressure and maximum winds of Milton are similar to Rita in 2005 at its peak. Rita went through an eyewall replacement cycle and encountered some wind shear coming on shore a couple days later, barely a Category 3, but it still produced devastating 15-foot storm surge that went miles inland. So we have like a book full of situations where we had a Cat 5 that became a Cat 3, and then it caused, a devastating disaster. That's why we're all so, almost certain that that's going to happen here. Yeah, 2005 was crazy, man. Rita and Katrina, and there was just lots of big storms. Also, yeah, lots of people in the chat are asking about Category 6 hurricanes. Category 6 hurricanes. Yeah, there's no such thing. There is no category beyond a 5. It's a 1 to 5 scale. Once you're at a Cat 5, it's no longer a question of if substantial damage occurs. It's just how quickly substantial damage occurs. There's no need for a 6, right? Like what are you trying to communicate? Yeah, sure. Obviously, we start calling a hurricane a Category 5 at 157 mile per hour winds. The 200 mile per hour winds is a lot worse than that. But like, how much worse? Like, what's the difference make? Like 157, 200, like it's almost unsurvivable if you're in those. So like, get out, and if we ever have a 220 or 230 mile per hour storm, it's the same deal. Like once it's to 5, it don't matter no more. You got to get the heck out of there. So, it's just one of those things where it's kind of similar to being like, you're filling up your gas tank, right? Let's say you go get gas and you're watching the needle go up. There's empty to full. And you're like, I wonder if I wonder if we're going to reach extra full. Like, what does that even mean? Like, it just doesn't exist. It's going to stop once you get full. The meter. There's not going to magically appear another tick on your gasometer or whatever that thing's called. Oh my gosh. Today is Kenzie's birthday. Everybody say happy birthday to Kenzie. Kenzie does a lot of things. I'm probably going to do a disservice to her by listing the things off the top of my head that she does, but she wears a lot of hats here at the Y'all Squad and the Ryan Hall Y'all channel. But Kenzie's responsible for a lot of stuff associated with our website and social media. You know, if you know our channel, you know Kenzie. And Kenzie's in the chat. Everybody say happy birthday to Kenzie, one of our great team members here. And she says, today is my birthday. I think we can raise $10,800 because October 8th for the Y'all Squad and cross today's disaster relief goal. I think we can. Kenzie, I think we can too. And if we don't do it for any other reason, we should do it since it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Kenzie. Happy birthday, Kenzie. Huge shout out to everybody that's here right now and being so supportive. Once again, I am going to be here all day. I'm getting ready to start again through another round of going through all of the forecast and explaining everything because we've got so many new people in here. But before I do that, please consider sharing the stream to help us get this potentially vital information out in front of as many people as possible. There's some people that don't have cable, or maybe they're going down the road on the evacuation route right now, and YouTube would just be a really easy way for them to get some vital information over the car stereo. Send this link to them: Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. You've got my permission to like repurpose this and put it wherever you want to. I don't care. Just try to make sure that we get this information out to as many people as possible. All right. And also, if you don't want to do that, then just hit the like button here on YouTube, because then the YouTube algorithm is going to do the heavy lifting for us, and it'll put us in front of the right people, which it looks like it's already doing a good job. There's a lot of people here right now, and like it's sunny in Florida for the most part. Well, it's kind of cloudy, but we don't have a hurricane yet in Florida. So we're doing a good job reaching people, and I just want to make sure that we can get to as many people as possible. I'm going to be here all day today and during the entire process of the storm. 100% free, commercial free, wall-to-wall coverage. So yeah, help. The only way that we reach people is through you. So thank you. Thank you, Bob. Sonny, thank you. Thank y'all. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, welcome to Hurricane Milton pre-coverage. We are currently talking about major Category 4 Hurricane Milton out there in the Gulf of Mexico. It is gaining strength once again as it goes towards Florida. It's currently got a central pressure of 929 millibars, but we just had a plane fly through there and measure 925. So that's going to get updated here soon. We've got wind speeds of around 150 miles per hour. We estimate that landfall is going to occur in approximately 1 day, 7 hours, 28 minutes, and 55 seconds. Might be a little bit off. We have hurricane warnings for pretty much the entire peninsula of Florida, especially right through the center part. And we have evacuations going on. Look at all these cars, y'all. And look at how in every one of these shots, it's just one side of the road that's packed, because everybody's leaving. Everybody's getting the heck out of there, which is what you should be doing if you're in Tampa. or if you're in Venice, if you're in Sarasota, or anywhere in between, you got to go. You do not have to go all the way plumb over to Alaska. You do not have to go on a vacation. You just need to go inland a little bit. Okay? Couple miles sometimes is all we need. Tens of miles is ideal. Grandma's house, a friend, a loved one, a public shelter, a hotel, lots of options. So, once again, if you can, evacuate now. We need everybody to be where they're going to be tonight. You need to be where you're going to ride this hurricane out tonight. So you need to rush your preparations to completion today. You've got till tonight to get there. All right, here's the latest graphic. And this is actually going to update soon. But we might as well go over it again. Here's the latest cone. Forecast cone from the National Hurricane Center. We've got Hurricane Milton out there just north of the Yucatan Peninsula. It caused significant problems in Progreso and Merida up there in Yucatan. It's now moving away from those areas. Thankfully, it didn't devastate. As far as I know, we didn't have any sort of like major disaster because the core of the storm didn't make landfall, but even just the outside was causing some big time problems in Progreso last night. All right, so now that's going to move away from the Yucatan Peninsula. Those hurricane warnings, which are highlighted in red there, are going to be allowed to expire, but then we start focusing on the peninsula of Florida. You see that big chunk of red right there in the center of Florida? If you live in the red, you're under a hurricane warning. So this is going to be a bad day for you tomorrow. Late tomorrow night into early tomorrow morning. Landfall is going to, or I should say early Thursday morning. Landfall is going to occur sometime between 7 p.m. tomorrow and 3 a.m. Thursday. That's a big window, I know. But it's going to happen sometime in there, I promise. And right now, we've got... my best guess is that landfall is probably going to happen around midnight. But the impacts are going to start being felt as early as 8 a.m. So we're going to start to see those tropical storm force winds arrive through a lot of southwestern Florida around 8 a.m. And if the wind field expands enough, which it looks like it's going to try to, we might see some tropical storm force winds as far north as up there towards Pensacola as early as 8 a.m. as well. The farther east you are in the state, the later it's going to take to get there. It'll probably be afternoon before it gets to Orlando. It'll probably be later in the evening before it gets to Jacksonville. But all of these places are expected to see some tropical storm force wind gusts at least. Yeah, it's automatic. It's automatic, Ellie. It won't update again. By the way, everybody who's keeping up with the hurricane tracker down there with the pressure and the wind speed, that's only going to update when we get an official update from the National Hurricane Center. It doesn't update from the planes. But we should get an update soon. Okay, so for those of you who are just tuning in, we've got Milton, Hurricane Milton out there re-strengthening again. It fell apart last night. All right. Yesterday, we had one of the strongest storms the Earth has ever seen, as far as we know, as far as we've been able to record. Last night, it went through an eyewall replacement cycle, and it weakened significantly. Right now we've got a Category 4 hurricane. Last night we had a high-end Category 5. However, right now the storm is getting away from the Yucatan Peninsula. It's getting away from the friction that helped aid in that weakening process, and it's entering even warmer waters, much warmer than they were when the thing hit Category 5 yesterday. So it is going to rapidly intensify once again today. I believe that it's going to become a Category 5 again today. So we're watching that right now as the storm continues to progress and develop. So the thing is, though, at some point today, it is going to stop intensifying, and it is going to start its weakening phase on its final approach to Florida. That's probably going to happen this evening. All right. And as it moves towards Florida, it's going to grow in size and it's going to remain an extremely dangerous hurricane. A large area of destructive storm surge is going to occur along parts of the west coast of Florida. And this is an extremely life-threatening situation. If you live out here, you should definitely follow the advice given by local officials and evacuate immediately if you're told to do so. Devastating hurricane-force winds are expected along portions of the west coast of Florida, where a hurricane warning is in effect. But that hurricane warning is also in effect for places like Orlando and Daytona Beach. Even in the center of the peninsula of Florida, we have that hurricane warning. The winds will be slightly less bad in Orlando than they will be in Tampa, for example, but they're still going to be bad enough to cause problems. Life-threatening hurricane-force winds, especially in gusts, are expected to spread across inland Florida, across the peninsula, and protection or preparations to protect your life and property should also be rushed to completion by tonight. So even if you're inland in Orlando, you're far away from the coast, you've still got a big problem on your hands with big time rainfall event and just the damaging winds that are going to come with potentially a Category 2 moving all the way across Florida. CG says, what are the odds of it making landfall as a Category 4 or 5? Making landfall as a 5, odds are incredibly low. A 4, I could see that. It's the reason why we're live today. Okay? The reason why we are live today is because this is going to be one of those situations where we're more nowcasting than forecasting. Every little wobble of the storm, every little eyewall replacement cycle that happens, we have to keep an eye on, and that's going to determine the strength at landfall. Right now, best guess is a 3, but it's definitely not out of the question that this maintains enough strength to make landfall as a 4. But hey, equally, there's a chance that this makes landfall as a Category 2. I would say that a Category 1 and a 5 are out of the question at this point. We have that much confidence. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Whenever we talk about the categories for hurricanes, I actually don't like that. I don't like that system. It's similar to how we rate tornadoes. I hate the way that we rate tornadoes on a scale of 1 to 5 based on the damage. It's very hard to communicate that to people, and a lot of times it ends up leaving a lot unsaid, and it leaves a lot to interpretation, and it's just a terrible method. I'm sorry. I have similar feelings about the way that we do hurricanes, the Saffir-Simpson scale. Okay. I do not think that the categories are the best way to do it, because even though the wind speeds are going to go down, which is the only thing that matters when we're rating hurricanes on a scale of 1 to 5, even though the winds are going to go down, the overall potential impact of the storm is going up. It becomes a more dangerous storm, even though the winds are going down. All right. So there needs to be some sort of way that we can communicate easily the overall impact of a storm that includes storm surge, at least. Because as the winds go down on this storm's approach to Florida, the wind field is going to get larger. So a much bigger area is going to be impacted by hurricane force winds. Yeah, they're not as strong in the tiny little area around the core, but they're much stronger hundreds of miles outside of the core, which is a bigger deal. And also, we've got that much more wind and that much more energy to push water onto the shore, along more of the shore. So yeah, the wind speeds are technically going to be going down as the storm approaches Florida, but the potential danger of the storm actually continues to go up, despite the fact that we are losing some strength. So yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is it doesn't matter. It does not matter what the category is, in my opinion. Whenever it makes landfall, because we know that this is going to be moving a lot of water. In fact, the peak storm surge forecast right now is for approximately 10 to 15 feet in the Tampa Bay area. Okay, this also includes, it's not just Tampa Bay. I want to make sure that we are being very clear about that. I'm very concerned about places near Englewood. Okay, even Port Charlotte, the Charlotte Harbor. I think that you guys have got things to be concerned about as well, especially if this thing ticks just slightly farther south. So Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Grove City, Englewood, South Venice, Siesta Key, Sarasota, Longboat Key, Bradenton Beach, St. Petersburg, St. Pete Beach, and of course Tampa and all the places around Tampa. You guys are under the gun for potentially the most, significant storm surge. Once again, 10 to 15 feet. Remember Hurricane Katrina? That was 14 feet. Remember Hurricane Ian? 15 feet. Insert whatever terrible storm here, probably about 15 feet. So this has the ability to be one of the big storms, one of our worst disasters that we've ever had to deal with here. And nobody alive today has ever seen a storm of this magnitude in Tampa. Okay, it's been well over 100 years since we've had a major hurricane make landfall in Tampa. So we don't know what it's going to, we don't know. We don't know what the, exactly how the infrastructure is going to handle it. So that's why we've been urging people to evacuate. And thankfully, they are. Look at this, y'all. Absolutely packed out there. Millions of people are evacuating. Tampa, Englewood, that whole area. And once again, you don't have to go 100 miles inland. You don't have to hop on a plane. Tens of miles inland is all we need a lot of the times. Okay, it looks like there is a new update out. Bear with me as I load it up. By the way, that tornado warning that we were talking about earlier has been allowed to expire. Okay, so yeah, I'm just waiting for our graphics to populate with the latest information before we go over that. So I'm going to pause. I'm going to stop going through the graphics just so we can wait for them to update. Because we did just get a new advisory, 14A. So hold on. We're going to get right back into the forecast as soon as we get this new information. By the way, here's the Saffir-Simpson scale for anybody that doesn't know about it. Siverin says, do you think Tampa General Hospital will have to put the aqua fence back up? It saved the hospital during Helene. If it saved the hospital during Helene, then yes, there's going to be a lot more storm surge with this one. Like, I can say that without a doubt. Like, this is definitely going to be worse than Helene. Even if it's not nearly as bad as what we think that it's going to be worse than Helene. For Tampa, well, let me make sure I phrase that right. It's not going to be worse than Helene, certainly overall. It has the chance to be, but for Tampa specifically, this will likely be worse than Helene. And I would say they already have that aqua fence up. I would be surprised if they didn't. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we're waiting on some graphics to update so I can show you the latest from the National Hurricane Center as Hurricane Milton is strengthening again. The eyewall replacement cycle has completed, and it's very likely going to be a Category 5, even either on this update that we're about to look at or in the next one. It was a Category 5 last night. It weakened a little bit overnight and during the early morning hours. Yeah, so just some preliminary information here. We still have a Category 4. According to that most recent update. Still don't have the graphics yet. I'll show you that right here in a second. But we still have a Category 4 on our hands, but we are literally 2 miles per hour away from Category 5. So Hurricane Milton is still officially a Category 4 right now, with maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour. If it was 157, it would be a Category 5. So that means that I am now 100% sure that this is going to become a Category 5 again. There's no way that it doesn't intensify enough to go up 2 miles per hour. So we are going to see a double dipper here with the Category 5 status, especially given the presentation on satellite. If this is 155 mile per hour winds right now, it's about to be much more than that. And you can tell with the major convection that we're seeing here, this is just now getting started, y'all. This is just now getting started with its new life that it's found over here in the much warmer waters of the Gulf of Mexico to the north and east of the Yucatan. The pressure went down as well, yes. And there you go. We've got our graphic has updated here. 923 millibars. millibars, 155 mile per hour winds. The official cone from the National Hurricane Center still doesn't have a 5 on here, but once again, I am almost certain that this is going to be a Category 5 in the next 30 minutes. Okay. We still look to have a Category 3 at 8 p.m. tomorrow, 8 p.m. tomorrow. And then it still looks like this is going to make landfall as a Category 3. And then it's going to maintain strength, potentially being a Category 2 near Orlando on October 10th at 8 a.m. So not much change in the forecast here, which is a little bit surprising. I think that we are definitely going to have a period of time where this is a Category 5. It's not weakening anytime soon. So we did get a little bit of an update on the placement of the track here, but it's also not it's not very common for them to do major updates to the track with the special advisories. So this is advisory 14A, right? So the A indicates that we might not see that 5 listed on the track here. It's just a slight little change in the cone. So I'm sure the National, the National Hurricane Center sees what's going on here, and honestly, we don't need it. We don't need the little marker here to know that the storm's getting stronger. Hey, thank you, Jennifer, one of our great moderators. Thank you for being a member for 13 months. You're awesome. You're always here. This thing won't make a northern track into South Carolina. No. This thing's going to run away from South Carolina quickly. It's going to go way out yonder. It's going to be a fish storm after it gets done with Florida. This storm in particular has a problem with Florida and Florida only. Yep. If you're just now tuning in, we just got an update from the National Hurricane Center about the pressure and the wind speed. We haven't really gotten a major update on the track and forecast yet, which is something that we can, we're going to look at on our own through the weather models here in just a second. But the update is that the Hurricane Milton is now almost a Category 5 again. We've got 155 mile per hour sustained winds. That, if it was 157 miles per hour, then we would have a Category 5. So, we essentially have a Category 5 again, as the storm is continuing to gain strength right now on its approach to Florida. We do still expect that it will weaken before it makes landfall. It's not going to make landfall as a Category 5. However, we've spent now, I believe, 2 hours talking about how that doesn't matter. The wind speeds going down as this thing makes landfall is not going to make it any better of a situation for anybody involved. We're mostly concerned about the storm surge here, which is actually going to get worse as the wind field expands, as the winds decrease. So, that's why we're so adamant about getting people to evacuate. It's going to be a bad day in Tampa and surrounding areas tomorrow night into early tomorrow morning. We expect landfall to occur sometime around midnight tomorrow. Ryan, will this be a major tornado threat? If it's Cat 2 near Orlando, I wouldn't say there's a major tornado threat. However, there's definitely a tornado threat in Orlando tomorrow.
Hey Ryan, it's Riley. Do you have a copy?
Yeah, Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, so obviously I'm not with the stream as much as I normally would be today because I have school going on, but I was just on the phone with Caleb and he said that he is on the southbound interstate and he just had a trooper come up the on-ramp going in the opposite direction. So this is something that we've heard about possibly happening over the next couple of days. And it sounds like that the evacuation traffic has gotten so bad down there in the Tampa Bay region that they're actually going to flip the southbound highway and interstates to northbound in order to allow more lanes of traffic evacuating from the area.
Wow, that's actually pretty wild. Thank you, Riley, for that information. So yeah, and one of the other things that we're keeping an eye on here is the evacuation, which is well underway. Yesterday, this looked pretty much the same. We've got millions of people evacuating Florida, southwestern Florida right now. And so far, everything seems to be going as smooth as it can be when you're dealing with one of the biggest evacuations Florida's ever had to deal with. But of course, there are some problems out there with gas stations being out of gas and hotels being booked up and that kind of thing. And obviously there's going to be major delays on the interstates, I-75, 245, 4, even I-95 in some parts. You're going to have a rough time, getting smooth travel until you get pretty far away from that cone of uncertainty there. Yeah, we did have a tornado warning earlier, but that has been allowed to expire. Hey, Fox Valley says, hey, Ryan, is there any news on where the Y'all Squad is going to be staging or nothing concrete yet? We've got some options. From my understanding, we've talked to people and officials in places as far south as Fort Myers and as far north as north of Tampa and everywhere in between. So it's just one of those things where we're going to assess the situation after the storm's done. But it'll likely be somewhere around Tampa where we end up setting up. We will be posting on the Y'all Squad accounts when we have a solid plan. So make sure you follow us over on Twitter, Facebook, and all that stuff. And also subscribe to us on YouTube. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since we posted on YouTube because we've been so busy here. But we've got a ton of content to release over there to show you what we've been up to. And we've been doing a lot. I mean, especially since May, which is, I think, the last time that we've updated that channel. We've done a lot of tornado relief, and obviously we're doing a lot with Helene. We're going to do a lot with Milton, and we'll be releasing some stuff just to show you what you've helped with over there on that YouTube channel. Man, this thing is exploding. Look at that. It's probably a Category 5 now. We just don't have a plane in there. Hurricane Milton. If you're just now tuning in, Hurricane Milton is currently a Category 4. I mean, if you go inside of the hurricane and you go, it's Category 5. Literally, it's that close. So that's where we are right now. We essentially have a Category 5 hurricane out here in the Gulf of Mexico, north and west of Cuba, and it's slowly but surely moving up to the north and east towards Florida. And Hurricane Milton today is probably about to make another run at one of the strongest tropical cyclones in history in the Atlantic Basin. And yesterday I made a tweet about that, and a lot of people was like, Ryan, no, it's not the Atlantic, it's the Gulf. The Gulf is in the Atlantic. So just to clear that up. So we had an eyewall replacement cycle, and it's complete now. It's finished, and the storm is about to be over even warmer waters than what it was over yesterday. Okay, so the rockets are going off in that thing. We see explosive convection. We see a more and more symmetrical eye by the minute. We're probably already looking at wind gusts approaching 190 miles per hour, if not greater than that. And it's just a monster of a storm, and it's going to take another run, once again, at being one of the strongest storms we've ever recorded. But it will also weaken before it gets to Florida, and we'll talk more about that here in a minute. But the stronger it gets right now, the reason why we're kind of gawking at the satellite imagery and the reason why this matters so much, today we're going to spend several hours here just looking at a daggone, airplane icon going through the storm and then hyper analyzing the millibars. You know what I'm saying? The reason we're doing that is because it matters a lot. How strong the storm gets right now is going to matter a lot when it comes to determining the impacts over there in Tampa. Now, it's not going to make a major difference in the sense that it could make or break the situation. No, it's like if this ends up becoming a high-end Category 5 again, or even if it just deepens down to 9, 10 millibars or something before it starts weakening again, that's that much more energy that has to unwind before it gets there. So that means that the winds could be higher upon landfall. Also, the stronger it gets right now, it's already on its trajectory, right? It's already starting to move more north than east, and it's going to start pulling that water with it. And as it starts going towards Florida, it's going to make a beeline. It's no longer going to curve. And whenever that happens, whenever you've got a system like this moving in one direction, it more efficiently moves the water and causes our problems with storm surge. So the momentum that we get right now from a stronger storm is going to remain with us even as the winds die down as the storm makes landfall. So that's why we're paying so much attention to it, even though we know it's going to be less winds whenever it makes landfall. We have very cold convection wrapping around the eyewall right now, which is indicated by the little satellite imagery down there. The brighter colors, that tells us that those cloud tops are very cold. And we can infer from that they're likely very tall, because the higher up you go, usually, the colder things get. So that means that we've got explosive clouds, big towers popping up, and very quickly and efficiently completely encapsulating the eye, proving that we have a very strong storm with a very potent core once again. Latest infrared satellite imagery shows the eye clearing out and warming over the last hour or so. Yeah, I think the next official update that we get, it'll be officially a Cat 5 for sure. Leslie says, "Hey Ryan, I watched a video earlier today from Calico Cow. The woman said that you were the only one that warned them of the possible intensity of Helene in North Carolina. You're appreciated by many people." Thank you, Leslie, for that. And I'm glad that we could help. With Hurricane Helene, I think that everybody in the weather industry did a fantastic job. I think that, you know, obviously there's more than just me involved in this, like the Weather Prediction Center, National Weather Service, everybody, Hurricane Center. The forecast for that storm was great, and everybody that was involved did a really good job. Unfortunately, we've still got to do better, right? And we learned that. Yeah, thank you for that. And I'm glad that we were able to help a lot of people. And once again, we're still going to be in that area for a while with the Y'all Squad. In some capacity. Chandra is probably going to go back soon and do some things, and you'll see. Yes, yeah, this is going to be a bad one. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, we're starting to see I-75 north. Looks like it's standstill. Looks like the cars are not moving at all there in Collier County, Florida, which is interesting. Not interesting. It's just good to see. That's pretty far south. So we've got people taking this seriously way down there past Fort Myers even. Yep, I'm going to be here for a lot of the day today. We're not going to be here for like the full 12 hours, more than likely. Unless like we need to, you know, we had a tornado warning earlier. If we start getting more tornado warnings, we'll stay around. But my goal is to be here just to kind of go over the forecast, answer questions, and kind of keep you updated as we have, you know, new information, like from the hurricane hunters and stuff like that, because things are going to change rapidly. If I would have made a video this morning, it would have already been outdated by now. You know, so like basically what I'm doing is I'm just making a new video every 30 minutes, but in a live format. You know what I'm saying? That's essentially what I'm doing here. And then I'm taking breaks in between to answer stuff in the chat and stuff like that. Nowcasting, yeah. 155-mile-per-hour Category 4 Hurricane Milton is undergoing some changes at the moment as the eye of the storm is clearing again since it closed Tuesday night. So yeah, back to this. This is the expected storm surge forecast. 10 to 15 feet in Tampa, 6 to 10 feet in Charlotte Harbor, everywhere in between. Needs to be aware of that and know what they're going to do. Remember, if you are not prepared yet, if you haven't completed your precautions, your hurricane plan, if you're not where you're going to be to ride out this storm tonight, then you're late. Okay, you got to be done tonight. And we need you to be completely prepared and ready to go by tonight, hopefully. Additionally, I want to talk about the flash flooding risk again. We've got a big time, heavy rain risk over the next 3 days. Most of that's going to be tomorrow, obviously, through early Thursday morning. But you see that high risk there. That's the pink zone. That includes Orlando. That includes, where else does that include? Lakeland. It includes Tampa, obviously. Spring Hill, Mount Dora, Daytona, and almost up there to Gainesville, but not quite. You guys are under a moderate risk of flash flooding and excessive rainfall, but this does include places like Orlando, once again. So essentially, this is going to be where we had the best chance of experiencing life-threatening flash flooding that is not associated directly with storm surge. Storm surge is going to be a big problem, but even well inland, like near Orlando, we could have a flash flooding that could cause very similar problems. So make sure you are prepared for that if you live in a flood-prone area, or even if you don't. Ask our friends in North Carolina. In Hurricane Helene, we were talking about this same exact thing. We had a high risk of, it looked just like this, the pink zone. That was, in North Carolina. We talked about the life-threatening flooding. We talked about what could happen, and it did. Okay, I'm not saying that we're going to have a repeat of what happened in North Carolina because that was a really unique situation. However, it's a very rare thing, and it's a very serious thing whenever the Weather Prediction Center puts out this high risk of excessive rainfall, and you are in that if you're in Orlando, Tampa, Spring Hill, the Villages, or any place like that. What's prompting it? Well, we're going to see very quickly over a foot of rain. Lots of places in the peninsula are going to see anywhere from 6 to 12 inches of rain. I think the hardest hit places will be areas like Lutz, Dade City, Four Corners, and maybe even over there towards Scottsmore and places like Daytona. You guys are going to potentially see well over a foot of rain. So get ready for that. And it's going to come down fast. This is a situation where the storm itself has record-breaking precipitable water values, all right? Because the storm is warm, right? We've got very warm waters that assists in its ability to pick up water from the Gulf and dump it down in the form of precipitation. So it's going to rain harder than it normally would in a hurricane. You guys are used to tropical rains down here in Florida. This is going to be a little bit more intense. So we've got to take the flooding very seriously. It could be life-threatening. And once again, I just want to make sure that we never have a situation where people overlook the flooding, because we learned with Helene that is definitely not the right thing to do. The winds, the storm surge is a little bit more flashy. A little bit, for some reason, people really take that seriously, but a lot of times people don't take the flooding seriously. All right, I'm sitting down for a minute. I'll see y'all down there. I got a couple bites in. Should we worry about Miami? I wouldn't say worry. You definitely pay attention to the weather, but you guys are far enough south to where the majority of the bad things that could happen with the storm are going to miss you. All right, we just had another flight take off from Lakeland. This is another hurricane hunter. This is at 43,000 feet. So I don't know if we're going to get those drops on. I don't think this is the kind of mission that we'll see those constant updates from. But there is another aircraft going into the storm, and we'll keep you updated on if there's another one that's going to go in. This one is going back to base, so it might be an hour or more before we get another reading here. Maybe even longer than that. Latest look at the satellite imagery is still very, very impressive. Look at that eye. It's almost symmetrical. It's as symmetrical as it's been, especially since the eyewall replacement cycle. We've got robust convection happening around that. It's very cold tops. It's an intense storm. Also, lots of lightning being observed around the center of the storm. All signs point towards this thing being a major, rapidly intensifying storm right now. It kind of looks like the number 9. Look at that. It looks wicked, unsettling. The storm is trying to tell us it's a Cat 6. There is no chat. There is no Cat 6. I just did a 30-minute spiel about that. We'll have to clip it and just replay it while I finish my pizza. As Hurricane Milton approaches, the lights turn green, which means that Andy is here. Meteorologist Andy Hill, go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan. Sound good today?
Yes.
Am I sounding good? Cool. So while we look at this hurricane come together and that symmetry that you were just talking about, wanted to go over once again, maybe a little bit more scientific of a topic than a Category 6. Why is this expected to fall apart as we're watching it intensify into likely what is about to be, or if not already, is a Category 5, if we had the data to look at, which we will soon with that new recon flight. So when we get wind shear, that's the big topic. We're going to talk about wind shear. Every hurricane that we cover, every major hurricane that we cover, we're going to talk about the presence of it or the lack thereof that is contributing to its strength. So we know that this storm is going to lose some of its intensity despite it becoming a Category 5 again, more than likely, as it approaches the coast near Tampa, south of Tampa, wherever we hone in right on that forecast cone and the center line of it. Wind shear is simply the change in wind direction and speed as you go up above your head. So imagine right above your head, it's 20-mile-an-hour winds and it's out of the east. Maybe a mile above your head, it's 60 miles an hour and it's out of the north or the south. Well, when you have a concentric looking hurricane there, the concentric eye there, meaning that it's trying to be symmetrical. It's trying to be a perfect eye. You could fit a metal tube right down into it, right? Imagine that simplified. If you have wind that's blowing at different directions and speed all throughout that cylinder, it's going to cause some interactions there that are unfavorable. It's going to have to fight it out at different, forces that are coming at it at different parts. So whenever we have a lot of wind shear, there's a lot of force acting on that eye, the centerpiece of the hurricane that's keeping the system together. Clean inflow at the surface and a lot of air evacuating at the top of it. All of that different wind is imparting those forces on that cylinder as you go up, and that's causing it to, lack organization, has to fight it. And when there's a lot of it, it's going to actually overwhelm the hurricane in some senses. It's going to keep it from being as organized as possible, which is when we get as much intensification as possible. So we know that that wind shear, again, Ryan said it, is already in place near the Florida coast. And that's also the reason why I can answer that this isn't going to recurve into the Carolinas afterward, because there's a strong upper level jet there that's just going to carry this hurricane way out to sea, way out into the Atlantic. And there's just no chance of it recurving at all. It's going to ride that jet, because what steers our hurricanes is mid and upper level winds. And we can have a pretty good look at where those are. So confidence is high in that regard for the playing out of the storm in terms of it losing intensity as it approaches Tampa because of that wind shear. We're going to talk about that every time, of course. So I want you to understand it. Hopefully that was at least a little bit helpful. And then its path after Florida, we can talk about that with confidence as well, because we see that upper level jet in place. And one last thing I wanted to talk about that was brought up a couple times in chat was the storm surge on the other side of the coast, on the eastern Florida coast, and also to the north into Georgia. There's a risk of 2 to 4 foot storm surge, mild, but it will definitely impact the coastal areas. If you guys are familiar with any storm surge that's happened there in the past, that exists because we have counterclockwise winds around that hurricane. And as it passes through the East Coast on the north side of the hurricane, counterclockwise means it's going back onshore. So those winds are flowing back onshore. There's a lot of them. The wind field is going to be large, and that is blowing all of that water basically back onshore on the north side. So we won't see storm surge down towards Miami or anywhere south of Port St. Lucie, essentially, because those winds are going to be flowing offshore. But on the north side, as it exits the east coast of Florida, we're going to have those onshore winds. And that's where the storm surge comes from, even all the way up into Georgia, even southern South Carolina. So that just goes to show the wind field will be pretty large. So hopefully that's a few questions I could answer in chat. I'll be looking for more questions that I can answer over time. I'll pop in anytime I have a pretty succinct and solid answer to give you guys. So go ahead, keep posting them in chat. I expect a rush of them, so don't expect an answer for every one of them. But Ryan and I will try our best. Thanks, Ryan.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Andy, for the wonderful explanation there. And yeah, keep those questions coming. Today is the day to ask questions because tomorrow we'll be spending a lot of time probably talking to the storm chasers and hyper focusing once again on the coastal areas. Today, you know, we're going to try to cover everything as that's the main purpose of the pre-coverage here. If you're just now tuning in, we've got major category 4 Milton here, 923 millibars, the lowest pressure in the center there, 155 mile per hour winds. This is almost a category 5. It's very, very close to being a category 5, and we expect that it could be a category 5 here soon. But as Andy just talked about, we expect that it is also going to weaken on its approach to Florida. And, you know, that means that the winds might be a little bit less intense whenever the storm makes landfall. But it really doesn't make a whole lot of difference when it comes to the storm surge, because we expect the wind field, as Andy was also just talking about, to get much larger. And I just saw a question in the chat that kind of stood out to me. They said, hey, Ryan, it looks like the storm is going perpendicular to the projected path right now. What's up with that? That is what we call a wobble. All right. We have little wobbles in the storm as it moves along this path, and it's going to happen a lot. You'll see the center of the storm likely cross back and forth multiple times today, but the overall average movement of the storm is going to generally follow that line. Now, some wobbles can actually be more significant than others, and you know, it might have some change on the path, especially the farther downstream you go. The small changes back here might lead to larger, you know, changes down the line. But for the most part, this is just a very natural, very ordinary thing that happens with storms, and you will see this kind of motion happen throughout the day as we track the storm. The storm's not expected to move directly along that line, and that's also why we have the cone I'll show you the cone again. We expect that the center of the storm could be anywhere in that cone as it moves to the north and east. So it could literally do this and it would still be in the forecasted path. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of the cone, right now, the latest cone and forecast track has this storm going towards Tampa. Landfall could occur technically anywhere between just north of Fort Myers and in the Charlotte Harbor area. It could happen over here around Tampa, and it could also happen as far north as Homosassa Springs. Unlikely that it goes that far north, but it definitely could happen. That's why we have the cone. Those little wobbles, that's going to have an impact. And then also there are other things that could change the overall trajectory of the storm as well. But the overall average of all the possible landfalls happens to be right here near Bradenton and Longboat Key right now, near Tampa. So that's what we are expecting. If the storm, I know we've got a lot of people watching right now from Tampa, and I talked about this earlier, but just to hit on it again, if the storm goes north of Tampa, it will be a worse situation in Tampa as far as the storm surge goes. Once again, all of those winds are going to be moving in the same direction here onto shore, especially on the southern side of the storm. Remember, the hurricane rotates like this, so all of this water is going to be coming up from southwest to northeast into the shorelines of southwestern Florida over here. So if the storm moves this way, then we're going to see that storm surge come up into the Tampa Bay, and then that's when we have a big time problem with the potential 10 to 15 foot storm surge that could cause devastating impacts over here. Now, if it goes to the south of Tampa, we're still going to have significant storm surge. Obviously, it depends on how far south it goes, but any bit south is a good news. And if it goes south of Tampa, then a lot of the winds that are associated with the storm will be blowing this way, right? Especially during the height of the storm out to sea. And that will mean that there will be less of a problem with storm surge up here, but it will be much worse for areas to the south, like Sarasota and Englewood and the Port Charlotte area. So we are watching everybody over here for the potential for storm surge. I want to show you the graphic again, just in case anybody's missed it. This is the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center, the peak storm surge forecast right now. Anybody between the Anclote River and Englewood, that includes Tampa Bay, could see 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. When they update this graphic, which should happen, during this stream here, I expect that if anything changes, maybe they have moved that south a little bit or expanded it farther to the south, and then also potentially even increased those numbers a slight tad little bit in the worst affected zone. So whoever sees the most storm surge, I don't think it's out of the question to look at maybe 16 feet or more in a worst case scenario. So that is what we're looking at right now as far as storm surge goes. We've got a massive evacuation happening right now. One of the biggest evacuations one of the biggest evacuations that we've seen in Florida in a long time. This one's probably actually moving more people than Irma did in 2017. So the roads are jam-packed out there. You can see all of these traffic cameras showing the northbound and eastbound traffic zones are just completely packed with cars. And personally, I love to see it. I know that if you're in traffic right now, you probably hate it. But this is good. We want people to take the storm seriously. We want them to get out of the towns that are likely have the worst problems with storm surge. And that's going to, it's going to be a good thing. And it looks like a lot of people are taking this storm seriously. Not just the people, but also your local governments. I'm getting reports that Governor Ron DeSantis has mobilized up to 4,000 National Guard troops to assist with debris removal after the storm is done, which is huge. That's not common. A lot of times whenever the storm is done, every time that we're there with the Y'all Squad, a lot of the work is being done by volunteers, which is great. And I'm sure that we're going to have that happening here, with this one as well, but it's going to get done even faster thanks to that. So, that's some good news, I guess. Because of how bad Helene was, it seems like people are in the mode, I guess, or like in the mood to take this one more seriously, more so than they normally would, I guess. Also, one of the good things about this storm being so intense right now and yesterday, all the news headlines were just about how incredibly strong and how this is like one of the strongest storms the earth has ever seen or whatever. One of the good things about that is also it adds to that. People are taking this seriously. And, unfortunately, I guess that's what it takes to elicit a response in some people. But in the end, I think that people will look back and be glad that they've evacuated for this one. Even in a best case scenario, even if things go better than expected, it's still, there's no doubt in my mind that this is going to be a disaster for a lot of communities on the western side of Florida, and we don't want anybody there. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I've got a couple of really good questions here from the chat. Thank you guys for those. The first one here from Cameron. Why are some storms able to maintain a supposed Category 5 strength despite wind shear that's in place, which has happened, especially with Hurricane Michael in 2018? What makes them different if this is one of the strongest and still not able to? It's going to be the orientation of the wind shear that's affecting it. So in terms since wind shear is both direction and speed that contributes to the overall shear, the presence of it, if the direction is also different, so supposedly perpendicular in this case, then that wind shear is going to be a destructive interference. It's going to be hitting that hurricane while it's trying to go, kind of north. It's hitting it from the northwest. So that causes a direct clash of where the hurricane's path is going and its winds around it, whereas the wind shear is coming into it and destroying it that way. In Hurricane Michael's case, the wind shear was going basically parallel to the path or very close to parallel with the path. And that just meant that a lot of the shear was actually accentuating the storm. And we call that a favorable trough interaction, where the divergence aloft with the winds blowing out all the air from the hurricane way up above your heads was actually helping it to intensify the low pressure at the surface, because it has to replace that air with more rising air, and that lowers the pressure. So it's all about the orientation of the wind shear in most cases, and also just how sudden of a change it will be. And also the size of the trough can change it too. So a lot of factors in this case are going to be a destructive interference rather than constructive with the storm. Some wind shear can be good for the hurricane. It can be pluses and minuses, but this is mostly a minus for the intensity. So that's good news. Thanks for that question. Why is everyone extremely concerned that the hurricane is hitting Tampa? Is it just that it's very populated? Not quite. That's one half of it. The other half would be that where there is a lot of population is also very low elevation, right at sea level. So a lot of houses, a lot of infrastructure is going to be inundated with storm surge. And that's the major concern, is like there's population and also vulnerability of the population. So it's good to be aware of your neighbors. If you're as far in as Lakeland, you're concerned about trees falling because of wet soil, and also up to hurricane force wind gusts, maintaining well inland, especially if you're very close to where the center ends up going, which we will find out tomorrow for sure. And then in relation to that question, 1 foot of storm surge roughly equal to 1 mile of travel inland? We're 20 miles northeast of Charlotte Harbor in a non-flood zone. Not necessarily. So 1 foot of storm surge would, equate to, you would be concerned about 1 feet of elevation above sea level. So it's directly tied to elevation above sea level. And that's why those storm surge maps that Ryan may show here in a little bit are so complicated, with a bunch of little areas that are shaded red and yellow, depending on the storm surge that may happen. So it's just to do with sea level. So it's not it doesn't correlate to being 1 or 20 miles inland at all for making a decision like that. And then Please explain more how a weakening storm doesn't affect the storm surge much. So in this case, even though the storm is weakening a little bit, we expect the storm surge to still be a very big problem and also to be quite high. And that's because some of the factors that are contributing to it weakening are actually going to expand the storm. So in the case of the wind shear and the divergence aloft, that will cause the entire wind field to expand as more air is evacuated from the storm aloft, more air will be pulled in. So a lot of the damaging tropical storm force winds and even the hurricane force winds will expand in radius. And the more that those winds are present over a large area, the larger that area is, the more water is going to be pushed forward. And that's our storm surge. So that's one reason why that the weakening storm doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have less shear, because there will be more wind to push more water in. And then last one, why don't we fly unmanned drones through or above these storms? Well, I don't have a great answer for that yet, but I would imagine most all of the drones we have now would just be shredded apart by this hurricane. So I don't think we have unmanned drones quite to the caliber of what the hurricane hunters are out there doing right now. So that's all of the really good questions we were aggregating here. Thank you guys for those. Hopefully that was helpful.
Absolutely. Yeah. And keep those questions coming, y'all. If we if we get good novel questions, I think that's a good opportunity to get information out to, because there's probably a lot of people asking the same questions. So another thing that I'm seeing a lot of in the chat is like, what about this location? What about that location? I do want to take a moment at some point during this stream today to actually go through some of those, even though like it's pretty easy to generalize what we're expecting for your area from the maps that we're showing. It's just Florida. I mean, obviously extreme southeastern Georgia, there's some impacts that we're going to be talking about there. But you know, this is really a Florida storm, and hopefully the maps are doing most of the answering of your questions on a local level. But if they're not, we'll do a thing here shortly where we go around and we talk about your towns. But before we get into that, I do want to show you some of the weather models. It's been a couple hours since we've shown these. And I want to start off with wind shear, right? So if I remember correctly, I think another hurricane that was influenced by wind shear in a unique way was Hurricane Ian, which we covered live, on this channel. And speaking of the perpendicular and the parallel orientation thing, that was a situation where it was kind of unclear in the beginning exactly how that interaction would take place, because the trough was tilted in a way where it actually, depending on, those wobbles with the storm, that mattered a lot on how the wind shear was going to, affect the storm. And we all know how it kind of went a little bit farther to the south than what we originally anticipated, and that actually aided in the expansion of the storm, the growth of the intensity of the storm. So in this case with Hurricane Milton, it's not like Ian, where the trough with Ian was more like this. This is more like this. You see how the wind shear is going to completely be going in a different direction than the motion of the storm, and so like the perpendicular kind of interaction is almost guaranteed with this situation. So that's why we think it's going to tear the storm apart for the most part, because it's going to rapidly de-intensify. Okay, it almost as fast as it has intensified, it's going to fall apart. Unfortunately, it's not going to go all the way to zero, though. Okay, it is actually going to be an extremely dangerous hurricane whenever it makes landfall, and I think it's important that we communicate that very often, because although it is also important that we talk about how it's going to weaken and all that stuff, I do want you guys to know that we do expect this to be the strongest storm that this particular area has seen while any of us watching this right now have been alive. So let's keep that in mind and make sure that we're rushing our precautions to or our plans to completion here. Hey, Ryan Cook, thank you. Thank you for that. And by the way, if you are looking to specifically help out our nonprofit organization. I'm looking at the numbers here. It looks like already today we've raised another $20,000 thanks to your all's generosity. You can do that. The best way to do that is to go over to the y'allsquad.org. There's a link in the description. And over there, you can make a tax-deductible contribution to our 501c3 nonprofit organization. So thank you guys for all the support. Yep, we just crossed over 20,000. That's huge. The storm hasn't even hit yet. So once again, we've got Caleb down there, and we're going to be putting that to good use. And also, once again, we are looking for volunteers. So if that's something that you're interested in, we are looking for that. Let me show you that graphic again. We're going to post all kinds of updates for the Y'all Squad over on the Y'all Squad Twitter, x.com/the Y'all Squad. This is one of those updates. Volunteers needed. Please email us at contact@theyallsquad.org if you want to help. And basically what we're doing, what we're looking for is people to help run the Y'all Hub. We put up these tents and all this, this cooking equipment. We try to serve free food for people. And we're putting up Starlink terminals to provide free internet connectivity for people. We'll have generators, battery banks, and, that kind of thing. And it takes people to be able to run it smoothly. So if you want to help with that, we can try to work that out. Also, we're going to be doing the supply drops. We're going to send in truckloads of water and generators, whatever else is needed. We'll need help unloading those, and potentially even load them onto the back of boats and taking them over to some of the keys and stuff like that. So if it's needed. So just general stuff like that. If you want to help, that's one way to potentially do that. So thank you all for all the support. Latest update from the National Hurricane Center shows 923 millibars. Very low pressure in the center of the storm. We were at 897 last night. The lower that number, the more intense the storm. Okay, so we're going to watch that number today and see if it continues to go south. And if I were to guess right now, it is. If we had a plane in there right now gathering data, it's probably went down at least another couple of millibars from that last reading. So that means that the storm is strengthening. At some point tonight, it's inevitable, okay? It's inevitable. At some point tonight, that number is going to start going up, and it won't stop going up. And from that point, we're going to see the winds start to die down a little bit. But like Andy was talking about earlier, the wind field, the size, the area that the strong winds are affecting is going to get much larger. The storm's going to widen out. And that means that whenever it makes landfall, a larger area is going to be affected by strong damaging winds. And it also means that there's more energy, more overall energy pointing in one direction with those winds moving water onto shore. So there's going to be a larger area affected by storm surge, and there's going to be a lot of momentum to, move a lot of water onto the shore. So once again, I think that the category rating by wind speed, there's probably a way that we should try to include storm surge as well, because that threat is going up despite the wind speeds going down. But right now, the wind speeds are going up. This is a very healthy looking storm. Last couple of frames here on the on satellite, I mean, it's just an unreal looking storm. Like yesterday, there were several moments where you could have taken a screenshot without context, and you're showing it to me without any land borders or anything, and asked me where that storm was happening, and I would have said that's a powerful typhoon in the Pacific. You know what I mean? Like for the Atlantic Basin, this storm has been like one of the most incredible that we've seen in the satellite era. So, and it's starting to look that way again. It's starting to get that look where we've got this huge, powerful core, super cool cloud tops all the way around the very symmetrical eye. And once again, it's going to continue to intensify as long as it looks like this as it moves off to the north and east. It's likely a Category 5 right now. And the stronger it gets today, the more weakening that has to happen before it makes it over there close to Tampa. So that's why we're keeping such a close eye on its current strength as that might help us tell the story of what's going to happen downstream. Have y'all been able to help out in West North Carolina and East Tennessee? Yes, we've had all kinds of things going on over there. Of course, we delivered. I don't know how many. It's around 30 Starlinks. When all the roads were closed, I think the next day we were on a plane with all of the Starlinks that we could get, and we relayed those to the local officials and the United Cajun Navy. And we got those into some remote areas where I'm being told that still to this day, that is their primary source of internet connectivity, is those Starlink terminals that we gave out there. And like, we tried to make sure that they ended up in community centers so that people could, more than just one person or one family was having access to them. It's like wherever the most accessible place is in this community, let's put the Starlink there, tell everybody to come there for free internet. And that's kind of what we've done. Additionally, we've sent, I don't even know, $50,000 to $75,000 worth of water and, cleanup supplies and stuff like that on several different trucks. And on top of that, we've done a couple other things as well. Something else that we're doing is just finding individual people who have really unique stories where FEMA and home insurance isn't really cutting it. So we're going to go in there and just see what we can do to help, whether that's helping them clean up or writing a check for X amount of dollars to help overcome this one obstacle that they've come across. There's lots of cool things happening thanks to your all's generosity. And once again, we're going to showcase all of that on our YouTube channel, which is called the Y'all Squad. Go subscribe to that if you haven't already. All the monetization from that channel goes back into the nonprofit. Yeah, we bought all of the Starlinks in West Virginia, literally the day after the flood. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. I love you talk about the Y'all Squad. Ever since I did the mission in Greenfield, Iowa for the tornado recovery, it's been a big thing that I've been focusing on. So very happy to see the response for Helene and all we've done there. And I'm hoping for the best in all that we can do with this situation, right? So looking forward to seeing all that we can help out with, because we can't steer the hurricane ourselves away. If only we could, right? So we'll see what the Y'all Squad can do there. Here's some more questions. Why do most hurricanes seem to make landfall at night? Well, that's definitely not the case. There is no correspondence between the time of day and hurricanes making landfall. So that's just purely your perception of what has happened. There's nothing that does that. But Ryan has talked about how overnight is when hurricanes do tend to intensify some. And that's because of the time lag of water absorbing heat and also releasing heat. It takes a lot more time and a lot more energy to heat up the same amount of water as it does the same amount of air. So when we get all that sunlight, or at least just radiation, essentially solar radiation, making it to the ocean surface across the day, the ocean is heating up across the course of the day, and then at evening after sundown is when it's essentially reached its peak energy and what it has available for something like a hurricane to suck up. So overnight is when we do tend to see some intensification because of that on average. However, there are anomalies like this. Milton did its rapid intensification from Category 1, even tropical storm, to Category 5 in the morning hours and into around noontime, which would be the most unfavorable. But when you're in the tropics and the sea surface temperatures are already really warm, then that's much less of a factor that would go into whether or not a hurricane is going to intensify as the time of day. Was the possibility of a sting jet developing on the south side of the storm? So because of the path of Hurricane Milton, the south side of the storm is going to be the most intense. It is going to be on the right side of the hurricane relative to its path. And that means that it's going to have translational, which is the movement of the storm, plus rotational wind speeds. So on the southern side, we have the air wrapping around counterclockwise, and that means that the rotational component is there, but the storm's also moving in that direction as well. So those actually do add together. And the sting jet, not so sure. Those are usually going to be in extratropical scenarios, so they affect maybe the United Kingdom a lot more often with extratropical remnants of hurricanes. You'll get sting jet formations, but something that we may observe that's sort of equivalent to that is in any heavy rain bands, right, especially right around the eyewall. That will efficiently bring down much stronger and faster winds just above the surface to the surface. And that could be, sort of an equivalent to a sting jet, just not as broad of an area that a sting jet would, have damaging wind impacts. So you'll probably see that more often in an extratropical or when a hurricane has made it into, the higher latitudes. So I don't think we'll see a sting jet on the south side of the storm as it makes landfall, but I'm not sure. What is air pressure and why does low air pressure impact a storm? Air pressure is simply, you can think of it as the weight of everything in the air above your head all the way out to space. There's a column of air right above your head. What is the weight of that? That's your pressure. So the lower the pressure is in the eye of a hurricane, the less weight there is on top of the storm. And thus air has to rush inward to replace the lack of weight of stuff in that column. And so that's why the lower the pressure is, generally, the faster the winds are going to respond to the core of that low pressure. It is an act of balancing in order to replace what is lost. Can you talk more about why it matters exactly where it lands? Yes, of course. I'll go back to this. Counterclockwise winds around this hurricane and around low pressure systems in the northern hemisphere. Where exactly it lands is going to be big depending on the storm surge around it due to the formation of those winds. So on the north side of the eye, wherever it makes landfall on the western coast of Florida here, the north side of the eye is going to have winds that are flowing offshore and maybe very rapidly. So maybe north of Tampa, maybe near Homosassa, if it does make landfall in Tampa, you would see offshore winds that are actually going to cause the waters to recede. First, you will get some of that storm surge as the bulk of water is pushed forward by the hurricane itself. But once the winds are strongly offshore, then the beaches will actually start to recede. And I would, of course, when I say that, I will encourage you not to go out and go and see that because it still is very dangerous. There can still be rip currents and all sorts of bad conditions ongoing out there. But that is something that will be happening. Whereas on the south side, you have the onshore winds flowing counterclockwise around the hurricane, and that's going to be pushing even more water inland. So the worst of the storm surge will be with the core of the eye, where the worst of the winds are, but the lowest pressure as well, right in that eye, is going to act to push the most water forward. And then the rest of what we'll see in terms of storm surge will be due to the orientation of the winds. And I think that is all I had from that group. Oh, there's some more. Thank you, Frank. Where did Milton originate from? It seems like it came out of nowhere. It wasn't on anybody's radar. It was on our radar for a while. It actually came from the Pacific as a previous, I can't remember if it was just an area of interest or a depression, but it did come from the Pacific and cross over into across Mexico into the Gulf of Mexico, which is an uncommon configuration for the path of a storm like this. But as long as there are favorable conditions in place, the sea surface temperatures, ocean heat content, and the lack of wind shear, which are all here, then a storm can definitely organize and intensify like this, and then be guided by those upper level winds. So that's why we see the path of the storm taking this this shape. And yeah, that's I think what I got for this group of questions. Hopefully that was helpful.
Absolutely. Definitely helpful. And thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill is going to be here with us today. And I believe tomorrow, once again, as there is going to be lots of questions to answer. And then also, we are going to have a tornado threat tomorrow as well. So we're going to be focusing a lot on the coastal areas and the impacts with the landfall with our storm chasers over there near Tampa. But everybody from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona Beach, all the way down to Miami and the Florida Keys are going to have to, have their eyes peeled for tornadic activity tomorrow. There's a 5% probability of tornadoes that could go up anytime we get a landfalling tropical system. Anybody in the front right quadrant of that storm is in a potential spot to have, especially if we get those bands with embedded supercells, we could have some spinning storms that lead to tornadoes, and of course those water spouts that turn into tornadoes. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, just to update you on our plans, I'm going to be live here on this channel doing pre-coverage. So keep asking questions, keep sharing. We're going to be here for a while. We've been going for 3 hours. We're at least going to go for another 4 or 5. Okay. So we're going to be here talking to you about every little update that comes out, everything from the National Hurricane Center, National Weather Service, SPC, everything that we interpret on our own from looking at the satellite, and we're going to relay that to you in real time. There's probably not a lot of places where you can get it faster. So that's the point here today. We didn't want to make a video because it would be irrelevant 30 minutes after we updated it. Things are changing as the storm evolves. So what you're looking at here on your screen is the evacuation, one of the biggest evacuations that we've had to deal with in Florida, at least since 2017 with Hurricane Irma. We've got millions of people evacuating the coastal areas between Tampa and Fort Myers, and even beyond that in both directions. Interstates I-75, I-4, I-275, and even I-95 are experiencing significant delays right now, especially inside of that cone of uncertainty. If you can, if you're in an evacuation zone right now, I would highly recommend that you evacuate. Listen to what your local officials are saying. You do not have to go 200 miles away to get away from this storm. If you're on the coast, tens of miles, a lot of times is all you need, okay? And we will take a look at some of those storm surge inundation maps here in a minute. But I also want to make sure we, are covering a more broad basis today, and I think more like the mesoscale stuff is going to be more useful tomorrow, as we're going to have a lot more information. But yeah, there's definitely no reason to get on a plane and go to another country. And that's one of the things that I keep hearing a lot about. It's like it's hard to evacuate. I don't have evacuation money. I totally get that. I understand that's a big problem, but I think that some people honestly just aren't aware that when we say evacuate, it's evacuate from the evacuation zone. You don't have to get out of the state of Florida. Grandma's house, 50 miles inland or 20 miles inland, a friend, a loved one, a public shelter, a hotel, whatever you can get to. That's what we need to do, and we need to do it fast. It's 2:53 on the East Coast. By bedtime, everybody should be where they're getting to. All right, we need to rush those plans to completion by tonight. And then also the city of Tampa just posted this video with Jim Cantori, and I'm just interested in what they're saying. So let's tune in.
Your chief of police, we got a dangerous situation here. The storm center, whether it goes north or just south of us, is going to impact Tampa in worse ways that we've ever seen. And that is what the mayor and the chief are trying to get you experienced.
That's right, everybody. The time for preparation is coming to an end. You need to have those plans to evacuate if you're in zone A or B. We all need to take this seriously and keep everyone safe.
We want everybody to be safe, but I can't promise that you're going to be safe if you stay in those evacuation zones. I can't send my officers in harm's way during the peak periods, so please evacuate now and don't put us in harm's way.
Guys, we've dodged a lot of bullets here. All right. But this one's going to be close, whether it goes north or just south of us. As I mentioned at the lead of all this, we will be impacted, and we will be impacted heavily. We will lose power, and in some cases, we will have water higher than we've ever seen on the west coast of Florida. Be safe.
All right. So there's an update from the city of Tampa, the Tampa Police Department, and Mayor Jane Castor and Jim Cantori there, basically just going over the importance of evacuating, something that, unfortunately people do need to hear it. Some people just don't realize it. So it's good to see Jim Cantori out there. What do you guys, who do you think is just quick poll? quick poll in the chat. Who's the most prominent weather figure, Jim Cantore or Reed Timmer? We've got it. I need to know. And then we're gonna also check in on the situation over here on the Tampa. Tampa's got a lot of good information coming out, so I'm going to show you all of this. And then we're going to see the results of those polls, and this is going to be definitive, by the way. It's not going to be debatable at all after today. Reed Timmer or Jim Cantore. All right. So if you're just now tuning in, what we're looking at down there on the satellite view is an explosive hurricane. Category, I believe it's a Category 5 right now. The last update that we got from the National Hurricane Center, Category 4, 2 miles per hour. 2 miles per hour off from being a Category 5. It's definitely strengthened since then. So we've got a Category 5 Hurricane Milton out here more than likely. And it's going to continue to go up towards Florida. It's going to weaken on its approach. And then we have also hurricane hunters. We've got another flight that's about to take off. And this is what they're dealing with out there. Every time that we tell you about the latest pressure, the wind speeds at flight level and all that stuff, this is what it looks like from their perspective.
My wallet too. Gotta keep these pockets zipped.
Yeah, so pretty intense stuff. This is the same plane, if I'm not mistaken, that got stuck in Hurricane Helene. And likely some of the same people in there. So, talk about bravery, and if it wasn't for those guys, we wouldn't know a lot about our storm. Thanks to satellite imagery like this, we wouldn't be completely in the dark. But their measurements out there in the storm are vital to our forecast models and our understanding of the current state of the storm. We'll be tracking the next flight, Flight 16, very soon. All right. Also, for folks who are farther inland, I know we're talking a lot about, we're talking a whole lot about Florida today, and we're probably going to only talk about Florida for the vast majority of this stream. But this just came across my feed, and I figured some people might be interested in this. Much below normal temperatures possible as we get as we get closer towards the middle of the month. We could have a serious cold snap on the way for the Ohio Valley and Northeast. Are we going to have an early big time snowstorm? I don't know, but hey, listen, it's something to think about. I'm excited to get my minds off of hurricanes at some point. My mind off of hurricanes. But unfortunately, that's not today or tomorrow. as we do have major Category 4 Hurricane Milton out there, 155-mile-per-hour winds. We expect that it's going to make landfall somewhere near Tampa, Florida, on the west coast of Florida, approximately 1 day, 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 13 seconds from now. Going to be a little bit, that could be off, but that's our approximate guess there. Latest satellite imagery just continues to look really, really impressive. The storm is definitely a lot stronger than it was whenever we got that most recent reading from the aircraft reconnaissance. So, yeah, like unfortunately, I personally don't see it weakening until it gets probably after 8 p.m. tonight. That's when we'll start to see the downfall of this storm as far as the pressure goes and the wind speeds. Okay, yep. And we have, I think we have an official update. We're probably going to get an official update soon here that this is back up to Category 5. But like we've been talking for a while now about how we assumed that was the case. So nothing surprising. But I'm hearing some rumblings that we're about to get that update on our end. Oh, and by the way, the results of the poll, 50-50. 50-50, split right down the middle. So nothing definitive today, unfortunately. Yep, it looks like we have a Category 5 hurricane again, y'all, and we'll get that official update sooner than later. But once again, official or not, this is definitely a Category 5 storm, and it's going to continue to be for some time. Now we're just going to watch and see how much more does the pressure drop? How much higher do the winds get before that expansion of the wind field starts and the winds start to go down? The stronger it gets now, the more unwinding that has to happen. So essentially, the stronger it is at 8 p.m. tonight, the stronger it's going to be whenever it makes landfall near Tampa. So that's why we're paying attention to that. Or the more energy it has to hold on to. Let's see here. What am I looking at here, Chandra? Where's is it the October 8th, 11:10 a.m. update? Okay, it looks like as of 11:10 a.m. today, there were 7,912 gas stations reporting being out of fuel, which is surprisingly only 15%. That's a lot of gas stations. So the gas, it's kind of hard to come by out there. We are being told also, though, that there's no concern of like that ever going to 100%. Things are looking like we're going to be able to get everybody evacuated. But just keep in mind, the interstates are packed, so you're going to experience delays there. And if you need to get gas, you might have to try a couple different stations. And the reason why we mention that at all, the reason why it's important at all, is because we're just trying to convince you and talk you into getting out of there sooner rather than later. Don't put it off. Oh, wow, this is cool. Matthew Dominic. Matthew Dominic posted this. Time lapse flying by Hurricane Milton about 2 hours ago. This is from space, y'all. Wow. That is pretty cool. And that was definitely from about 2 hours ago. You can see that the eye was not very well defined there. And just look at the difference of between that and this. So things have escalated quite quickly since then. Wendy, thank you for that. Once again, it looks like our storm here is Category 5, and we'll get an official update on that sooner than later. But the point of mentioning that is the storm is strengthening. When we started this stream today, the storm was a much weaker version than what it is now, and we expect for that to continue to be the case. That's going to be the trend as we go forward here, as there's nothing in the immediate future that's going to start to weaken the storm. Later this evening, that will change. And then tomorrow, as we start the stream for the main event, as we do the landfall coverage, we're going to be doing the same thing. Essentially, we're going to be watching the aircrafts, go into the storm, and we're going to be looking at the data that they send back to us, and we're going to be looking at the wind speeds and all that stuff. But it'll be in the opposite direction. We're going to be hoping that the storm is weakening faster than what we expected, instead of kind of anxiously awaiting to see how much it's strengthened. You know what I'm saying? We might be disappointed that it's not weakening as fast as we thought it would. We might be relieved that it's weakening faster than we thought it would. But the fact of the matter is it's very likely the wind speeds are going to be weakening. La Mesa, thank you. Yeah, and right now it is over some really warm waters, and over the next 5 hours or so, it's going to be over the warmest waters it's been over in its entire life cycle. So that that might aid a little bit in the intensification process. The last 2 to 3 hours, we've seen this storm organize almost as impressively as it did yesterday. Yesterday, we had an unprecedented, for this time of year and in this part of the Gulf of Mexico, explosion of a storm from a tropical storm to a Category 5 hurricane. It's the fastest or second fastest storm to do that over here. Today, it's honestly, it's looking like it's going to make another run at breaking some records. Unfortunately, that's the case. There's always a chance that the eyewall replacement cycle led to maybe it allowed for the intrusion of some dry air, or maybe it delayed this process a little bit more. But right now, things are not looking good if you're on the side of this thing weakening significantly anytime soon. We have an extremely well-organized storm here. Milton, so for those of you who are just now kind of funneling in right now, Hurricane Milton did weaken slightly overnight. Some people are asking, like, what do you mean? What do you mean it's been a Category 5, bro? What is this, an old broadcast? But Milton did weaken last night. It went from a Category 5 to a Category 4, and still at this moment right now, it's officially, according to the National Hurricane Center, a Category 4. But we believe it's now a Category 5 again. But it's still a dangerous hurricane, no matter what number we latch onto it. We do expect that this is going to make landfall around 11 p.m., somewhere between 11 p.m. and like 1 a.m. Wednesday and Thursday. Okay, so late tomorrow. And it's possibly going to make landfall as a Category 3 storm. That's the most likely scenario right now. Slight chance it makes landfall is something higher than that. Slight chance that it makes landfall is something lower than that. But 3 is a good bet right now. The storm is expected to bring catastrophic winds, storm surge, and flooding to Florida's west coast, especially. We are really worried about Tampa. We're worried about Fort Myers. We're worried about all the places in between, including Sarasota. So if you live in those areas, hopefully you're on our screen right now. We're watching you drive away and getting farther inland to get away from this extremely dangerous storm. Mass evacuations are underway along Florida's Gulf Coast as residents flee ahead of the storm. A state of emergency has been declared in 51 of the counties in Florida, which I think is all of the counties that are under a hurricane warning right now. And there's a lot of those. Mandatory evacuation orders have been issued for several of the coastal counties. I think all of the counties in the cone that are on the West Coast, there are mandatory evacuation orders right now. And then, of course, we just had an update from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis where he said that time is running out to evacuate. So similar to what we've been saying, it's probably best to have your evacuation done by tonight. You need to be wherever you are tonight at bedtime is where you should be whenever you're riding out this storm tomorrow. And hopefully that's well inland. Tampa Bay. It is possible, it is still possible at this moment that Tampa Bay could face a record-breaking storm surge of 10 to 15 feet. It is also possible that on the higher end, some places could see 18 inches of rain. Wind gusts could exceed 130 miles per hour where the storm makes landfall. So if it does unfortunately go, right down the center of the of our path here, of our projected path, we're talking about St. Pete Beach. We're talking about Clearwater. We're talking about places like that that could see some very, very strong winds. This could be one of the most destructive hurricanes on record for West Central Florida. Once again, it's been over 100 years since a storm this strong has made landfall over here, and nobody alive today has seen it. And most of the buildings that are built right now and the bridges and all that stuff weren't there the last time this happened. So we don't know how the infrastructure holds up to this. So we need to get away from it, and we'll come back and we'll assess it. You know what I'm saying? Over 1,500 flights have been canceled. And several airports, including Tampa International, are closing ahead of the storm. I do know that Hurricane Andrew was not more than 100 years ago, but Hurricane Andrew did not make landfall in Tampa or anywhere near Tampa. Do you have the forecasted precip amount? Yeah, we do. Let me show you that real quick. First, I want to show you this graphic. This is the latest hurricane cone of uncertainty here. We've got a major hurricane expected just off the coast of Florida by 7 p.m. tomorrow. That's what's prompting the hurricane warning indicated in red there for a lot of the peninsula of Florida. 7 a.m. Thursday morning, we're going to have a Category 2 hurricane, likely somewhere near Orlando, Florida. So it's still going to be a hurricane right over the middle of Florida. Everybody in the path of this thing is going to get some destructive winds. So get ready for that. This includes areas as far east as Daytona, Sanford, Titusville, Cape Canaveral, of course, Orlando, and Melbourne, Wedgefield, Mount Dora, the Villages, Umatilla, Pearson. All you guys are under a hurricane warning, and for some period of time can expect hurricane force winds tomorrow. Well, I should say Thursday. It's not it'll be early in the morning on Thursday. As the storm weakens on its approach to Florida, Milton is expected to grow in size, and it's going to remain an extremely dangerous hurricane when it approaches the west coast of Florida. A large area of destructive storm surge will occur along parts of the west coast of Florida. This is an extremely life-threatening situation, and residents in those areas should follow the advice given by local officials to evacuate immediately if told to do so. Devastating hurricane force winds are expected along portions of the west Florida coast, but of course also as the hurricane crosses the Florida peninsula, life-threatening hurricane force winds, especially in gusts, are expected to spread all across the peninsula, even as far inland as Orlando. Preparations to protect life and property in the warning area should be complete by tonight. And then we can start to see some of the tropical storm force winds. We will really start to feel those, especially in southwest Florida and western Florida in general, by as early as 8 a.m. Wednesday. By 8 p.m. Wednesday, everybody in the state will have experienced at least a tropical storm force gust, except for maybe way up there in the peninsula or the panhandle of Florida. Some of you guys might not even see a tropical storm force gust at all, even though the wind field is going to be really big. Some of those tropical storm force gusts will be felt in Georgia, though, especially southeast Georgia and extreme southern South Carolina. Those will be starting in southern Georgia around noon. It'll make it up there towards Savannah by 8 p.m. Charleston, South Carolina, probably closer to midnight. Here's our peak storm surge forecast. 10 to 15 feet. 10 to 15 feet. I want to show you another graphic here, just to show you what that really means. Major hurricanes of the past. Hurricane Katrina, 14-foot storm surge. Hurricane Michael, 14.7-foot storm surge. Hurricane Ian, 10 to 15-foot storm surge. And Idalia, 8 feet. Hurricane Katrina, 14 feet. Hurricane Milton, potentially 10 to 15 feet in the hardest hit areas. And then, of course, we've got that excessive rainfall risk in the pink there. That includes Orlando and Tampa. This is where we expect anywhere from 12 to 16 inches of rain. Some places could see as high as 18 inches of rain in a very short period of time. This is going to lead to extreme flash flooding, life-threatening flash flooding. And it's important we talk about this just as much as we talk about the winds, because as we learned with Hurricane Helene, the rains and the flooding can be and often are the most deadly part of some of these storms. So if you live in the pink or the red there, you need to be weather aware and keeping an eye on those creeks and streams. And you got to have a plan to mitigate the risks of a hurricane while also getting to higher ground if the flooding happens. And there's the projected rainfall. Once again, there's a couple places that'll see up to 18 inches, but a foot to 16 inches is possible in the red. A much larger area of 8 to 12 inches in the orange. The biggest deal here in Florida, I think, is not going to be the overall end result of like how much rain did we see by the end of this thing. It's going to be how fast does it fall. Like if one place gets 6 inches of rain incredibly fast, and another place gets a foot of rain, but maybe it takes 36 hours or longer, the place that sees 6 inches of rain really fast is likely going to have more of a flash flooding problem in this kind of situation. So just keep that in mind. It's going to come down fast, and it's going to come down hard. And if you live anywhere near a waterway, you got to keep an eye on it. SlideJet Prime says, shout out to the town and state Department of Public Works. They normally go as the forgotten responders. Good luck and be safe. Yeah, huge shout out. Thank you, Sly. And we've got another update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the times we're expecting the tornado threat to be in place tomorrow. And where exactly that will end up being. So in reference to the hurricane, the favorable area for tornadoes, and virtually every hurricane has tornadoes associated with it, whether they're all water spouts out to sea or whether it makes landfall and we have some on land. Every hurricane is going to have some tornadoes associated with it, the number of which will be wildly variable. The area that's going to be favorable for is highlighted well by the Storm Prediction Center in that graphic we're showing you guys. I think that has a chance to be upgraded to an enhanced risk as well. I wouldn't be surprised for tornadoes. It's going to be in the front right quadrant of the relative to the path of the hurricane. So since the hurricane is moving northeast when it gets to the landfall, essentially on the west coast of Florida, the front right quadrant is going to be anywhere from northeast to southeast, forming a 90-degree angle like that. So that risk will be in place basically starting Wednesday morning, maybe in the early morning hours as those spiral bands of the hurricane come on shore. So pretty far south for Wednesday morning in the Everglades. And then through the day on Wednesday is when we'll see those spiral rain bands where all the tornadoes, the supercells could happen that contain tornadoes. We'll see that expand to the north. And we'll be on all day on Wednesday, so that we'll be here for the entire period of which there could be a tornado threat. And by the time after this hurricane has made landfall and is basically exiting the east coast of Florida, so early morning Thursday, the tornado threat will be over in the areas that are concerned with it. So if you are in Miami, if you are in the east coast of Florida, anywhere from Palm Beach, anywhere from Melbourne, all the way down there, and you're concerned about the tornado threat that could extend as far north, even as maybe even Orlando, I would say that's the furthest north it could go, but it will depend on the path where that will tell us where the area is favorable for tornadoes, essentially. If you're concerned about that, then please tune in tomorrow for tornado coverage as well. I'll be doing plenty of tornado coverage, looking at radar the entire time while we cover the progress of the hurricane.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. And thank you to everybody in the chat for all the support. I just, looked through some of that, and you guys are awesome. Keep sharing the stream, keep, getting us out there. And we're going to also keep answering your questions as I see them and as Andy sees them. So just know that we're watching, we're looking. There's a lot going on over there, but we appreciate you being here. So if you are just now funneling in, though, in these situations, every minute there could be a new 1,000 people that are watching that haven't seen any of the previous context of our discussions here, just to go over a brief overview of what we're talking about here. Right now, we've got Category 4 major hurricane Milton, likely a Category 5, but our official update is for 155 mile per hour winds is the official reading from the National Hurricane Center. 157 puts it at Category 5. The storm is strengthening right now. It is gaining strength, and it is moving northeast. We are watching it as it slowly but surely continues to do so. And at some point tonight, it is going to start weakening in terms of wind speed as it goes towards Florida, and it will make landfall likely as a Category 3 late tomorrow. But we've got a lot of time to go between now and then. So we're in this live stream format, just kind of the way I'm looking at it is I'm essentially making a new video every 30 minutes. And there's some slight changes each time. There's a new piece of information here. There's a new piece of information there. And we're just kind of going over everything over and over again as that new information comes in. We expect landfall to happen around 11 p.m. Wednesday, or maybe closer to 1 or 2 a.m. Thursday, somewhere in between there. And it's going to happen somewhere around Tampa. And speaking of Tampa, it's very likely that the people of Tampa are going to be watching every wobble of this storm very carefully. A more southern track, which is something that's on the table and something that I'm really rooting for over here, would keep the worst of the storm surge out of Tampa Bay. But that would mean that we're going to have a much more serious storm in places like Fort Myers and Port Charlotte and Sarasota. So it's a very real thing that this could go south of Tampa, which is what I'm hoping for, because that means there's less people overall that could be impacted. But it's not good news at all for our friends out there in Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, and the Sarasota areas. So some of the latest models that are coming in are showing a little bit more of a southerly trajectory to the storm's path. And if you've been paying attention to this, our satellite here also shows that over the past couple of frames, that this most recent wobble has taken the storm a little bit farther south, I guess, than the projected path as well. Now, an hour from now, it could be back north of it. It's going to wobble back and forth, but still, this is something that the people of Tampa are paying attention to. So it's something that I want to draw attention to, as well as we are watching it. And every time the official track updates, we will give you context of what that means exactly for Tampa. But I think, honestly, if any major changes happen, it's going to be to the south, which is what it's looking like right now. Right now, we still expect it to come right up into the Tampa area, almost head on. So that's the latest there. With a storm piling this much water against the coast, somebody's going to get a devastating storm surge. We're at the point now to where we're trying to narrow it down to exactly where. The goal is hopefully everybody that could potentially have received it is gone, is out of there. And, 80% of you guys come back and everything's good and fine and dandy. And it was one of those situations where we're better safe than sorry. But unfortunately, it's inevitable that one of these communities, one of these areas along the west coast of Florida is going to have, a destructive and catastrophic storm surge. A lucky break for Tampa would be a disaster for Sarasota or Venice or Siesta Key. Let's see. And it looks like we're about to hit our goal here for the y'all squad. Once again, thank y'all. We're at 25,000. Yep, there it is, officially. We've hit our goal. Thank you so much for already today. The storm hasn't even hit yet, and we've raised $25,000. We've got Caleb Beecham out there. The y'all squad is ready to show up. If you want to make a contribution, there's a link in the description, theyallsquad.org. Ion says, storm surge is no joke. I was talking to an older fella who went through Audrey, and he said they never saw it coming, and before they knew it, they were up in the trees. Yep. This is a situation where I hope that nobody can say that they didn't see it coming. This is, another one like just like Helene, well forecasted. At least it seems so. So far so good. And honestly, definitely well communicated. I think that everybody that I know is talking about this thing. It's the talk of the town, no matter what town you're in. So it's a good thing that people are taking it seriously. Yeah, Kinsey. How's it looking up towards Jacksonville? The biggest problem for you guys up there near Jacksonville is almost certainly going to be the rainfall. So if you live in a flood-prone area, keep an eye on those creeks, streams, and rivers. As the winds, you're going to get some strong winds, but it's not going to be the biggest part of the storm for you. The rainfall is going to be the thing that you've got to watch out for the most. Also, big time delayed shout out to my wife, the weather wife, Stephanie. She's always in here, always doing it. She just gifted 50 memberships not too long ago. I think I was busy yapping, like always, and I missed it. Thank you, Steph. The weather wife and our kids are probably watching right now. Yeah, huge shout out. Steph has consistently done 50 memberships per stream, I think, since like a while. So I would say a good percentage of all of the the members of the channel are a result of Steph's gifts. So that's pretty cool. And thank you, Morgan, for that. What you're looking at on the cameras here is we've got 4,500 traffic cameras that we're monitoring in Florida, thanks to the Florida Department of Transportation. Florida, y'all have great traffic cameras. You can, if you want to look at these yourself, they're over on fl511.com. It's free. But yeah, we're monitoring the traffic, and it keeps getting worse. Which is, it's good and bad, right? It's good because people are taking it seriously. We're seeing a lot of people actually evacuating. It's bad because if you've waited this long to evacuate, it's going to be a lot harder for you to do so. The traffic's not moving at all, really, in Collier County there. It's not moving much at all in the Monaco area either. So we're going to keep an eye on this for you and update you as we get more information about different highways and stuff. A lot of the interstate, especially like 255 areas just outside of Tampa, seem to be mostly flowing fine. It's those roads between Fort Myers and Tampa that seem to be the most congested right now. Satellite imagery continues to look impressive. Oh, and here we go. Flight 16 just took off from Gulfport, Mississippi. This is the moment of truth. We're going to see just how much this storm has intensified. As this plane right here is going to go down through the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to meet up with the eye of our storm, and we're going to get an official reading from the hurricane hunters That'll tell us how much the pressure has dropped. I would be surprised if it's not dropped significantly. Like this is getting pretty organized very fast. So I have no doubt in my mind that we've got a Category 5 on our hands. It's now a question of how intense of a Category 5 are we talking about? Amy Davis. Amy's another one that's been here for a very, very long time. Amy, it's nice to see you. And thank you for the gifted. Everybody say thank you to Amy, who also did 20 gifted members. Another unfortunate thing about the traffic being like this is it is a little bit more, well, it's a lot more difficult for emergency services to get where they need to go. You can see that we've got a little bit of a problem here where people are having to drive off of the road to make way for this ambulance. Yeah, just we've got some estimations from different people out there and people that are involved with the hurricane forecast process that suggest that this is a Category 5 again. Just from my eye alone, and it's definitely a Category 5, but we'll get the update after the plane goes through. It is important to note that, first of all, not many storms ever achieve Category 5 status, and even fewer of them do it twice. So this is nuts. This is crazy. In the Gulf of Mexico specifically, the only ones that have ever done it before are the infamous Hurricane Camille in 1969, and the strongest by wind speeds ever recorded in the Gulf or the Atlantic, Allen. So only two have ever done that before, and this will be the third. In some ways, honestly, the current presentation on satellite looks to me almost more impressive than what we had yesterday. The eye is definitely much larger. We don't have that little tiny pinhole eye anymore, but man, it looks so organized. I got an update from Tampa Bay. Tolls have been suspended, so no tolls on all roadways in the following counties: Polk, Hillsborough, Hernando, Pasco, Citrus, and the roadways that are included include State Road 570 and 589. Since the year 2000, only 18 storms in the Atlantic have ever reached Category 5 strength. Heart and Soul says, I thought it was supposed to weaken. It is. And it is going to. But it's, as we've been talking about all morning and all day, It's not going to happen. It's not going to start weakening until probably later this evening. And honestly, it's going to continue to strengthen, I think, for the next little bit. And look at this. Hurricane Milton putting on an impressive lightning show as it swirls in the Gulf of Mexico. Lots of lightning around the center of the storm there, indicating the very obvious strengthening that's going on around the core. If the wind speed is 155, why is it not Category 5? Category 5 is 156 or higher, 157. So if if the wind was blowing 2 miles per hour stronger, which it is, because the 155 reading was a while ago, then we'd have a Category 5. So we have an unofficial Category 5 on our hands. That'll change here in a moment when that plane gets over there to the hurricane. And we got another update from Andy. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, yeah, I wanted to talk about what you had on the screen right there.
Okay.
The eyewall lightning that you could see there is actually very common. Almost every very intense or major hurricane here is going to have eyewall lightning with this, because those are where the cloud tops are generally the highest, where the strongest storms are as a part of the system overall. And in the tropics, where hurricanes typically are, these storms can get very tall. The closer you are to the equator, the taller the tropopause is, which is where basically the tallest a storm can get to before it turns into the stratosphere, which is very stable and prevents storms from getting taller. So because the convection in the eyewall, the thunderstorms in the eyewall are so tall, probably on the order of over 60,000 feet tall, if I had to guess, up there, it's cold enough to have the ice crystals that will bump into each other and generate charge to form the charge differences that lead to lightning strikes like that. So we often use lightning strikes and the frequency of them as another variable that tells us the strength of the hurricane, whether it is strengthening or not, based on the healthiness of the eye wall, since the eye is the core of it and the centerpiece that denotes its strength and how well it's being a hurricane, essentially, to put it cheaply like that. So I just wanted to talk about that, because I actually have seen a few instances of people being concerned about, eyewall lightning and saying this isn't normal. Well, it definitely is. With every major hurricane, we're going to see something like this. Now, it is an impressive amount of lightning, and that tells us that it is an impressive storm that is likely going to be a Category 5 hurricane again here. It's basically unofficially official at this point. Once we get that data, I have no doubts that it is a Category 5 hurricane again. And I saw a tweet that said that only 2 other hurricanes in the Gulf of Mexico have achieved Category 5 status 2 times, which is Camille and Allen. So this will be the 3rd one. Very interesting statistic there. So there you go, Ryan.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah, it's very uncommon for a storm to reach Category 5 strength, especially twice. So this will be added to that very short list of storms to do that in the Atlantic Basin. And yeah, we're just kind of waiting for that reconnaissance data. I honestly think we might be kind of shocked by the update that we get here. I think that this is much stronger right now than it was when that last plane went through. So yeah, just I wouldn't be surprised to see much higher than 155 mile per hour winds and a much lower central pressure. So keep that in mind, as it is important. The more that storm strengthens right now, the more weakening it has to do before it gets to Florida. And obviously, the stronger it is, when it starts weakening, the longer it's going to take to fully weaken. So we're watching that closely. Vivian, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And let's see here. I'm trying to keep track of yeah, Lila. Is this a Cat 5 now? It is. It's Category 5 strength, but it is not officially from the National Hurricane Center. It's not been updated yet. It will soon. Let's look at the progress of our flight here. Hurricane hunters, they haven't really made it that far yet. They took off from the Gulfport not too long ago, and they're going to be heading all the way down here. So it might take them a little while before they get there, but we do have hurricane hunters on the way. If you don't have a car to evacuate, they are providing free evacuation shuttles tomorrow. I believe, was it tomorrow? Somebody send me that graphic again. I've already lost it. But it's between like 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., I think, in certain counties along the coast. And I'll throw that graphic up as soon as I get it. But yeah, if you don't have a car, there are options. Also, I know during Helene, they were doing the Uber thing. Somebody check and see if they're doing that again. All right. Okay. So I'll show the information for both of those right here in a second. Why hasn't Disney closed? I have no idea. They probably will. Okay, so here's that free evacuation thing. Okay, so it's today between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Call 800-729-3413 for evacuation assistance. Free shelters and free transportation to those shelters in Pinellas, Pasco, and Hillsborough counties in Florida. Additionally, Uber. You got the app, or if you don't, you can download it. We partnered with Uber to provide Floridians with free rides to and from shelters in counties evacuating for Milton. Open the Uber app, tap on the account at the bottom right, and tap Wallet. Add promo code Milton Relief. Free. Speaking of Disneyland or Disney in Florida being closed, here's the latest information on that. Disney is closely monitoring the path of the projected storm. Disney's Fort Wilderness Resort and Campground, including the dining and recreation locations, will close beginning at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, October 9th. Same thing for the resort and campground, the Treehouse, the Saratoga Spring Resort and Spa are likely to remain closed until October 13th. The Copper Creek Cabins at Disney's Wilderness Lodge will reopen on Friday, October the 11th. Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton is already out there, and we'll be hearing from him a lot tomorrow. Police are escorting fuel trucks into the Tampa area. And we've got an update from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So Waffle House has now posted something on Twitter. Waffle Houses across the entire Tampa Bay area are closed already, and Waffle Houses all the way down to Cape Coral are closed as well. So Tampa all the way down to Cape Coral, pretty much every Waffle House on the coastline area right there is entirely closed. So Waffle House Index is a go.
Wow. Thank you, Elijah. That might be the most widespread Waffle House closure I've ever heard about. Lots of Waffle Houses closed. And we'll have to I'll have to find something. I'll find that tweet and we'll show it too, because that's pretty wild. The Waffle House Index, if that's something that you go by, you know, the Waffle House doesn't close for no reason, okay? It's got to be a big deal. Oh, here it goes. Here it is. Thank you, Elijah. All of these in Tampa closed. All the way down to Fort Myers. That's a lot of Waffle Houses closed, man. I really don't think we've seen a Waffle House closure at this level before. More information on Disney World. You know what? Hey, hold on. Hey, y'all bot. What do you know about Disney World?
Breaking news. Amid Hurricane Milton's approach, Disney World remains open while Universal Orlando and SeaWorld close. Universal's parks shut down Wednesday and Thursday. Orlando's airport also suspends operations. While Disney closes campgrounds and monitors, some consider leaving early departures. The hurricane disrupts a busy Halloween season at the parks, but Disney has a history of quick recovery post-storm. More updates as the situation develops.
Okay, now what is your name?
Ryan, Yorma is not a term I'm familiar with. In
What is
meteorology,
your name?
I'm Yalbot, your weather-savvy assistant.
Nice.
Here to help. All right. Catching on to my name humor.
That's Y'allbot, y'all. I invented Y'allbot the other day to help me pronounce town names correctly. And we finally got Y'allbot to understand its own name, which is a major breakthrough. So yeah, also speaking of the update that we got from Bryce not too long ago, they're having to escort fuel trucks out there to make sure that these places are getting fuel, because as you can see, the road is pretty much gridlock as far as traffic goes, because thankfully people are taking this very, very seriously. Raza, thank you so much for that. Says reminiscent of the 2017 season with Irma and Maria. Irma devastated Southwest Florida with storm surge. Milton looks worse. I'm a native of the Fort Myers and Naples area. Raza, thank you for that. Okay, actually, and you know what, Disney, they must be watching. because they just announced they're closing all the parks. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I'm seeing a lot of talk and on this topic of maybe a possible another system after this one goes through. And a lot of people worried about that, and probably wherever you're getting it from, some resources trying to talk about something like that. Well, I've just checked the ensemble solutions from our major two global models that we use, and I don't see anything that is within the reasonable forecast time frame of 8 to 9 days or so with ensemble, indications that there's a chance of something forming within the period of time that we know is a reasonable forecast, that we have reasonable estimated forecast based on chaos theory. So I can tell you right now that there's no anything expected in the Caribbean or Gulf of Mexico that may form in the next 8 days, and the National Hurricane Center does not have anything showing that would form in the next 7 days or so, as they don't see a strong signal for that either. So anywhere you're getting that information from, we don't have a good estimate of anything forming within the possible time frame we could forecast it. So hopefully that this, something could happen 2 weeks down the line, but we cannot possibly know that at this point. There's too much divergence as to possible solutions for things forming on the synoptic scale, which is what a hurricane is on the synoptic scale. So at this point, I would say don't worry about that. And any resources that try to claim anything like that are not going to be reputable whatsoever.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah, y'all, let's take it one storm at a time. This one's gonna be enough. It's going to take up all of our focus to get this one right. And if there is another one after it, then we'll worry about it. Then there's not any, groundbreaking or honestly even meaningful information we can give about that. But yeah, as Andy said, it's something that we'll be looking into. A lot of people were asking about this storm during the Helene coverage, and Lord knows we weren't able to, really nail down anything about it then. So this is something that we have to take one storm at a time. We got our cameras up again. The evacuation is underway, and it still looks like the roads are becoming more and more clogged, which it's a mixture of a good and a bad thing. It's a good thing because people are listening. People are getting out. Bad thing because, as we saw multiple times today, it's hard for ambulances to get where they need to go and all that kind of mess. So hopefully the roads will calm down this evening because everybody has already gotten out of there. And hopefully everybody watches this one from a distance, man. You don't want to evacuate, but you don't have to travel far to be safe. You just tens of miles inland is all it takes if you've got a friend, a loved one. Grandma's house, whatever it is, like 25 miles in, 30 miles in, that's better than being right along the coast. And of course, there are public shelters out there as well. And you can go to floridadisaster.org/shelter-status, and it'll tell you the shelter locations. It'll tell you if they are pet friendly, and it will tell you if they can accommodate health needs. The time is now to find a free shelter in your area and finalize your prep before Milton. It is almost too late. You got to go now if you haven't already. Yeah, so storm surge can be more impactful if it happens during high tide. So when we talk about storm surge, if we say the water is going to rise 10 feet, that means on top of whatever the water would naturally be. So yes, technically, storm surge occurring during a high tide would make it worse. Tampa Bay and Fort Myers in that area are unfortunately the most flood-prone areas when it comes to storm surge in all of Florida. So even just as little as 6 feet can cause significant problems. And obviously, the expected 10 to 15 feet is going to cause catastrophic damage. It's going to be a tragic disaster for whoever gets the worst of it. This is from the city of Bradenton. Bottled water distribution, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. today. It's going to be at Bradenton City Hall, 101 12th Street. Valid city ID is required. Signage is in place to direct traffic. So it looks like that actually just ended. This was sent to me at 4:01 p.m. But still, if you go to City Hall there, we've been a part of a lot of stuff like this. I bet they've got water still. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So this is going to be a unique update, I think. So announced actually by the White House within the last hour, the White House is going to be making a Reddit page over FEMA's response and their response for Hurricane Milton. I kid you not, that was just announced by the White House recently. I will read what the Hill said about it. The Reddit page will include federal actions and resources, including state-based information and preparedness efforts and responses. So I am looking to try to find that Reddit page now. I have not found it yet, but when I do, I will let you know.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. That's really interesting. I wonder if it's going to be, is it going to be like an AMA, like an Ask Me Anything kind of situation? All right. Well, we will definitely follow along with that. Disney's theme parks and Disney Springs will be closed in phases beginning tomorrow at 1 p.m. For those of you who are just now tuning in, Hurricane Milton has become a monster Category 5 hurricane once again, as the latest satellite imagery shows signs of mesovortices propagating within the eyewall. I'm telling you, it looks to me just as strong as it was during some stages of yesterday's explosive growth, which is nuts. Hey, I've been saying Lutz, Florida a lot today. Am I pronouncing that right? L-U-T-Z, Lutz.
Hey, Ryan, it's actually pronounced Lutz, like boots, but with an L. It's a common one to trip over, so you're in good company. Maybe stay away from the alphabet soup today.
All right, thank you.
Glad we cleared that up. What's next on the weather docket, Ryan?
All right, well, I thought that you guys in chat were misleading me, but you were right. It's Lutz. My bad. I've corrected from now on. Goodbye. Yeah, no, I did not misspeak earlier. All it takes is 6 feet of storm surge to cause significant damage, especially in the Tampa, Fort Myers, and Cedar Key area. So one of the reasons why I keep talking about Fort Myers is I don't expect a direct hit down there at all, but this is still going to bring some water in. And if it brings in more than 6 feet, it's going to be detrimental. And yeah, a lot of people have been talking about the debris from Helene in Tampa and Siesta Key and that area. Right now, if you drive down a lot of the streets, there's just like piles of trash and just general debris from people's houses that were flooded by Hurricane Helene. All that stuff's going to go airborne in the 120 mile per hour winds that will occur when the hurricane makes landfall. So that's another thing to think about. It's going to be like a double mess because people have literally stripped their entire homes, gotten everything out of them because it's all wet and destroyed, littered the streets with them. It hasn't been picked up yet, right? We're still in the process of cleaning up. And now we're going to throw in 120 mile per hour wind gusts at that. So it'll be an even bigger mess. Only 4. Only 4 October storms have reached Category 5 status since the beginning of the satellite era. Mitch in 1998, Matthew in 2016, Michael in 2018, and now Milton in 2024. Those are the M storms. And by the way, Milton is the name that replaced Michael. Big Family Expedition, thank you so much for that. Yeah, it is wobbling south a little bit. We will see lots of wobbles today. It'll wobble north. It'll wobble south. The more south it goes, obviously, if we see 2 southern wobbles for every northern wobble, that, averages out to a slightly more southern track, which is something that the models have been hinting at here recently. So that, that's something that we're going to watch. Best case scenario for Tampa would be more of those southern wobbles and a more southern track. And that's, if the center of the storm goes south of Tampa Bay, it's going to be night and day as far as the overall impacts for Tampa. Unfortunately, it's a nightmare situation for Fort Myers and Sarasota and Venice. So nobody really wins here. There's not a situation where we avoid a major disaster. A huge shout out to Mary Lynn Mim for 50 gifted. That's big. And congratulations to everybody that just got the free membership. Yep, for everybody that's asking, it's it is a category. As far as we know, it's a Category 5. It's still officially rated a Category 4, but no doubt in my mind, if we had somebody in there measuring the winds, it would be Category 5, well into the Category 5 range. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, just as a supplemental note to that idea of it being a Category 5, the automated tropical cyclone forecasting system operated by the National Hurricane Center, their best track update has it as a low end Category 5 at this moment, or just barely a Category 5 with 140 knot winds. So that's like unofficially official is a way to think about that. And of course, with our visual estimates of it, that only further confirms our confidence that with this new recon flight, we'll find something in the Category 5 standing. So again, that's why I brought it up earlier with some confidence that we're looking at a Category 5 hurricane again as it stands. But yeah, so basically an NHC operated resource here with the best track, it does have it as a Category 5 alongside satellite estimates and basically just visual observations of it. So we'll see we'll see how much more it really does have packing with it when that recon flight gets there. But as it stands, there is an officially operated resource that does say that it would be a Category 5 at the moment on the next update. So there you go.
All right. Thank you so much. Andy, also Elijah, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So we have a statewide tornado drill occurring in Mississippi tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. That was just announced by the emergency managers in Mississippi. It's going to be taking place at 9:15 tomorrow.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. Statewide tornado drill. We've probably got some people in Mississippi watching, and I know we've talked to a lot of you guys. A lot of emergency managers in Mississippi are friends of the channel, as we have spent so much time talking about some of the communities in Mississippi during a tornado season. So, tornado drill tomorrow. Lots of you guys are probably from Mississippi. For those of you who are just now tuning in, Hurricane Milton remains a powerful Category 4 hurricane on paper. Somebody just needs to update the paper and it'll say Category 5. We've got officially 155 miles per hour winds, 923 millibars. That was the lowest pressure, and that was as of 2 p.m. Mandatory evacuations have been ordered for evacuation zones A and B in the Tampa area. Over 1 million people have been instructed to evacuate along Florida's Gulf Coast. Mass evacuations are underway with highways clogged, and people are trying to, flee the storm. And you can see those clogged highways on the cameras there. It looks like some of them are starting to clear up a little bit. It doesn't look necessarily as bad as it did earlier, but still, some places are barely moving, especially over there towards Collier County. A storm surge of 10 to 15 feet is possible along the Gulf Coast. The Tampa Bay area, which hasn't been directly hit by a major hurricane since 1921, could face significant damage. Forecasters, including people at the Weather Prediction Center and all these different things that we've been looking at, are expecting 3 to 6 inches of rain in the Gainesville area. So that's pretty far displaced from the center of the storm, where we will likely see closer to a foot to 18 inches of rain near Orlando and back towards Daytona and those areas. We are now up to 5,000 National Guard service members being deployed. They're going to be there for the storm and also to help you clean up afterwards, which is going to be extremely needed because we've got hurricane flooded debris littering the streets right now, as it hasn't been picked up from Helene yet. Now it's going to get blown all around with additional damage on top of that with our upcoming major hurricane landfall. FEMA has, this has also sent a wake-up call to, everybody involved, including FEMA, which has mobilized 7,000 federal personnel, making this the largest federal response in history, or at least one of the largest federal responses in history. Again, Hurricane Helene just really, it was like a cup of coffee for people involved in this kind of stuff, man. Like, I've never seen anything like it. Everybody's taking this seriously. Everybody's heeding warnings. I love it. It's unfortunate that it took something like Hurricane Helene to make it happen. Hurricane Helene occurred less than 2 weeks ago. And like we've been saying, there's still debris in the Tampa area and around Siesta Key from that storm surge. Yeah, mandatory evacuation orders in zones A and B in the Tampa area. St. Johns County has issued a mandatory evacuation order for all residents and visitors in the evacuation zone. Zones A, B, and F. David Kane, thank you for the very generous super chat. Yeah, Daytona is a place. That is different than Daytona. It's to the south and west of Daytona. Thank you. Lou. Yeah, there are thousands of gas stations reporting gas outages, but only 15% of the affected area's gas stations are effectively without gas, and they're getting it back. Like, we've got police escorts out there shuttling tanks of gas. Honestly, it's not as much of a problem as I thought it would be. The lights are orange. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have two things. First one, I have the unfortunate job that I need to report. We already have one death from Hurricane Milton. Someone in Mexico drowned due to some of the storm surge that was coming in when it was near peak intensity, like true peak intensity, the super higher end category 5 strength. And then the other thing, I did successfully find the White House Reddit account.
Oh, you did?
I did. And I
Okay.
have a photo that they posted. If you, I don't know if you want to show it or not, but that is them getting all the briefings for Hurricane Milton. They posted that about an hour ago.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. If you find the thread or the page or whatever, send that to me as well. We will keep up with that. Just, I mean, interesting. You know, it's something. It's another piece of the information relay puzzle here that we're trying to put together for y'all. This is for Reddit. Plum Wild, son. What a time to be alive. When will some southbound lanes open to evacuees? I haven't heard anything else about that. I know that that's something that they were considering, but I don't know. I don't have any updates about that. Force says, how long are you staying live? I'm going to be live for at least 3 more hours, potentially more. Just depends on it just depends on what we have to relay to you. If we run out of new information, we will probably end it. If not, then we'll keep going. I definitely don't want to go like forever, though. We do want to make sure that we let the, you know, we're going to be here for a very long time tomorrow, so we want to make sure we're prepared for that. I'm in Eastern time. Yeah, just about all of the latest ensembles have Hurricane Milton now making landfall south of Tampa Bay, which is a good sign. Doesn't mean that we're completely out of the water. It doesn't mean that that's definitely going to be the case. But it does look like there's a better chance now that Tampa Bay might not take a hit in the way that would cause the devastating, catastrophic flooding that, you know, we originally, kind of thought about when we saw that original path. However, it's just models, and they've changed multiple times. They're going to continue to change. I'm just trying to relay some good news. It's only good for the people of Tampa, right? The farther south this goes, the worse of a deal this becomes for Fort Myers, which is still cleaning up from Hurricane Ian. And this becomes a bigger deal for Siesta Key and places like that. So Sarasota. So yeah, somebody's going to end up with too much water here. We're trying to pinpoint exactly who. We need everybody in the general area, including in Tampa, to get out of there just in case. Man, this thing is really looking impressive. Look at this. That is a Cat 5 if I've ever seen one. Very clear eye. Unbelievable. Wow. Anna, Anna, thank you for the very generous super chat. It's not quite a pinhole. It is still a small eye, like compared to, you know, most hurricanes, but it's certainly larger than what it was yesterday. Just not by much. The eye is completely cleared out. There is actually a chance, y'all, like just from looking at this, I think I'm confident in saying that there is a chance that this will rival, that it has a chance of rivaling its peak from yesterday. Which is nuts. Yesterday, it was one of the strongest storms we've ever seen. It has a chance to get right back up there today. And it's getting dangerously close to Florida. Remember, the stronger it gets today, the stronger it will likely be whenever it makes landfall. It is going to weaken. So here's another thing to consider. Let me come over to this different map. So yesterday, the storm became a Category 5 right in this zone, right? And then last night, it was a Category 4 up to right here, and now it's a Category 5 again. The sea surface temperatures right here are only in the 28-degree range, 28 degrees Celsius, right? Which is definitely, it's warm, and it's certainly enough to support a hurricane, obviously enough to support a record-breaking Category 5 hurricane. But the waters that the storm is going over now, this plume of warm waters right here between Cuba, the Yucatan Peninsula up into the Gulf of Mexico, is closer to 31 degrees Celsius. So significantly warmer waters is what the storm is over right now, and what it's going to be over for the next several hours. So that will definitely play a huge role in how strong the storm's able to get. Also, we got an update from our airplane here. Our Hurricane Hunter is getting closer to the storm. Remember, they're going to fly through the eye of the storm multiple times in a pattern like this. And we're going to be watching every single data point that they send back, as this is one of the most important flight reconnaissance missions of all time, probably. Holy smokes, y'all. That is wicked. Stormbringer, thank you for that. And looky here, Tiger Fan 32 has been a member for 42 months. 42 months. Thank you for being here, man. I bet the stadium effect is amazing with this storm right now. I bet you're right. Nobody knows. Nobody's in there, thankfully, except for probably a bunch of birds. There's probably some birds in there, maybe. Actually, I don't know. It's closed off over water and opened over water, so maybe not. But that's a common thing that happens sometimes. Birds will get stuck in the eye of a storm, follow it to land. That's a good question, Richard. I think the correct answer to that is going to be that it's not going to be able to go far enough south to escape the wind shear. It might delay the effects a little bit, but yeah, it's the weakening process is still going to happen. I think the biggest change that we will see as a result of this wobble that has happened is a track shift, an intensity shift somewhat, yeah, because it is getting so strong, but it'll have more implications on the on where the storm ends up. Which right now we have no reason to believe it'll end up anywhere other than somewhere in the Tampa area, somewhere hopefully south of Tampa, north of Fort Myers. That's still the place that we're most concerned about. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I see a lot of people asking a couple of questions in particular. When is landfall? Well, actually, it is right below me, right behind me here. We have a timer for that, just in case. If you're watching on mobile, it might be hard to see, but it is there for anyone asking, and you can refer to that in the chat from here on if someone asks. And the other thing is they're asking how wide the eye is. By my estimation, it's about 0.2 degrees longitude wide, and at a latitude of 22.5 degrees north, that would mean it's about 12.8 miles wide. So I'd say anywhere between 10 to 12 miles wide is the eye's width at the moment, diameter. And for reference, a pinhole eye, since you did just talk about that a little bit ago, is 10 miles or less in width. Is that nautical miles? I'm not sure, but it'll be very close to that definition. So we're not actually that far outside of what a pinhole eye would be, even though we just saw a very extreme example of that yesterday. Well, I'm sure you and I were just sitting here watching it all day. So there you go. There's an update on some of the characteristics of the hurricane. Also, the resources that we have on the screen for you to look at for information at any given time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill. Bringing everybody's attention to the landfall countdown. And also, by the way, all that information automatically updates the moment that it is publicly available. It'll update here the latest pressure reading, the latest wind speeds, the current category of the storm are right there. It's all automatically updating. And also the landfall countdown. Right now, we estimate that landfall will occur in about 1 day, 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 22 seconds. That will change, and we will alter that as we get new data. Right now, that's our best guess. Plane is getting closer already. 994 millibars pressure on the very outside of the storm with 34 mile per hour winds. This one's flying at about 12,000 feet. Hurricane hunters. Southern Belle. Yes, this is live. If anybody is ever confused about whether or not this is live, you got the live date and time to the second right here. See if it matches your clock. Man, I'm dying to know what this plane's going to find in this storm. It's not going to surprise me if we end up finding out that we're looking at a storm that's stronger than last night, or as strong as. Every new satellite frame looks more and more impressive. Maybe it's because the eye is a little bit bigger. It's easier to see some of those details, but man, that is a very clear, very well-defined eye if I've ever seen one. No doubt that it's Cat 5. It's just how strong. How far has that pressure dipped and how high are the winds now? If I had to guess, just from the way it looks, I'd say that we're pretty close to 900 millibars. I'd be surprised if it's higher than 915. I would not be surprised if it's between 900 and 910. Which just means that it is intensifying quite quickly. Our last reading was 925. The lower that number, the stronger the storm. And, you know, we look at that to determine what phase the storm is currently in. Yesterday, the number was dropping all day. The storm kept getting stronger. The winds kept getting more intense. Last night, the number started to rise. The pressure was not quite as low as the storm underwent an eyewall replacement cycle, which doesn't look like that's happening right now with our storm. So, you know, I just expect that it's definitely a much stronger storm than what we saw earlier. The 18Z models are showing a south movement. Not good for Fort Myers. Yep, that's what we've been talking about here. A lot of the latest models that are coming in, even the ensembles, the ones that combine a bunch of members and the spaghetti plots and all that stuff, all that has shifted south somewhat. And it looks like, as of right now, we might have to start being a little bit more worried in Fort Myers and Sarasota and places like that. And hopefully people are going to be able to breathe a sigh of relief in their hotels or in the shelters away from Tampa as the storm is like, there's no reason to like not evacuate right now. It's just, we're hoping for the best and that the storm goes to the south of Tampa. If that happens, then that's not going to be as much of a problem up there with the storm surge. But of course, things can still change. And it's too close to get too comfortable with any sort of solution at this point. Englewood, yeah, that's another place that the farther south this goes, the more detrimental this is going to be for them. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Going to talk a little bit about the expected upcoming period where some intensification, further intensification is possible, notwithstanding any eyewall replacements that may happen here. The path of Hurricane Milton, even with a slight southern wobble or northern wobbles thereafter that, will take it over a slightly warmer area of the Gulf of Mexico that we commonly call the loop current, which takes some of the warmer ocean waters that are present and loops them in eddies around the Gulf of Mexico. So right now, one of the eddies is going to be slightly north of the path of Hurricane Milton, so it's not going to pass over the absolute warmest waters, but it is going to go from the area it is right now to a more favorable environment, meaning that the wind shear is going to stay relatively steady, and the sea surface temperatures as well as ocean heat content, so all of the ocean, it's like 100 meters below the surface of the sea, will increase in capacity, essentially in temperature, in heat content for the hurricane to suck up and intensify. So I do expect that if we don't see an eyewall replacement cycle in the near term here, that we will see a steady intensification as the environment supports a higher maximum potential intensity for this storm. So in addition to that, I have seen a lot of questions about the eyewall replacement cycle. Essentially, what happens there is a second eyewall will form further out somewhere in the storm, and it will consolidate and become a solid circle of intense convection. And since a low pressure will draw everything inward to it, eventually that eyewall closes in on the inner eyewall. And when it does that, it chokes off the heat content getting to the inner part of the storm. So that eyewall will weaken. It'll expand when the new eyewall kind of consolidates inward. And that's why we see an expansion of a hurricane with an eyewall replacement cycle, and also a slight weakening as it's a broader a broader wind field. And conservation of angular momentum tells us that it's going to slow down the wind speed to go around a larger circle compared to a very smaller one like that, like a ballerina spinning her arms. So that's why we've seen the tendencies of Hurricane Milton so far when it was a Cat 5, then became a Cat 4 as it went through the first eyewall replacement cycle, and why it may happen again. But if it doesn't, the environment will be, of course, those warmer sea surface temperatures and ocean heat content. So we may see a pretty intense system here. After this point, it'll only be over those warmer sea surface temperatures for a little bit. As you get up to Tampa, the maximum potential intensity will definitely drop, and we'll see that wind shear kick in a destructive interference way, since it was perpendicular to the path of the hurricane, like we were talking about earlier. So that's just a sort of an in-depth look with all the components that we're watching for the wobbling of the intensity of this hurricane.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Let's take a look at the latest satellite imagery. Man, the wobble this thing has really wandered significantly east from the projected forecast track. So I think that we're definitely going to see probably a pretty good change there whenever we get that official update. What this could mean, the fact that this is maybe going a little bit farther south, and also it's definitely much stronger than what the forecast entails here. I think what it could mean is that we might be looking at a farther south landfall tomorrow than maybe what we originally expected. Still in the Sarasota County area, but a little bit farther south. And then also, it'll take a little while longer for this storm to interact with that wind shear in a way that's going to start the de-intensification process. There's going to be several things working against this storm, but it's doing a good job right now at avoiding them. So the longer it can hold on to that, the better chance that this is going to hold on to some strength as it moves into Florida. Not out of the question that this makes landfall as a high-end Category 3 or maybe even a low-end Category 4. It's also not out of the question completely that this might weaken even more and become a Category 2. So I just want to make sure that all options are on the table, and the reason why we do the nowcasting thing is to let you know our thoughts in real time. And that's what I'm thinking about Hurricane Milton here, which is definitely pretty far displaced from the projected track here. Now, We're going to get an update on that as soon as this plane goes through the eye, and it's about to do that. It's pointed the wrong way right now. It's not actually going that way. I don't know why it's doing that. It's flying into the storm, and we will give you an update just as soon as it gets in there. It's close. There is an ongoing evacuation. The roads are definitely looking a little bit more clear every time I look. There's still a lot of traffic, obviously, but hopefully everybody's getting to where they're needing to get to, and we get finished with that by tonight. Yeah, the plane's bailing. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? They noped out. Oh, man. Yeah. Let me, I can add the satellite to the plane view too. We should probably do that. Yeah, so you can see it's getting pretty close. Oh, and another flight is out there. We've got flight 17 as well on the way. So 2 planes will be in there soon. So there's our hurricane hunter just about to punch into the core of Hurricane Milton. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I'm just visually estimating the points of progress here. I think we're about 15 minutes or so, 12 to 15 minutes until we see data from the eyewall and the eye for wind speed and pressure estimates here. So I think that's about the speed they're traveling, pending any extreme turbulence they have to deal with. So cross your fingers and hope the best for their well-being in that flight.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, it's going to be a bumpy ride getting through there. Once again, wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at a storm that is as strong, if not stronger, than the record-breaking storm that we were observing last night or yesterday. So we're very close to getting some new readings here. By the way, we got a new outlook from the Weather Prediction Center, a new excessive rainfall outlook. High risk now expands all the way across the state of Florida from one side to the other. Instead of cutting off there after Orlando, now we go all the way over to the east coast of Florida. Everybody that's going to pretty much be involved with the core of the storm as it crosses the state is now under a high risk of excessive rainfall and flash flooding. The red is the moderate risk. Anywhere in the red or the pink, you need to be on high alert. And if you live in a flood-prone area, you've got to have a plan now to figure out how you're going to mitigate the risk of being in a hurricane and also getting to higher ground in case of a flash flood. Hurricane Milton is likely a Category 5. Once again, we are awaiting the official confirmation from this hurricane that's flying into the storm right now, or this plane. It's Hurricane Hunter. yeah, from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona Beach, all now included in that high risk of excessive rainfall. Oh yeah, I'll put the track back on here. The cone. The the center of the storm is now exiting the cone. So yeah, the center of Milton is deviating noticeably from the most recent track from the National Hurricane Center, and that's why we're anxiously awaiting the update. Yes, we are still anticipating the weakening of the storm in its final approach to Florida, and we are still anticipating that will have no impact on the overall severity of the storm, and especially in terms of the storm surge, which has always been the biggest threat with this. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I have a physical idea as to why we may see this eastward deviation out of the cone at the moment. If you look at the hurricane on, basically just infrared imagery, you can see this really clearly. There's a lot more sort of down shear convection to this hurricane on the southern side. You can see a lot more of the cumulonimbus clouds that are a lot taller. So maybe the lower pressures associated with these, like the local lower pressures associated with all of those, the deeper convection to the south is kind of tugging it a bit to the south outside of the cone. So once this maybe wraps around and we get a little bit less of that shape that looks like the number 9 again, perhaps then we see a more accurate forecast cone, or it follows the forecast cone a little more. And if we ever see some on the upshear side, perhaps it could tug it back to the north, confluent with any wobbles that the hurricane itself does. So I think that's why it's my best guess as to why it may be deviating a little south right now. And I think that there can be equal tugs back to the north so that the cone is still a pretty accurate indicator of what the path we expect this to take.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, just like on cue, I think Andy chimed in about 5 seconds before the National Hurricane Center update. So officially now, Milton is a Category 5 hurricane. Its central pressure was marked at 918 millibars with a maximum sustained winds of 165 miles per hour, based on the new bulletin from the National Hurricane Center.
All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. So there we go. It's official now from the National Hurricane Center. We have a Category 5. And I think that we are going to see even more information from this flight here as soon as we get an update from it, which once again, it might not get the eye on this first pass. It might take a couple different tries to get the actual lowest pressure here. But I think that we're going to learn a lot from this reconnaissance data here. But yeah, 4 p.m. Central, or I guess the 5 p.m. update Eastern is going to be 918 millibars, 165 mile per hour winds, Category 5. So it is officially official now. And within the next 4 minutes, you'll see our graphic update there as the National Hurricane Center sends that out through their API. So it's we've jumped from 155 mile per hour winds to now 165 mile per hour winds. Nope, there's no such thing as a Category 6. There's just no use in it. After 5, it's like, okay, That's, there's no point in communicating a lot higher than that as far as like what the damage or the risks are with it. You know what I'm saying? How does the plane do measurements? It's got instrumentation on the plane that does measurements at flight level, and they also will drop instruments into the storm that send information back a couple different ways. Here's that latest update in graphical form. 1 a.m. Thursday, major hurricane making landfall, or very close to making landfall, near Sarasota, Florida. So yeah, the official track has shifted south a tiny little bit, as expected. Tampa, you're still in that cone. There's no reason to think that this won't go up towards Tampa. But this is a little bit more concerning now for our folks in Sarasota, Siesta Key, Venice, Englewood, Grove City, especially places like Port Charlotte and Northport. Even farther inland, we've got to be concerned about some really strong hurricane force winds in Bradley Junction, Bowling Green, Wauchula, Arcadia, and Frostproof in Winter Haven. All right, so here is the cone fully updated on our end here. Back nice nestled center in the cone. Let's see here at 2 a.m. Oh my goodness. At 2 a.m. In the morning, we expect that this will still be a Category 5 hurricane with 167 mile per hour winds. And that's probably conservative. That's probably conservative. However, it might be spot on. It just depends on when that weakening starts to happen. Okay, we got to remember that we're entering a time frame now where we really have to start watching for that, and it'll start soon, or it'll start with the next eyewall replacement cycle. But there is going to be a period where this thing starts rising in pressure and it doesn't stop. If that doesn't start, before 2 a.m., then the 167 mile per hour Category 5 there is probably a little bit underdone. However, it is expected to be Category 4 with 150 mile per hour winds, 2 p.m. tomorrow. This is around the time that we will start our stream, probably a little bit after this. And then we're going to watch this thing downgrade to a Category 3 with 127 mile per hour winds and 150 mile per hour wind gusts as it makes landfall sometime around, it could be as early as midnight, it could be as late as 3 a.m. And right now the center projected path is right over Sarasota. So this is good news for Tampa. If it ends up taking that path. When the winds blow this way, storm surge is not as much of a problem, but the damaging winds are still going to be a big problem in Tampa, even if it does go this far south. Okay? Those 127 mile per hour winds are going to cause enough problems on their own, regardless of what the storm surge does. Now, this is really bad news for everybody on the southern side here. You got to be super concerned if you're in Venice, if you're in Osprey, if you're in Point of Rocks, White Beach, Minnesota Beach, Englewood Beach, Grove City, all these places, and of course the Charlotte Harbor and Fort Myers area. How do I enable that? Somebody have to remind me tomorrow to do that because I don't know how. And then all the way over on the other side, plumb over on the other side of the state of Florida, we're going to have Hurricane Milton, still Category 1 near Palm Bay. So it's not going to stop being a hurricane at any point as it crosses the entire peninsula of Florida, which is really impressive. This also puts the stronger winds more in line with places like Wauchula, Avon Park, Frostproof, the Three Lakes Wildlife Management Area, Bull Creek, and Palm Bay and Melbourne. Got it. Got it. Hey, y'all, but I think I'm going to be talking about this town called Wauchula, Florida, a lot over the next little bit. Am I saying that right? Wauchula?
Close, but not quite, Ryan. It's pronounced Wauchula. Emphasis on the first syllable. Watch out, or the locals might start calling you Aryan instead of Ryan.
That was genuinely funny. Y'all, bot, you're awesome. What the heck?
Thanks, Ryan. I'm here to keep the weather updates rolling and throw in a few laughs when I can.
Awesome.
Now let's dive.
Guess what? We've got Riley in the house. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so they did exactly hit the eye of this thing with that Hurricane Hunter flight. However, the extrapolated data is not available. And also, how's my mic? Because I had to adjust the sensitivity the other day. So there's a chance it's really, really loud right now.
It sounds good to me. Sound good to you guys? I think we're good. Awesome. Thank you, Riley. All right, so we're getting in the weeds here with our hurricane hunters. We're getting in there. Hold on, let me pull up the latest. Yeah, so we're not getting the extrapolated data yet, like he said, but we are getting a little bit of a taste of some of the winds, 157, 156 miles per hour there. Once again, this is going to do several passes. It's going to fly through the storm like this. And sometimes, like, I mean, imagine there's a 10-mile little hole in the middle of this intense storm and you're flying a plane and it's moving and you're moving. Sometimes they miss the eye. And sometimes they don't get right in the center. Sometimes they need a little bit of extra preparation to make it through the eye wall. So they do several passes. So we'll keep an eye on this as it's likely going to go this way next. Somebody said, can you imagine being in that plane? Well, we don't have to imagine it because there's video. This is what it is like in that plane right now, if not a little bit worse than this, because this was earlier today, I believe.
my wallet too. Thanks. Gotta keep these pockets zipped.
I want to see this shot right now.
Wow.
They're in the eye there earlier when it was less organized. But man, hopefully somebody on this plane is recording video, because they're getting a shot of a lifetime right now in one of the strongest storms, ever. So. Yeah. But yeah, that's flying at about 8,000 feet right now, with the last max wind speed reported there about 157 miles per hour. So we'll get some more information on that shortly. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a Category 5 on our hands, and it's likely going to stay a Category 5 for the rest of today into the early morning hours tomorrow. Now, it is not going to stay a Category 5 as we go deeper into the day tomorrow, and as we go especially towards landfall early in the day on Thursday. This is likely going to make landfall as a Category 3. We believe this to be true because we expect that the storm's going to come in contact with quite a bit of wind shear, all right? And it's going to interact with it in a way that expands the wind field and decreases the ability for the storm to, continue to deepen the pressure, to continue to lower that number. Right now, 918 millibars. The lower that gets, the more efficiently we can expect that the storm is producing strong winds. And that's just not going to be able to happen. So the one thing that could change is it could weaken at a lesser degree than what we're thinking right now, and could mean that this makes landfall as a higher end Cat 3 or maybe a low end Cat 4. That would obviously be a bad situation. But regardless, because it is as strong as it is right now, we know that this thing's going to have a ton of momentum, and it's going to be bringing up a catastrophic storm surge in portions of western Florida. There's no way around it at this point. It's going to be a disaster for whoever gets hit by the especially the southern side. Evacuation orders are in place, and for good reason. People are evacuating. We've seen fluctuations in the traffic all day, but it looks like things are still pretty, locked up out there, especially on I-75. From some of the latest camera data, or camera imagery, I guess, that we're getting. No, it will not be a Category 5 when it makes landfall. Who you listening to in that earpiece? Little bit of everybody. There's sometimes a lot of people that need to talk to me or tell me things while I'm live, and Obviously, a lot of that you guys get to hear, but some of it is just like, hey, like your mic is too low. And, you know, that comes through the earpiece or whatever it might be. You know what I'm saying? Oof. You seeing this, Riley? 902.
Yep, that would be 902. We're still waiting for the official drop zone, which, interesting enough, this has been one of the first storms where the drop zones normally appear lower than the extrapolated data. So whenever we get that, I'll have an update with what the drop zone showed.
Okay, so some preliminary numbers here. Obviously nothing official, but this is more on the side of what I was expecting to see from the satellite imagery. 902 millibars measured right there on the southern side. And then also, look at this, 183 miles per hour winds at flight level. It's not that strong on the surface, but still really impressive. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, one other interesting thing with this pressure data is if you go back over there and click the buttons, look at how tight that gradient is. There's a 902 right next to a 910. So that's why we're seeing these extreme winds with the hurricane is that pressure gradient. Air moves from high pressure to low pressure. So the stronger that pressure gradient, the stronger the winds are going to be.
Absolutely. Thank you, Riley. So yeah, this is just now coming in. Now it'll have to be verified and cleaned and, you know, made sure that, you know, there's a lot of other things that we need to check here, but it looks like we've definitely got some information that indicates that this storm is even stronger than what might be suggested from the most recent National Hurricane Center update, where we are, you know, assuming that we've got a 918 millibar, 165 mile per hour storm on our hands. Could be a little bit stronger than that. This is interesting, and we need to keep note of it because this plane is going to make several passes. Also, there's another plane. Okay, there's another plane that's getting ready to come in. It's going to do the same thing. We're going to get a lot of very valuable data on this thing here very soon. Katrina, at its peak intensity, was 902 millibars for some reference. Katrina obviously did the same thing where it was a Category 5, and then it made landfall as a Category 3. Yesterday, this storm was at 897 millibars. So there's a chance that this will make a run at that. If those numbers are real, if that's actually what we're dealing with here, then this could actually beat yesterday's readings if the storm continues to strengthen. As of 7 p.m. tonight, access to the barrier islands will be closed to everyone. This is from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. So yeah, as of tonight, after 7 p.m., the access to the barrier islands is going to be closed off to everyone. Currently, only residents, business owners, and rideshare services and debris collectors are permitted access. Please plan accordingly. Okay, y'all bought county in Florida, Pinellas. How do you say it?
It's pronounced Pinellas. Ryan, looks like you've got it. Shout out to Pinellas County, home to Clearwater Beach. Just remember, the emphasis is on the second.
Pinellas. Also, some people in chat were saying you got Wauchula wrong. How do you say that again? Pretend you're a local.
All right, Ryan, let's break it down with a bit of a drawl. Wauchula. Just imagine you're coaxing a sneeze out of a southern gentleman. What you think? Close enough to pass for a local?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you, Y'allbot. Thank you.
No problem, Ryan. Glad I could help out. Now, what's next on our weather agenda?
Oh my gosh. Hey, Mandy, thank you so much for being an official sponsor. That's a big deal. Uh, 300 Candman says, Ryan, thanks to you and your team for putting this channel together. We've been tuning in since 2021. In Lakewood Ranch, what should we expect? Lakewood Ranch. Let's see if my thing works here. Lakewood. Lakewood Ranch. So you guys are in an area that will likely receive some of the strongest winds from this storm. You might be a little close to the coast as well. As far as storm surge goes, it's a little bit too close for me, I think. I would definitely be getting a little bit farther inland if possible. You don't have to go forever, just a little bit. And I would certainly expect power outages and, some flash flooding and some very strong winds. This is where we are almost certainly going to have some winds in excess of 110 miles per hour for an extended period of time. And that will cause significant damage. If you're just now tuning in, basically what we're doing right now is we're really kind of hyper-focusing on this airplane that's flying through Hurricane Milton here. It's just given us some really interesting information about the potential intensity of the storm. Maybe we have a pressure near 900 millibars, which is extremely low, indicating that the storm is rapidly intensifying. We've also got some flight level winds potentially in the 160 to 180 mile per hour range. So very, very interesting stuff. And we're also monitoring the ongoing evacuation as over 1 million people are evacuating southwestern Florida right now. Hurricane Milton is challenging records once again as we likely have a 902 millibar reading here from reconnaissance data, which is just wild. Once again, it's very rare for a storm to reach Category 5 status. It's extremely rare for a storm to be sub 920 millibars. To get around that 900 millibar number is just it's incredibly rare, and it's not something that you see every day. And it's even crazier whenever it happens twice in a single storm's lifetime. There are very few storms that have ever done anything like this before. And the two that we know of or that we have, talked about earlier are very memorable storms. Everybody knows about Hurricane Camille, especially the people that had to deal with it, and the grandkids of the people that had to deal with it know about that storm. It's how impactful it was. And then some of the strongest winds that were ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin was from the Hurricane Allen. And that's the other storm that did a similar thing to this. So this is already on a bunch of different lists of the top insert whatever here of all time. And it's continuing to strengthen. as it approaches Florida. It is going to weaken before it gets there, but the more momentum it picks up right now, the more serious this could be for the residents along the west coast of Florida. Landfall is expected about 1 day, 3 hours, 36 minutes, and 13 seconds from now. Give or take some hours and some seconds and some minutes. All right, so we got an update from the plane. It's exiting the storm now. We will likely see it come back this way next. Here's a list of the top ever hurricanes in the Atlantic with the wind speeds and the pressures. Wilma, 882. That's about as low of pressure as you'll ever see. I don't like there's a point where it literally can't go any lower in a storm like a hurricane. So that's the lowest we've ever recorded with Wilma in 2005. Gilbert in 1988, 185 mile per hour winds, 888 millibars. Labor Day, 1935, 185, 892. Merida, 2005, again, man, that year was nuts. 895, 180 mile per hour winds. And here we are already. Milton is on this list. This could be challenged today if the storm continues to increase in intensity. And it very well could. I could see a world where we potentially overtake Rita with Milton before it starts weakening. And then here's Allen with the strongest winds recorded in the Atlantic Basin at 190 miles per hour. Melissa Harper, thank you so much for that. That's it's unfortunate to hear that. Hopefully everybody comes out all right. But thank you so much for that. And we're going to be here through the whole thing, keeping you updated on exactly what's going on. Ryan, do you have a cold? It's coming. I'm hoping that it holds off through tomorrow. Everybody at the house is sick. Everybody that works here and my family at home, Echo, Otto, they was all up all night last night. I was running around just throwing Tylenol around. Everybody's running a fever. Everybody is snotting, and I'm the only one that somehow has avoided it. Thankfully, because this is really hard to do when you're sick, talking nonstop like this. So I'm just hoping it holds off until right after landfall. As long as that happens, it can take me for a couple days. I don't care. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I'll quickly add on with a little bit of history from some of that list that you mentioned that you showed earlier. So that list was just for the Atlantic. Several people in chat pointed it out, so I'm just bringing it up here. Typhoon Tip uh, holds the record as the actual lowest pressure, and this was in the Pacific Ocean. And Typhoon Tip had a pressure measured of 870 millibars. But like you said, there's a certain point where a storm just can't drop any lower. And Typhoon Tip truly hit that because Typhoon Tip also holds the record as the largest cyclone to ever exist. And no, what I'm about to say is not false. Typhoon Tip, if you imposed it on the United States, would be the size of Washington State all the way to southern Texas. That is the actual size of Typhoon Tip. So there is a point in time where the size of the storm physically cannot get any lower pressure. So I don't know how low Milton will get, but Milton is not the size of Typhoon Tip. I'll say that.
That's absolutely true, and thank goodness for that. Yeah. So the earlier in the stream, I don't know how many of you guys have been here with us the entire 6 hours we've been live so far. I know a lot of you have. But earlier in the stream, we talked about Pacific hurricanes, and I mentioned how looking at the satellite imagery yesterday kind of put me in mind of some of those stronger typhoons. Definitely not Typhoon Tip, but we had a presentation, and even right now, the presentation of this storm is a little bit more of what you would see in the Pacific, where they are actually more prone to more frequently seeing extremely powerful cyclones. So, yeah, really, really interesting stuff there. I actually didn't know about the size, the scale of Typhoon Tip in that context. So, Tropical Cyclone Tracy versus Typhoon Tip. Who's winning? Super Typhoon Tip. All right, speaking of 6 hours, it's been 6 hours since I've gotten up from this spot. So I am going to go get myself a water and just move around for a second. So Andy, if you've got anything, you can have the mic, or Elijah, or anybody. It's up to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I got it. You brought up typhoons here. I didn't hear actually. If you have a chance to clarify, did you clarify the difference between typhoons and hurricanes?
Not clearly, no.
Okay. All right, I got you. All right, so yeah, just very quickly, typhoons, guys, they spin the same way. They're basically hurricanes. They're identical, except they are in the West Pacific Basin. So we have different basin designations based on forecast offices for tropical weather. And the West Pacific typically has a lot more of those stronger storms and even larger storms like Typhoon Tip, because the sea surface temperatures are generally on the order of 1 to 3 degrees Celsius warmer over there. So it does support a higher intensity on average for storms that are over there, just on a larger scale. So that's why we see so many higher end typhoons over there that are basically hurricanes, but just named typhoons because they're in the Western Pacific Basin, as opposed to the Atlantic Basin, which does include the Gulf of Mexico. That's a part of the Atlantic Basin forecast region. So there you go. There's the difference. There's a couple of other names as well for hurricanes. So in the southern hemisphere, we have cyclones, and those are hurricanes. But in the southern hemisphere, and on that hemisphere, they do rotate clockwise, the other way around for low pressure. And no, that is not why your toilet, would flush the opposite direction or whatever. If you guys have any questions in chat, I'll try to answer a few of those while Ryan's gone. I got you guys pulled up so I can see. This is definitely something to watch out for. Yeah, go ahead, Elijah. Okay, so we got an update to the National Hurricane Center has updated the pressure of the storm to 905 millibars, pretty close to what we saw from the extrapolated pressure. Not sure if that was from a drop zone or not, but we'll find out. We'll figure out later. Okay, not drop zone. Let's see. Yeah, if you guys are evacuating, please don't forget your pets. Make sure you got your pets all accounted for. Super important. They're part of the family. Do I think it shifts up north? It can. It definitely will wobble back and forth. I gave some analysis to why it wobbled a bit east or is on a slight easterly track that has been adjusted in the latest cone from the National Hurricane Center, which is that there's a lot of that. There's a lot more stronger convection on that southern side of the storm that might be tugging it down a little bit, might be pulling it down a little bit. So it's trying to go to the northeast. It's trying to follow the steering winds in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere that are steering it. But it is being tugged a little bit down to the south by some of the convection down there. Now that convection can shift around, go up shear, because right now it's in the down shear position. So it might as well, we might as well, anticipate northerly wobbles and northerly pulls to the storm based on the entire composition of it. Okay, go ahead, Riley.
If you take a look in the upper right-hand corner right now, that camera shows an accident on the shoulder, and this is actually quite concerning for the evacuations that are going on because we have the shoulders open to traffic. So even if you guys are evacuating and the shoulders are open, please still be paying attention on those shoulders. We actually saw an accident earlier on the cameras where someone rear-ended someone who was stopped on the shoulder. Obviously, there's a gas shortage going around, so there's a lot of vehicles that still have to use the shoulder to pull off of. So even though traffic is able to move freely on the shoulder and it's legal right now, that doesn't mean that you should not be paying attention. It's not a normal highway lane. Don't go as fast as you could if it were a normal highway lane, and pay attention for any obstacles that you may encounter.
Thank you, Riley. I saw a couple of questions in here. When is it expected to be bad? If landfall, we have a landfall timer on the stream that will update with the official National Hurricane Center outlooks and tracks. So you can always reference that at the point that Ryan brings that scene back up so you can see it. Let's see. Will the tide affect the storm surge conditions in Tampa and around landfall? Yes, it absolutely will. Tide does play into it, and you can add or subtract a couple feet based on high or low tide. In this case, I think we're trending towards high tide, but Ryan will be able to pull that resource up for you as I haven't looked recently. So that does factor into the amount of storm surge. Just a reminder that surge is just the amount of water over sea level that is not supposed to be there, and that waves can occur on top of that storm surge. So there's an added effect there. And for anyone not familiar with the definition of storm surge, it is simply how many feet over sea level is water, going into. So it's going to have a complex map for where the impacts are going to be felt because elevation in this area is going to be complex and dependent on how many feet above sea level we're looking at. How safe is Orlando? If you guys are in a high rise in Orlando, I think you'll be okay. Those are pretty sturdy buildings, and we'll have a category 2 or 1 or right around in that area. And you may not be in the path of the strongest winds, but it definitely will be a wild ride in Orlando. Make sure if you have any tall trees around you that you're aware of that, since saturated soils plus the wide wind field that Hurricane Milton will have when it's over the Florida Peninsula will lead to some fallen trees in the Orlando metro. If you're in a high rise, I would recommend staying away from windows, but I really don't think that many windows would be busted by the expected track of this. So I feel if I were in a hotel in Orlando, I would feel okay as a meteorologist. I think that's all I got for now, Ryan. So back to you and Riley if he has anything.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. So Andy did talk briefly about how the National Hurricane Center lowered this to a 905 millibar storm. They did note that still is an estimated pressure. We have not received that confirmation through dropsonde yet, but they did say that the estimated sustained winds are still 165 miles per hour. Pretty soon here, we should be getting that dropsonde. They'll make a dropsonde drop every time they go through the eye. For whatever reason, this one's just running a little slower than historical ones, but that's kind of to be expected. There's a lot of traffic going to every hurricane site that you could possibly imagine right now. So whenever we do get that, I will have that update.
All right. Thank you, Riley. So yeah, there you go. You can see it now on our graphic here. Pressure 905, wind speed 165 miles per hour. This is one of the strongest storms that's ever been out here in the Gulf. And it continues to intensify. I do think that at some point here, maybe even during this stream, we will actually see the moment that the intensification stops and we start to see more of a plateau of strength and then the eventual drop off. But it's not happening right now, man. The storm is definitely a monster, and I'm interested in seeing what this next pass is going to look like from our hurricane hunters. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, we did just get that drop sound information in. It is a 908 millibar observed pressure. There were a bunch of questions in the chat about what is a drop sonde. So I put an image of that in stream text. To summarize it, it's basically this giant cylinder that they take and they drop it out of the backside of the plane. It has a pressure, or it has a parachute on it to slow down its descent so it can get more high-res data while it's falling. And you can see on that image that there are a ton of different receivers, sensors, and a bunch of other stuff, basically getting all the information that you could possibly imagine about this storm.
All right. Thank you, Riley. So yeah, this is a drop sonde. You drop it in, and it parachutes in. So this is, I think in the video that we showed you of the hurricane hunters, you actually saw one of the scientists in there preparing one of these, and they just drop it through a, they put it in a little tube, close it off, drop it out the bottom, and then boom. Similar stuff is used in our weather balloons. So yeah, interesting stuff. So there's also instrumentation on the plane. And then they drop these in, and then we put everything together to come up with our official updates from the National Hurricane Center. Are we getting another live update from the National Hurricane Center? Is that happening right now? Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So, yes, the National Hurricane Center will be going live in about 5 minutes, give or take. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Just remind me whenever it's up, and we will watch that. Last for Hurricane Helene, they did this, and it was actually really, really cool, really useful. So yeah, we're going to tune in to the National Hurricane Center's live stream here in about 5 minutes. If you're just now tuning in, this is live pre-coverage of Hurricane Helene as it makes its approach to Florida. It's currently a strong Category 5 hurricane with about 905 millibars of lowest pressure right in the center of the storm. That is incredibly strong. That is stronger than most hurricanes. And we've got 165 mile per hour winds. We expect landfall to occur somewhere south of Tampa, more than likely. 1 day, 3 hours, and 18 minutes approximately from now. That'll change, but it's pretty close to what we think is going to be the case. Tropical storm force winds won't start being felt in Florida until closer to around 8 a.m. tomorrow. So, even though the storm's getting close to Florida, technically, the wind field is expanding. It's going to get larger. It's still going to be a while before we really start feeling like we've got a hurricane here that we're dealing with in Florida. And the storm surge is actually going to take a little bit longer as well to come in. And one of the dangerous things about this storm surge is that it's likely going to come in very we and all at once and at night. So this is one of the big reasons why we wanted people to evacuate. And they are. Look at the traffic up there. People are getting the heck out of Dodge in Charlotte County, in Marion County, in Collier County, and of course, all around Tampa. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, just to clarify for everyone who is saying in chat, we are talking about Hurricane Milton right now. Everyone has accidentally said Hurricane Helene once or twice during this whole thing because the two were right up next to each other. There was no mental reset going on between any of these storms. And then also just a little bit of more information about what our hurricane hunters are doing out there right now. We have NOAA-2 on their 7th mission into this storm. They are flying an alpha pattern, gathering tail radar data. And then we have Air Force 303 on their 16th mission. They're conducting the low-level reconnaissance. That is where you get multiple passes through the eye. The tail radar plane, that's only going to pass through the eye about 2 times total. They're worried about other things. They're not exactly worried about the eye. The other plane, that's the one that we're going to keep seeing pass through the eye over and over again, dropping a ton of drop zones in this thing and giving us live updates on the pressure.
All right. Thank you, Riley. Thank you, Riley. Is it possible, Kyle says, is it possible for a storm such as this to outpower the wind shear it interacts with? Has this ever been done, or is it possible? Not necessarily. I don't think that it can outpower it. It can interact with it in different ways, and maybe in some slightly unexpected ways. Like, for example, if this more southerly kind of wobble lasts any bit longer, it could extend the period of time that it has to strengthen before it starts getting ripped apart. But no, the hurricanes are actually really delicate. They're very easy to disrupt if you are any other sort of weather system out there, like, you know, a trough or wind shear. So yeah, no, the hurricane's not going to outpower it. It could outsmart it. I mean, if you think of it as like these wobbles as, you know, as that kind of thing, but like, no, it's not going to outpower it. And there's no world where this doesn't start, you know, weakening pretty significantly as we go into the early morning hours tomorrow. It's just, how strong does it get before then, and what kind of implications does that have on the weakening process as it inevitably happens? Go ahead, Andy.
Right, Ryan, as it inevitably happens, there are some people who are doing their own research, which is inspirational. I like seeing that people are trying to look up sea surface temperatures and correctly noting that it's about to go over warmer waters in the loop current here, with some eddies in the area, some slightly warmer waters that will allow it to intensify further. And they're wondering why it wouldn't hit land at that peak intensity, because that is only one of the equations, as Ryan was talking about. Shear can either be constructive, which is really difficult to do for a hurricane to intensify, or destructive, which is very, very frequent. In this case, the hurricane you can see on that cone is going to the north and east. Our jet stream in the upper levels that's going to provide a lot of that shear is going due west to east pretty much at this time, right over the panhandle of Florida. So when it gets up there, it's going to kind of clash like that. And that is not exactly a favorable interaction with shear for a hurricane. And so the delicacy of the tropical system in this case is very much challenged by that almost perpendicular shear orientation. Whereas we could see an intensification of a hurricane and a prolonging of this higher strength that it would get over these warmer waters, that it probably will get over these warmer waters for a brief period of time overnight tonight before it heads up towards Florida. But in this case, that shear is not going to be in the right orientation, and it will lead to rapid weakening before landfall. We definitely know that that's going to happen. So I do expect an intensification based on your readings of the sea surface temperature, as well as the ocean heat content below the surface. A couple hundred meters under there, we still got a lot of heat energy available for the storm to pick up and to intensify with. So good research on your own. I always love to see that and involvement in meteorology. It makes me happy to see more people interested in it. So there's the sort of second half 2-year explanation that you are sending there. That was from a super chat from Old Smoky, I believe.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan, I just put the link to the live in the stream text chat.
All right. Thank you. Let's listen in on the National Hurricane Center's latest update here.
Hi, this is Mike Brennan here at the National Hurricane Center. It's around 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, October 8th, coming on with the latest on extremely dangerous Hurricane Milton, which is going to start to bring multiple life-threatening hazards to much of the Florida Peninsula starting tomorrow. Milton has re-intensified this afternoon and is now an extremely dangerous Category 5 hurricane. We've had data from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft in here just in the last hour indicating that the maximum sustained winds are now back up to 165 miles per hour. The pressure down to 905 millibars as we've seen this storm intensify. Satellite presentations improving, the eyes clearing out. Milton is moving off to the east-northeast now at about 9 miles per hour, currently about 475 miles southwest of Tampa. Now the forecast for Milton has not really changed very much. We're still expecting a powerful hurricane to reach the coast of Florida as we get into the late evening hours tomorrow night or the early morning hours on Thursday. Still expecting Milton to be a powerful major hurricane as it approaches the coast of Florida, bringing widespread impacts from both wind and storm surge. Because the wind field of Milton, which you can see down here, the tropical storm force winds, the hurricane force winds, are going to about double in size by the time the storm reaches the west coast of Florida as we go through the day tomorrow and into tomorrow evening and tomorrow night. So let's start first with the storm surge hazard. We've been talking about this for the last couple of days. There's a storm surge warning in effect for almost the entire west coast of Florida, from Flamingo up to Suwannee River. We're very concerned about this area from Bonita Beach up to Chassahowitzka, where we could see an excess of 5 feet of inundation above ground level. And in this purple area, basically from Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Tampa Bay, Sarasota, Manatee County, somewhere in this region is going to experience 10 to 15 feet of inundation above ground level. This is destructive, life-threatening storm surge, not a safe environment to stay in. So if you are in one of those storm surge evacuation zones along the west coast of Florida, please heed that evacuation advice. If you've been asked to leave by your local officials, get out as soon as you can. You do not want to be staying in these very dangerous environments. So let's talk a little bit about what that kind of storm surge looks like. So we're talking 10 to 15 feet. So that's well above the height of any person, up to the above a 1 to even getting into the second story of a building. And it's not just the water. It's not going to be filling up like a bathtub. This is water that's going to violently be pushed onshore from the Gulf of Mexico with destructive wave action on top of it. And you're going to have structural damage to buildings. Some buildings will wash away. Evacuation routes will be quickly cut off. We've lost people to storm surge in previous hurricanes who are trying to get out at the last minute and they drown in their cars. So please do not stay in these environments, in this unsafe area. Get out now while you still can. Remember, you only have to drive usually tens of miles, not hundreds of miles, to get to a safe location outside a surge evacuation zone. Now let's move on to the wind threat. We talked about how the wind field of Milton is going to double in size, and that's going to bring the risk of damaging hurricane force winds to much of the central and northeastern portions of the Florida Peninsula. We have a hurricane warning in effect on the west coast from Bonita Beach northward to Suwannee River, and along the east coast from St. Lucie County up to Ponte Vedra Beach. And that warning also includes inland portions of central Florida, the entire I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona, Melbourne, down towards St. Lucie, down to Sarasota, down to Port Charlotte, and up north to Ocala, Palm Coast, and St. Augustine, with the potential for devastating wind damage where the core of Milton makes landfall along the west coast, and widespread potential for tree damage, wind damage to structures, power lines down. Widespread power outages expected across much of central Florida beginning Wednesday night and into Thursday. Again, now let's talk about the rainfall threat. Even though Milton's going to be moving relatively quickly and move across Florida as a hurricane, we're expecting widespread rainfall totals of 5 to 12 inches across much of central and northeastern Florida, near and to the right of the track of the left of the track of the center, near and to the north. Some isolated totals could be right along this I-4 corridor, could reach as high as 18 inches. And so there is a high risk of what we call flash flooding. And this is an area here where you see it in pink, Ocala, just south of Ocala, Orlando, Tampa, Sarasota. This is an area where we have the risk of catastrophic, life-threatening flooding, flash and urban flooding due to this heavy rainfall. You will see rainfall occur in places where it does not, and flooding occur in places where it doesn't usually flood. In this type of amount of rainfall, above 15 inches, you'll see water entering homes and businesses. You'll have evacuations going on. Flooded roads could make travel very dangerous. So again, multiple life-threatening hazards are going to play out across much of the Florida Peninsula as we go through the day tomorrow. Tropical storm conditions are going to arrive on the coastline during the day on Wednesday spread inland. Hurricane conditions arriving Wednesday evening and Wednesday night and pushing all the way across the peninsula, with that life-threatening storm surge starting to take shape by late Wednesday. So let's touch again on the final talking points for Milton here. We're expecting a large area of destructive storm surge in excess of 10 feet above ground level across portions of the west central coast of the Florida Peninsula. Again, a reminder to those of you in that storm surge evacuation area, please get out if you've been asked to do so. Devastating hurricane force winds are expected along portions of the west coast of Florida near where the eye of Milton makes landfall. There's going to be damaging hurricane force winds, especially in gusts spreading inland across the central portions of the Florida Peninsula and reaching the east coast as well. And there's also the potential, again, for catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding across much of the central portion of the Florida Peninsula. So please come back here to the National Hurricane Center at hurricanes.gov for the latest on Milton throughout the event. You can find more information on the local impacts in your area at your local National Weather Service office at weather.gov. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center.
Thank you, Mike. Amazing. I love it. I love that they do that. Storm Prediction Center, Weather Prediction Center, all the prediction centers take notes. I mean, like, I think this should become, that format should become an official product from everybody. I think that's awesome. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, we just watched an overview from the National Hurricane Center of their latest update. We're getting new information in every second from these airplanes that are flying into the storm. We've gotten a lot of new information on like what's happening outside of the storm, but we're still waiting for this plane to turn back around and then go back through the eye to give us another pass and another look inside of this probably continuing, continuously strengthening storm. Hurricane Milton is currently, right now, 905 millibars. The lower that number goes, the stronger the storm is. And I expect that we're going to see it get a little bit lower before it starts going up. It's category 5, 165 mile per hour winds. And, we're going to get new information on that very, very soon. Also, bumper to bumper traffic in Collier County and Hamilton County. In Florida, as a result of our evacuation that is currently underway. Over 1 million people are getting the heck out of Dodge, from Tampa all the way down to Fort Myers, and rightfully so, because we do expect that this is going to be one of the most impactful storms of the last 100 years for some of these places, as a major hurricane has not made landfall in some of these places for a very, very long time. So we're evacuating, we're getting the heck out of Dodge, and we are going to document it here for you so you don't have to be there. We're going to be relaying updated information on these flight reconnaissance missions for you for the next couple of hours. We're going to continue to update you on evacuation notices and changes in the forecast and all that stuff. And then tomorrow, I am going to be here along with our storm chasers and everybody else actually during landfall. And as of right now, it looks like that stream is going to start tomorrow around 3 or 4 p.m. Eastern, and we'll go all the way until 3 or 4 a.m. Depending on when exactly landfall happens. So keep that in mind. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, turn notifications on so you don't miss that. Once again, we're going to have storm chasers on the ground in the strongest part of the storm, so you don't have to be there. And it looks to me like the word is getting out. I mean, you can see here on the traffic cameras, people are leaving in droves from Fort Myers and Tampa and Sarasota, and that's exactly what we want to see in a situation like this. Whenever you've got this heading towards Florida, I don't care where I lived on the western side. I would be getting out of there. I know not everybody has the ability to, and I don't, I understand that the difficulties there, but like if you have the means, if you have the ability to, get out of there and go somewhere else while this thing comes in, because this is an absolute monster. One of the strongest storms that we've ever seen in the Gulf of Mexico. And it's hit that threshold twice now, and it's trying to break its record from yesterday, which is absolutely wild. Yeah, landfall tomorrow night or early Thursday morning. Here's a look at this. This is mesmerizing. Here's a up close look at Hurricane Milton's eye. Unbelievable stuff. It takes a really powerful storm to drill out that much clear air in such a powerful storm. Yes, that is, yeah, that's sped up. That's not real time. Now that would be crazy. We're looking at like, this is something like 20 or 30 miles right in here. So that would be, if that wasn't sped up, that would be pretty wild. Which even not sped up, or even the fact that it is sped up is still wild, but yeah, we're continuing to see the pressure drop, and that means that the storm is getting stronger. I'm going to go through all those graphics with you again, just so we're all on the same page here. How many of you are just now tuning in? I know a lot of you have been here for a while. You've been here since we started 6 hours ago, but how many of you are just filtering in now, or you just started watching within the past 30 minutes? Let me know. Okay, lots of you. As expected. As expected. So here we go. Here's the latest graphics from the National Hurricane Center. Major hurricane expected just off the coast of Sarasota, Florida, 1 a.m. Thursday. 1 a.m. Thursday, Category 3 hurricane is going to be right on the door of Sarasota, bringing in a catastrophic storm surge with it. All of the momentum from this historically strong storm is going to be pushing water right up against Florida, and that's why we're so concerned about the storm surge. But everybody in the red, every county that is highlighted in red on this map is under the gun for destructive winds, hurricane force winds. That includes places like Orlando, Daytona Beach, Daytona, Wauchula. It includes almost up to Gainesville, but not quite. Tropical storm warnings are in effect for Gainesville. Tropical storm warnings are in effect for Miami. The entire peninsula of Florida is going to be impacted in some way by this storm. We've got tropical storm watches for portions of the coast of Georgia and South Carolina. A 1 to 3 to maybe 2 to 4 foot storm surge is going to be possible up there. And also some intermittent strong winds. So this is the latest there. We do expect this is going to continue to be a Category 1 hurricane on the other side of Florida as the storm exits. And then it's not going to recurve. A lot of people are asking if it's going to go up to the Carolinas. Nope, this is going way out to sea. This might impact Bermuda as a tropical storm. Otherwise, it's a fish storm. Key messages. Our friend from the National Hurricane Center just went over these. I want to get right into the biggest part here, the latest information. It looks like we've actually moved back the earliest reasonable arrival time of tropical storm force winds a little bit. It looks like it might be as late as 2 p.m. tomorrow before we start seeing those tropical storm force winds in southwestern Florida. So once again, it's not going to feel like we have a hurricane on our hands until closer to 2 p.m. tomorrow, 8 p.m. in Orlando. And if we see any tropical storm force wind gusts in places like not Charlotte, but Charleston, South Carolina, it's going to be closer to early in the morning on Thursday. Additionally, here is our peak storm surge forecast. No major changes here, but still 10 to 15 feet possible in the Tampa Bay area, 8 to 12 feet in Charlotte Harbor, and of course the biggest storm surge is likely going to happen somewhere around Sarasota or just to the south. Englewood, Sarasota, I'm really concerned about those areas. We could see as high as 3 to 5 feet all the way down there near Flamingo. And a 1 to 3 foot storm surge is going to be possible way back up in the Big Bend area where Hurricane Helene made landfall. And of course, we have to talk about the Weather Prediction Center's excessive rainfall risk. The pink there is going to be your high risk. This is where we expect life-threatening flash flooding. This includes Orlando, Tampa Bay, Daytona. This includes Lakeland. This includes a lot of places here in Central Florida where we expect to see an impressive amount of rain, maybe over a foot of rain before all things are said and done. And it's going to happen fast, and this is going to lead to flash flooding. The winds, the storm surge, the tornadoes, they get all the glitz, they get all the glamour. I tell you what, right now, everybody that's taking this storm seriously, they are taking it seriously because of those things. However, ask our friends in North Carolina about the rain. The rain is just as dangerous, okay? This life-threatening flash flood threat is a real thing, and if you live in a flood-prone area, you've got to take it seriously, even if you're well inland. Everybody in the pink there has a chance of seeing life-threatening flash flooding as a result of this storm. Please figure out right now what you're going to do if you end up under a flash flood warning and have to mitigate risk in a hurricane at the same time. That's something you got to think about. But if you think about it now and you have a plan in place, and you know what you're going to do whenever that warning comes through, you're not going to be scared. You're rather going to be prepared when the time comes. So, yeah, don't underestimate the rainfall. A lot of times it's the most deadly part of these storms. Speaking of rainfall, how much rain are we talking about? Let's refresh this. We are talking about a pretty large area from Tampa to Orlando all the way over towards Cape Canaveral, where 6 or 12 to 16 inches of rain is going to be possible. Outside of that, we do expect a large area of 8 to 12 inches of rain to also be possible. That's going to include Tampa Bay and Orlando. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I've seen a couple of questions and comments about the Tampa Bay Aqua Fence. That is actually a storm surge barrier that they have put around the hospital in Tampa Bay. We saw that briefly on stream during Helene, I believe, and people are wondering on whether or not that fence is going to hold. Obviously, we are looking at around 10 to 15 feet of surge in the Tampa Bay area. And that fence is only about 10 feet above sea level. So there is a chance that the surge can top it. However, that fence is very, very unlikely to collapse. It's incredibly over-engineered, so something like that would never happen. So even if we do see the surge overtop it, there's still not going to be as much surge as there would be because 10 feet of water will still be held back. The amount of water that goes into the hospital will only be how much ever makes it over the top of that fence. Now, sooner or later, it would fill in and reach equilibrium with the water on the other side, but it would take longer to do so. And if there was anyone still there, they would be able to get out of there because they'd have a extended warning of when that's going to happen.
Absolutely. Thank you, Riley. For those of you who are just now tuning in, Milton, a lot of you guys are also pointing out in the chat that Milton has consistently been, appearing to be farther south and east from the original projected forecast track. And to answer your questions, what does that mean downstream? It does mean that there might be a little bit more of a threat farther south. The farther south we go along the track. So the threat is actually growing quite significantly for Venice in Florida, Siesta Key and Sarasota, and maybe even Fort Myers. It's lessening a little bit for Tampa. It is not completely gone, though. It is not something that we don't need to disregard the storm now because the wobbles are wobbling in Tampa. Okay, it's just we really need to be on extra high alert, I guess, in the Sarasota area. And if there's anybody that has stayed back in Sarasota because, looks like Tampa's going to get the worst of it, I'm going to stay down here in Sarasota and be fine. Well, no, it looks like you actually have an equal chance, if not greater chance, of seeing that life-threatening storm surge of up to 15 feet now. So, keep that in mind. Also, a huge shout out to everybody that's went over to the y'allsquad.org today already. Before the storms even hit, we've raised $33,000, and we're going to be utilizing that via Caleb Beecham, who's going to be out there with the Y'all Squad, setting up the Y'all Hub, giving out free food, free internet connections, delivering. I don't know the details yet, but I know that the Y'all Squad, we were talking about doing boats if we needed, putting supplies on boats, getting them out there to those keys just in case anybody stayed behind and needs them. So we wouldn't be able to do any of that without you. Thank you so much. Jay says, Ryan, your streams are what helped me convince my elderly grandfather in Sarasota to evacuate. Thank you for everything you do. Jay, thank you for that. And I'm glad he evacuated. Hope everything goes well and you don't have any sort of major losses. Sergeant Deacon says only 61,000 likes. What's going on? Yeah, if you guys, if you want to help us get the word out here, we're going to be live for some more hours covering the latest on these hurricane reconnaissance missions, the latest updates in the forecast. We're going to have all the wobbles on satellite here. We're going to be covering everything, answering questions from the chat. If you want to help us get that vital information out to more people, please share the stream and also click the like button to get us out there on the algorithm. Looks like you guys have been doing a good job of that so far because there's a lot of people here. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to point out the absolute army of line trucks going through that bottom left-hand corner cam right now. And we also just had another convoy of ambulances go by on another one of our cameras. So it does look like after this hurricane makes landfall, we are going to have the resources down there to take care of anything that might happen. So this is a really, really good sign in terms of recovery. However, I want to stress that people should not be going out there to try and, quote, do your part, because it is a disaster zone and it's a really sketchy place after things like this happen. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there with ill intentions. So if you're not out there, the EMs don't know you're out there and you're trying to do help, you're probably going to do more harm than good. I know everyone wants to help and do something, but sometimes the best thing that you can do is to just stay away and help from a distance.
Absolutely. Thank you, Riley. Yeah, I would say one of the big things that a lot of people learned after Helene, and we've been hearing a lot about what's going on with Helene. We've been talking to emergency managers and people, we've got our people on the ground out there. We've been talking to people who've been in the hardest hit areas of North Carolina since this has happened. And one of the things that we were told to tell everybody is, like, if you want to help out, if you want to help, don't show up unannounced. That's not like, they actually don't like that. Go with a verified group, go with a nonprofit, go with your church, go with a group that is in contact with somebody there that expects you there and knows what you're going to do. That's actually more helpful in a situation where you're going to go try to be helpful, if that makes any sense. So yeah. All right. We just got some big time updates from this plane. Let's see them. Flight level, 161 mile per hour winds there, 171, 172. This is not necessarily in the eye. It's in the eye wall. So at flight level, we are still seeing those winds, really extreme winds, just outside of the inner eye wall with this storm. So that's some interesting data. Nothing groundbreaking, nothing that changes anything here. I think we'll see more interesting stuff as this plane comes back in, and this one will also probably do another pass as well. But that's the plane that's not necessarily as interested in the eye, right, Riley?
Yeah, that's what I was coming on here to say. Where they're aiming for is exactly where they are. That is the tail radar plane. So their mission is not to get inside the eye and be doing drop suns in the eye. That's our other plane. This plane is actually trying to collect information on the eye wall and other areas around it using that radar that's mounted in the tail. So there is still going to be a ton of good information to come out of this. It's not just going to be that information that you might see like as a pressure number. There are still pressure numbers that come out of that. It's just not going to be the lowest pressure. And the information that that plane is collecting is still very, very important to what's going on with the storm as a whole. The hurricane models are going to take that in. A bunch of other people are going to use that information, and it is going to help out.
Absolutely. Thank you, Riley. Kevo, with a very generous super chat, has a nice piece of nice piece of information to keep in mind here. He says, reminder, be sure to take pictures of your property before and after the storm. If you have damage, it will help your insurance claim. Stay safe, everyone. Signed, a homeowner's insurance attorney. So that is a really good reminder and probably something that's incredibly important if you haven't done so already. Jimmy, thanks for being here for 28 months. That's big. Thank you, man. SMCD, thanks for becoming a member. Kale Cawson says, wait, Milton won't hit Tampa? No, I don't know where you got that from. It's still coming from Tampa. For Tampa, not from, for. So basically, what we've learned so far from the hurricane missions that are the hurricane hunter missions that are currently ongoing right now in Milton, is there is no sign of an ongoing or soon to come eyewall replacement cycle. Okay. Which if that were to happen, that would cause it to weaken. And if it started weakening now, it would probably continue to weaken all the way until it started getting eaten by the wind shear. All right. And that would be good news, but we're nowhere near an eyewall replacement cycle right now. The wind field is getting much larger. Okay. You see these colored dots, the ones that are closer to red indicate strong winds. And we're seeing those really far out away from the center. And of course, the central pressure is deepening. This is not ideal for our folks on the west coast of Florida. This is exactly what we did not want to see. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, we actually do have a third Hurricane Hunter plane out there right now. It is not a low-level reconnaissance mission like these two planes are. I don't know if you can see it on Radar Omega. Well, you can see it on Radar Omega. There's just not a lot of information associated with it. But what this plane is doing is it's taking a look at the upper level jet stream and the area that's going to interact with the hurricane, and that plane is basically sampling our wind shear. So that is going to help to get a better understanding of how strong the wind shear is and what it could do to this hurricane.
Absolutely. Thank you, Riley. So we've got it here. So three planes out there doing work, helping us understand the ins and outs of this storm. Dangerous job, especially in a storm like this. Powerful Category 5 Hurricane Milton is currently charging towards Florida. Estimated pressure right now is about 905 millibars. Maximum sustained winds 165 miles per hour. The wind shear is forecast to weaken this storm before landfall. How much weakening? How big is the storm surge going to be? And where exactly is it going to make landfall? Those are still questions that don't have answers. And that's why we're live right now and not recording a video like I did yesterday. We probably should have went live yesterday, to be honest. Yesterday's video got 2 million views, and the information in it was completely outdated 2 hours after the video went up. And part of that was kind of unexpected. I don't think anybody expected it to blow up as quickly as it did. But yeah, I'm glad that we're doing this in the live stream format today. so we can keep things fresh. Yeah, you can see all the way down to the ocean through the eye via the satellite imagery, which is which is pretty crazy. Last night, this hurricane, the same hurricane that we're tracking today, last night it placed itself as in the top 5. It's fifth place in the lowest central pressures in the Atlantic. Okay, and I do think that it'll probably end up being fourth place. It's just a couple of hours of intensification away from doing that. So if we don't see any major weakening in the next little bit, it's likely going to become fourth place. And what does that mean? Honestly, if you're not a weather nerd, it doesn't mean a whole lot. This is going to be a devastating storm for the southwestern coast of Florida, regardless of that number, the pressure in millibars. But yeah, it's something that we're watching here, because we're trying to just determine how strong the storm's going to be as it charges up towards Florida. It's going to get cold, by the way, for anybody that's interested. 6 to 10 day temperature outlook. We're going to get a good cold snap here. Between the 14th and the 18th. Yeah, and also I think we're going to have some early chances of snow in the Ohio Valley, Appalachian Mountain regions, up into the Mid-Atlantic. I'm so excited to talk about snow every day. I'm tired of these hurricanes, man. Will they open the other side of the highway? I still haven't heard anything else about that. Riley will probably let us know if there's any new information about that, because he was the one that broke the news about that in the first place. Right now, based on everything that I am seeing, like all these roads are, it's just one way on each side. So we'll see. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Ryan, Caleb did see that they were blocking off highways earlier, but it sounds like they made the decision to not go contraflow. They still have that left shoulder open, as we can see on that top left camera. I don't know why they haven't gone contraflow, to be honest. It seems like it would be the smart decision to make, but obviously it does impact the ability to get resources there if you don't have that southbound option open. If they do go contraflow, there'll be an official tweet on the Florida 511 and probably something from the governor. But as of now, there's no plans or any hints that they might be switching to contraflow.
All right. Thank you, Riley. If this storm has gone up to Category 5 twice, does that mean it's fiercely more unpredictable? No. All storms have their own unpredictable aspects. Like, there is no crystal ball that will tell us exactly what will happen. but we have a pretty good idea of exactly what won't happen. There are certain things that are way outside of the bounds of reality, and all of those things we're not even talking about them today. Everything that is possible, we have covered. This could make landfall as a Category 4. It could. That'd be a bad situation. This could also make landfall as a Category 2. The best bet, though, and the most likely thing is always going to be the whatever's between the extremes, right? So a Category 3 upon landfall is likely what's going to happen. That's what is advertised. And then the storm surge situation. We could see 20 feet of storm surge in Tampa Bay. Like, it could happen. We could also see as little as 5. Most likely scenario is going to be somewhere in the middle. That's just kind of the way it is. We know that the storm's coming. We know that the storm surge is coming, but there are little intricate things that we won't know until tomorrow that will make a big difference on the mesoscale level. Nikita says, my kid says, hey, why does the weather hate Florida? I don't think the weather hates Florida. If you can stand the heat, it's actually quite all right. Most of the months out of the year, September, October, sometimes June, July, it can get a little gnarly. August can get a little gnarly. But there's a couple of months out of the year where maybe we have to deal with a hurricane or two, but otherwise, I don't think the weather hates Florida. If the weather had the capability of hating anything. Tornado threat is not necessarily high, and it's certainly not low. There's a tornado threat that comes along with any landfalling tropical system, and we will definitely have tornado warnings tomorrow that we will have to relay information to you about. That's all I can tell you right now. I can show you the graphic, the latest SPC outlook. Looks like this. So if you're in the yellow, you're under a slight risk of severe weather tomorrow. Would not be surprised even a little bit if that got upgraded to an enhanced risk. This includes Orlando all the way down to Miami for a 5%, maybe a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point there. So that's another thing that we have to watch out for. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I don't know if our satellite is behind on the 6 camera scene, but the plane is in the eyewall right now. And its latest pressure reading, even though it's in the eyewall, is still 956 millibars. I think that's just speaking to how tight this gradient is right now and how strong this hurricane is.
All right. Thank you, Riley. Let's make sure we're up to date. Yeah, we just had to refresh that one. By the way, the sun is setting, so we're going to have to go back to infrared here soon. But man, unbelievable stuff. That imagery there. 143 flight level winds, 956. I would say that the next update that we get, that's when we'll see, the real numbers for what we're looking for. Once again, would be surprised if it hasn't dropped a little bit more. Let's switch over to infrared. Yeah. My gosh. What a monster of a storm, y'all. Wow. Yeah, so we're likely going to get some really interesting information from this flight through the eye of the storm here. As soon as it pops up, I will let you guys know. No, they don't live stream from the Hurricane Hunters plane, but they should. We can facilitate with that. We would gladly help. The Hurricane Hunter planes don't have high-speed internet to stream. Yeah, there's probably something that could be worked out with Starlink. But, like, once again, that's not what they're out there for. And honestly, we would just see a lot of, like, white nothingness. You know what I mean? It's not, I don't think it would be very visually interesting, except for maybe literally while they're in the eye, which is a small part of the trip. Yeah, they do post videos. We've been showing them. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching the Hurricane Reconnaissance Mission return data inside of an eerily strong Category 5 Hurricane Milton right before sunset here. This time tomorrow, it's going to be approaching the west coast of Florida with catastrophic damage likely wherever it ends up making landfall. And honestly, even well farther inland due to heavy rain, tornadoes, and destructive winds and storm surge. If you're able to, get out of there. If you have family from Tampa all the way down to Naples, please evacuate now, or try to encourage them to evacuate if they haven't already. You don't have to. You don't have to go far. You don't have to go to another state. Just get tens of miles inland, and you'll be exponentially better. You'll be very much better off than being right along the coast in a situation like this. Also, if you have an iPhone 14 or higher, make sure you're updated to iOS 18. If you have iOS 18, even if you lose cell service and power and all that stuff, as long as you got a battery charge on your phone, you're still going to be able to contact people via satellite. This was a lifeline for a lot of people in North Carolina with Helene. So make sure you update your phone. But yeah, as far as evacuations go, it is almost too late. So make sure you're going now. If you're going to go, you got to go now. Like I was saying earlier, it would be best if everybody is where they are going to be for the storm tonight. So wherever you're going to ride out the storm, you need to be there tonight. I'm just now getting up to speed on recent updates. How much longer do we think Milton will continue to strengthen? I think that we will likely continue to see this strengthen at least for the next couple of hours. At some point, we are going to see an eyewall replacement start to happen. At some point, the wind shear is going to start to do work. on the delicate balance that's currently in place, allowing for the storm to be as strong as it is. And one of those is going to start within the next couple of hours. So the de-intensification process is going to start soon. It's not going to be rapid to begin with, so it's not going to drastically weaken tonight. The weakening is really going to get more intense the closer to Florida that it gets. So it's going to be a Category 5 right up until it's on Florida's door, and it'll be Category 4 really close to Florida, and then it's going to be a Category 3 as it makes landfall, as it rapidly de-intensifies. And that's one of the reasons why we're not so relieved by the fact that it's weakening. It doesn't really matter, right? If you got a Category 5 just off the coast of Florida and it's pushing all of this water up against the coast, and then last minute it drops wind speeds like by a little bit. It's the wind's blowing 20 miles per hour less hard. That's not going to stop the water. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we're concerned about the storm surge there. All right, what do we got from our planes? 904 millibars is what I'm seeing here from that last pass from the Hurricane Hunter there. Not confirmed. Obviously, we'll wait and see how the National Hurricane Center decides to interpret that data. But yeah, definitely lower than the 905 that we have officially. Also, we've got flight level winds of 134, maximum wind speeds 162 miles per hour. So actually make that 179.5. So we'll see what happens here as we get more information. We'll get an updated reading on the lowest pressure, but we might have a slightly deeper low now than what we had with our last official update. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, just to clarify a few things that we're looking at here. The first of which is the satellite presentation and that apparent track of the most recent plane that went through there. It looks like it clipped the right side, right? But the wind barbs and directions tell us that it actually did go right through the center of the hurricane. So what we're looking at here is called the parallax effect from the geostationary satellite that is looking at this. So from the angle that GOES has, we can't exactly see where the center of the eye is on the presentation, nor can we get the actual bottom of the eye temperature. Both readings that are helpful variables for us to diagnose the strength of the hurricane. So we're seeing that sort of displacement on the flight track because of that in particular. So I would say that those readings are accurate, and a way to interpret the winds that you just talked about at flight level up to 179 miles per hour would be to multiply that level by 0.9 to get an estimation, a pretty solid estimation, scientifically backed, of the winds that are happening at the surface. So 179 times 0.9 is 161.1. And 160 mile per hour winds, 165. It aligns with the current guidance from the National Hurricane Center. So it does look like we are steady state for now with this hurricane strength.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, with some extra information about all of the data that just poured in from the Hurricane Hunter flight that just went through the eye of major Category 5. Hurricane Milton. We're a little over 1 day away from landfall. Maybe, yeah, a little over 1 day away from landfall. We expect landfall to happen sometime late tomorrow or early Thursday. I'll see you guys down there. We've been streaming now for 7 hours. It's 6:37 p.m. on the East Coast. And the evacuation is still well underway. It's been like this all day and all day yesterday. Can we see the current path line? Yeah, for sure. So this is the, here, let me hide the satellite. Let me hide the, look, another ambulance. Man, these guys are having a tough day. Let me hide the satellite. Let me hide the hurricane hunters. And this is the latest track and cone right here. So this is what we got. 2 a.m. to this morning, or early tomorrow morning, we're going to have 167 mile per hour category 5 hurricane. More than likely it's going to go down to 150 mile per hour category 4 by 2 p.m. tomorrow. 2 a.m. on Thursday, category 3, and then it'll make landfall shortly after. 2 a.m. is a rough estimate. It could be a couple hours before that, could be a couple hours after that. By 2 p.m., it'll be on the other side of Florida as a Category 1 hurricane near Palm Bay. It'll probably still be a Category 1 way out here to the east of Florida, 2 a.m. on Friday, and then it'll be a post-tropical system that really doesn't do much of anything once it gets past Bermuda. And we do still have Leslie out here, Category 1 right now. That's also going to turn into a tropical storm soon, and then just join the train of leftover tropical systems that's chugging up towards Europe. Is there anything else on the horizon? There's a little wave coming off of Africa that might develop into something. There's another small area of interest, not small, but a low probability area of interest to the east of Florida. A non-tropical area of low pressure currently has a 20% chance of forming into something over the next 7 days. Not likely. So, yeah, that's pretty much the latest on the forecast track. Once again, the exact center of the storm is expected right now to potentially go right over Siesta Key in Sarasota. It could, however, go as far south as making landfall, the center of the storm making landfall near Fort Myers, okay? More specifically, Wolfert or Captiva. It actually could go that far south, and if it did, that would mean the worst of the storm surge would actually impact Fort Myers Beach, Naples, Naples Manor, Marco Island. Now, the odds of it going that far south are not quite high, so we're not going to talk about that too much, but know that it is a possibility. It could go as far north as making landfall up here closer to Weeki Wachee in Spring Hill. That would put the majority of the storm surge right up into Tampa Bay. That would be a worst case scenario for Tampa Bay and Tampa and everybody around there. We're talking Tampa, St. Petersburg, St. Pete Beach, Indian Rocks, Bradenton, all these places. It would be a nightmare disaster. We're going to hope that that doesn't happen. It's still going to be a bad situation regardless. Even if it goes south of Tampa like we're expecting right now, we're going to have destructive winds and some storm surge affecting the area. But if it takes this exact path, the worst of the storm surge will likely occur between Englewood and Fort Myers, with an emphasis on the Charlotte Harbor area. Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, those areas are likely going to receive some extreme storm surge from the storm if it takes that path. It's a mess out there, man. Look at this. Ambulances are having to get police escorted. People are having to drive off of the road to make room for the ambulances. The ambulances are having to drive off-road, and that's not always the best option depending on who the patient is. Depending on who you've got back there, you don't want to be bumping around too much. So, yeah, just a unfortunate situation. But what else can you do whenever you've got one of the biggest evacuations in Florida's history going on? Well over 1 million people are evacuating right now. Yeah, the shoulders are open on a lot of these. Yeah, all these cameras are coming from the Department of Transportation. You can look at them on your own phone and on your own computer for free at the website fl511.com. The great people who go on vacation in Florida pay for this. It's taxpayer funded. And you guys don't have state taxes, so. Honestly, one of the best networks of traffic cameras out of any state in America. I've done a lot of research. I've looked at them all. Florida's got the best. Yeah, I'll put the storm back up. Sorry, I got a little distracted by the flashing lights here. Yep, Radar Omega does have the cyclone ports going up. They've been out there installing them all day. It looks like we're going to have cameras tomorrow for landfall. We've got one in Englewood. So here's what that one looks like. Let's see if we've got any sheds. Hey, I don't want to start an argument. It's a pavilion. No, this is our shed for tomorrow. It's always nice to have a shed for reference when it comes to gauging the storm surge. So this is a live camera that should not lose service or battery life or anything until it's literally washed away. We'll be able to tune into this live tomorrow. Looks like we've got one in Venice as well. Okay. Let's see here. Just south of Sarasota, Siesta Key. Here's another one, and here's a perfect example of all of that, trash, essentially, that is currently lining the roads because this place was just flooded during Hurricane Helene. This is going to be airborne with the hurricane force winds and the extreme winds that will likely be coming through here. Another one over here in Anna Maria Island on the pier. Once again, all of these cameras should survive all the way up until the point they are literally washed away. Here's another one in Mitchell Beach, Florida. And here's another one in Palm Harbor, Florida. This is the Cyclone Port Network from Radar Omega. We'll have these here for you tomorrow. And of course, you guys can watch them too. Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham's going to be in there. Brad Arnold is coming down Interstate 10. He's getting it and digging it down Interstate 10 right now. and he'll be there tomorrow to cover the storm for us as it makes landfall. Yeah, so Milton continues to get stronger. We're right around 902, 905 millibars. That's about the lowest pressure that the storm's going to be able to go, given the circumstances. It could definitely go a little bit lower. It could break its record, but we're not 100% sure that that's going to happen. And it also doesn't matter. All right. The fact that it got this strong again is already, it already puts us in a position where we're going to probably experience a worst case scenario for whoever ends up being the community or the area that takes the brunt of this storm whenever it finally makes landfall. But this thing's going to have an unbelievable amount of momentum with it as it comes up towards Florida. And there's no stopping it now. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, there's a little bit of a kerfuffle going on the National Hurricane Center's website. They're having some issues with traffic, I think. So it's updating really slowly, but it appears like we got at least part of a new message on there, and that would be 904 millibars.
All right. Thank you so much, Riley. That's in line with what we saw from the Hurricane Hunter data that we just looked at. So it's dropping still. When that number drops, all it means is we are still experiencing a strengthening storm. Okay. Yep, Waffle House is closed all across Tampa. They've even closed several of their locations around Fort Myers. There are more Waffle Houses closed tomorrow than I think ever before, which is a big deal. They don't close for any old storm. Yeah, the hurricane has a nearly perfect presentation right now on satellite. Is the eye tightening up? No, I would say that it's actually the eye is technically getting larger, and that was also expected. We are going to see everything about this storm get larger as it approaches Florida, including the overall wind field, the overall extent of the hurricane force winds, and that's one of the reasons why we're so concerned about the storm surge. The increasing size of the wind field will increase the size of the mechanism that moves the water, and there's going to be a lot more water moved as a result of that. Also, something, if we come back over here and we turn the Hurricane Hunter data back on, light 16 and 17 here, Speaking of the expansion of the wind field, I'm particularly noticing an increase in the winds on the southern and southeastern side, which is even, it's even worse news for our folks downstream here in Florida. Okay. Because we already know that this, whatever happens on this side of the storm is going to be the driving force behind that storm surge. So the fact that this side of the storm right now is the side that is strengthening the fastest, and we have the strongest winds over here, that means that the storm surge is already being propelled by a very strong force. That's only going to get more momentum behind it as it gets closer to Florida. All right, I'm going to take another second to go step away from the computer here real quick. We're going to talk about, we're going to have a very quick y'all squad meeting for our nonprofit organization. So, Andy, if you've got anything, let's hear it.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. Yep, I am prepared to answer some particular questions from chat, less so the locations, of course, because there are so many of those, but I will be here for you guys, and I'll answer all I can about the system as it progresses forward. Again, we do expect it to intensify over a very narrow area of greater sea surface temperatures, ocean heat content, and still relatively modest shear. So I think that the storm will stick to its current intensity, maybe intensify some more before a secondary eyewall replacement cycle will come in. So let me see what you guys got. Where did the storm originate? In the Pacific Ocean south of Mexico. Its remnants and remnant vorticity, which is an area of spin, did cross over Mexico into a favorable environment to organize in the Gulf of Mexico. When the tornado risk start, the tornado risk starts early Wednesday morning. The more south you are in Florida, and will expand to all of the Storm Prediction Center slight risk in place and any upgrades that come along with that for the rest of the day until basically Thursday after midnight in the Eastern time zone. Was the black thing in front of Milton there on the satellite? Those are just peripheral storms, just thunderstorms, some of which are supercells in the spiral bands of Milton. They do pose a waterspout threat. Some of them are currently producing waterspouts way out there and have some special marine warnings associated with them. So that's what's going on out there. Those are not tropical systems that are organizing at all. Oh boy. All right, let's see what else you guys got. Let's see. How do hurricanes start? A central low pressure can organize thunderstorms around them, and processes within those thunderstorms can lead to a reorganization of the lower pressure and thus a deepening lower pressure. It's sort of like a positive feedback mechanism. And that's really the lowdown of it. Is like the most simple way to describe it is a heat engine with a positive feedback mechanism, meaning it continues to build on itself with all of the energy that's present on the sea surface in terms of sea surface temperatures and the ocean heat content. Landfall further south, it's a possibility. However, I would follow the possible solutions within the cone from the National Hurricane Center. It is currently moving to the northeast. Hurricane Milton here as a Category 5. So I do expect that it will follow the path as expected. The steering winds in the mid and upper levels are rather confidently forecasted here. So I do think that we will see a solution within the cone that is provided from us. A very good chance of that happening. Could we see Milton dropping pressure again? Yeah, if we don't see that eyewall replacement cycle at an inopportune time for it to strengthen, because right now it is over waters that are about 29 degrees Celsius or about 84 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's about to move over some waters briefly that are about 87 degrees Fahrenheit or 31 Celsius in the loop current in the Gulf of Mexico. It's carrying some warmer sea surface temperatures. By the time it gets to Florida, the sea surface temperatures may be around the same area off the western coast of Florida. They may be around the same level, rather. but the ocean heat content will be much lower, and thus the hurricane, while it's battling some wind shear, very much increasing wind shear, will not have a chance to maintain its intensity. That's why we're pretty confident about it dropping to perhaps a mid category 3 or maybe as high as a low end category 4. Let's see here. Yeah, I've heard a lot of state guards being deployed. I know about Minnesota deploying troops over there. I know about the National Guard in place. It's very good, the response we're seeing here. I do think it's accentuated by the storm's kind of historical reach into lowest air pressures recorded in the Gulf of Mexico and also the intense winds. It is a headline grabber for sure, and that may that is definitely serving to make this information available to more of you guys. So thank you very much for tuning in, of course, on that notion. And I hope to see even more of you here tomorrow when we do a 12-hour long broadcast where I will be tracking the tornado threat as well as providing information on the tropical side of things. So please be here for that too. How's it getting to Florida in 24 hours when it hasn't moved very much since yesterday near the Yucatan Peninsula? That's a good question. Like we said, like I said, the steering winds, I'm very confident in them. Once this hurricane moves further north and east, since the winds are picking it up, dragging it up to the north and east, they will steadily get stronger because there is a jet streak over southern Georgia, the Florida Panhandle right now. It's moving at like 70 miles per hour aloft in the upper levels. So, right now the hurricane is sitting in an area that's moving maybe 20 miles per hour in the upper levels. So as a result, once it gets closer to those stronger winds, it is going to move faster. It's going to accelerate. Please keep hydrated through your 12-hour tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, you guys as well. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves. And at any point that you're watching the coverage, if it is too much, since Landfall will include, some pretty astonishing video and imagery we expect, please be sure to take care of yourselves and, take a step away if you need it. Okay, thank you, Elijah. Let me take a look at this question. Why did the storm become a hurricane when everyone predicted this was not likely going to be anything but a tropical depression? Well, the best answer I have for that is simply that we operate a lot on the model data that we get because that is our best guess, 96 hours out, 120 hours out, 144 hours out. If models do not initialize on conditions that show us that there is going to be an organized tropical storm and also a consensus on that happening across multiple different models, then we can't confidently forecast that a hurricane is going to occur when we don't have, the data or the guesses essentially to show us that. So those sorts of solutions point to what governs the atmosphere and forecasting, which is chaos theory, and that we can't know everything down to the molecular level that would allow us to understand and pinpoint solutions like that much further out. So that's my best answer to that. And Ryan did have a video on that, actually. Can I explain why lower pressure is a stronger storm and what pressure does to a storm? Yeah, of course. So we covered this a couple times today. Hopefully you have tuned in at various times, or you can find it in the broadcast that's saved here on Ryan's channel. Air pressure is simply the weight of everything that is in a column above your head out to outer space. And when the pressure is lower than its surroundings, the atmosphere wants to balance that out. So it brings in the winds, brings in mass essentially to rise and replace the missing weight of stuff in the atmosphere right above an area. So imagine the eye here is at 900 millibars. Well, the difference between 900 millibars and the pressure outside of the hurricane is going to constitute about what the wind speed will be. So it's all about the difference in pressure. So if the environment happened to be a much higher pressure out around Hurricane Milton, then the pressure gradient would be greater. And that's what determines our wind speed. So you like to think of a stronger storm as greater winds, perhaps. And that is how they are classified via the Saffir-Simpson scale. So that is why that would make a stronger storm. Lower pressure, higher pressure difference between its surroundings equals greater wind speeds to bring things in and restore balance faster in the atmosphere. Good questions, guys. Ryan's back. I'll let you take it from here, Ryan.
Thank you, Andy, meteorologist Andy Hill, once again answering questions, and thanks to everybody who sent in those questions. Hopefully we answered a lot of questions there. I want to do the thing now where I talked earlier about this, where we just kind of hit on some locations, because some people, maybe you've missed the maps, maybe the maps haven't made sense, so let's do that thing where I'm going to look at the chat, I'm going to pick a town, and we're going to go there, and we'll do a little thing where we do some localized forecasting, just very general stuff, but I want to try to hit as many places as possible. So if you want a more detailed look at what we're expecting for you, put your town where you live in the chat, and we will do that for you. Okay, here we go. Lots of towns. So let's just get started with Venice. Lots of people are watching in Venice, Florida. Okay. So over here in Venice, Florida, tomorrow you're under a slight risk of severe weather, which means that there is a tornado threat. You're also under a hurricane warning. You're also going to be in, unfortunately, one of the most dangerous possible places you could possibly be when this storm makes landfall. Okay, this makes landfall as a Category 3 up here near Sarasota, which it looks like that's one of the more likely things that could happen. Venice is going to be one of the places that experiences that 10 to 15 foot storm surge that causes catastrophic damage. Additionally, 100 to 120 mile per hour winds will be possible upon landfall and extreme flash flooding. Unfortunately, Venice is one of those places that should have been evacuated. If you haven't gotten out of there by now, it's almost too late, but I would get the heck on I-75 and get a little bit inland if I could. Okay, so Venice is definitely going to be a place that is potentially experiencing some of the worst of this storm. All right, I'm going back over here. St. Cloud, Florida. I'm going to have y'all fly me to that one. St. Cloud, Florida. Let's go over here. St. Cloud is essentially Kissimmee, over here to the south of Orlando. The biggest problems we're going to have up here is as the storm comes on to land, it is going to weaken, but it's still going to be a Category 2 or a high-end Category 1 hurricane by the time it gets over here. This is going to cause some widespread wind damage in this area. Additionally, you're under a slight risk of severe weather, which means that there is a little bit of an elevated tornado threat. Also, we have a hurricane warning here, and this is one of the places that I'm really concerned about flooding. So you're surrounded by a lot of lakes and a lot of waterways over here. Running water is going to be a problem. Keep an eye on those creeks, streams, and rivers. Flash flooding is going to be a big problem in St. Cloud. The onset of the strongest winds will start around 6 p.m. or so, and you will probably see the peak of the winds early in the morning on Thursday, maybe around 5 or 6 a.m. over here. Naples, Florida. Lots of people are talking about Naples, Florida. So Naples is a little bit farther to the south. I do think that Naples has a good chance of seeing some big-time storm surge because the wind field's going to be so large. Storm surge is going to be a problem in Naples. It's not going to be as much of a problem as it will be in Venice, for example, but it is still going to be a problem. Let me pull up another graphic for us here, the storm surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center. And I want to show you that Naples is currently in the 5 to 8 foot range. Okay, that could get ticked up just a little bit if the storm goes farther south. And so far, all of the trends have been south. If it adjusts anymore at all, it will likely be to the south. And that might put you in the 8 to 12 foot storm surge range. And that would be a devastating storm for Naples. and Marco Island. So keep that in mind. Right now, we're in the 5 to 8 foot range. That's going to be our biggest problem in Naples. The winds aren't going to be a huge deal for you. They're going to be strong at times, but they're not going to be devastating. The biggest problem we're going to have down here is the storm surge. Get ready for that. And also, tornado threat does exist down here as well. There is a chance for some tornadoes tomorrow. All right, Jacksonville. Lots of people are asking about Jacksonville tomorrow. Tornado threat up here in Jacksonville is actually pretty low. I don't think that we're going to have any tornado warnings in Jacksonville tomorrow. Don't hold me to that, but that's one of the less likely places. Additionally, all of the other potential impacts from this storm will be less in Jacksonville than they will be pretty much anywhere else in the peninsula of Florida. You're far enough north and away from this thing where you're not going to have to worry about a lot. There is a chance that the St. Johns River comes up about 2 to 4 feet as those backing winds come in, bringing in the storm surge. And then also there's a chance that we see some pretty significant flash flooding. But even there, we're not talking about the greatest rainfall risk happening up there. So Jacksonville, I think you're dodging a bullet with this one. Definitely don't go to sleep, in the height of the storm, be weather aware and all that stuff. But I don't think that anything significant will happen in Jacksonville as a result of this storm. Let's see here. Ocala. Lots of people are asking about Ocala. So Ocala is in a similar situation to Gainesville and Jacksonville, where you might be far enough north to get away from the greatest impacts from the storm. However, in Ocala, you are closer, and you might be close enough to be in a situation where we are actually a little bit more concerned about those rainfall rates. Ocala, if there are any negative impacts at all here from this hurricane, they're likely going to come in the form of flash flooding. So keep that in mind. I don't think the winds are going to be terrible. You're definitely going to have the chance of seeing some intermittent hurricane force wind gusts. However, the biggest threat is likely going to come from the rain. So if you live in a flood prone area, keep that in mind. The tornado threat isn't even going to be that great over here as well. Orlando. Lots of people are in Orlando. Obviously, this is where I think that we have a good chance of seeing some prolonged hurricane force winds. We're definitely going to see some power outages here. We're going to see down trees, power lines, all that kind of thing. As we enter the early morning hours on Thursday, specifically after 2 a.m. And before 8 a.m. This is when we're going to see the strongest winds in Orlando. This is when we could see those 60, 70, maybe 80 mile per hour winds at times. So that's going to be a big problem. Also, though, we're going to have a huge problem in Orlando with rain. Very, very strong rainfall rates, very intense flash flooding possible all up and down the Orlando area. And this includes all of the surrounding towns like Kissimmee. Okay, so everything I'm saying for Orlando also goes for Kissimmee, Four Corners, Horizon West, MCO, all the way over towards places like Wedgefield and Ovadio in the Orlando area. It's the same for all of you. Then what else we got here? Hudson, Florida. All right, y'all bot, fly me to that. I don't know where that is. Hudson, Florida. Hudson is right on the coast over here in western Florida in the cone. Okay, so there is technically a possibility that the storm makes landfall in Hudson. However, it is looking less and less likely. Okay, I think that there is a good chance that you get a lucky break here in Hudson and you don't have to worry too much about the storm surge. However, that does not mean that we are going to be completely without any sort of impacts here. We're going to have strong hurricane force winds. There's a chance that the storm goes a little bit farther north, and we do have a problem with the storm surge. But yeah, right now, I think that the worst of the storm will be to your south, but you are still in an area that could see maybe up to 5, maybe even 10 feet of storm surge in a worst case scenario. And you could have those hurricane force winds. So keep an eye on the storm track. If I lived in Hudson, I would evacuate just in case. right? Like if you've got the ability to, if you've got the means to, get the heck out of there. And, you know, don't risk it. You're too close to the ocean to mess with this one. And the same thing can be said for Weeki Wachee. The same thing can be said for New Port Richey. The same thing can be said for Bayonet Point and Elfers, all the way down to Tarpon Springs. Okay? Let's see here. Holt, Florida. Y'all bot, take me to Holt, Florida. Let's see here. Holt, Florida is way plumb over yonder in the panhandle of Florida. Y'all don't have nothing to worry about. Literally nothing. This is missing you by a lot. There might be some winds, some cloud cover, some rain. Nothing to worry about, though, in Holt. Naples, we just went over Naples. Cedar Key. Let's do all the keys here, starting with Sanibel Island in this area, Fort Myers Beach, all the way down to Barefoot Beach. You guys are hopefully not going to have to deal with the worst of the storm surge. However, the farther south this storm tracks, the more likely it is that you guys are going to get in on the potential 8 to 12 foot storm surge that is likely with the storm here. Okay. Once again, the storm is tracking ever so slightly more and more south. If there's any more trends, any more track shifts, it will likely be farther south. If that continues to happen, then we are becoming increasingly worried about Fort Myers Beach down to Naples and everywhere in between. This is 5 to 8 feet of storm surge, potentially 8 to 12 feet if in a worst case scenario. Things really get more intense and more unfortunate in the Charlotte Harbor area. Almost guaranteed we're going to see 8 feet of storm surge here. This is extremely detrimental. This is going to cause a ton of problems. We know from past events how susceptible this area is to storm surge. It's coming. 8 feet of water, potentially up to 12 feet. Now, as we get up here towards Englewood, Beach, Minnesota Beach, this is where we're talking about 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. This is a catastrophic, potentially devastating storm surge. Same thing for Venice Beach. Now, as we get up here to Siesta Key, Lido Key, and Longboat Key. This is where we are not quite as certain about the exact extent of the storm surge, but it's also where it could be the worst. So if the storm goes just to your north, that's where we are expecting to see the worst of the storm surge. Whoever's just to the south of the eye of the storm. So right now it looks like anywhere between Venice and Siesta Key would be the hardest hit areas. However, if this makes landfall in the Tampa Bay, then Bradenton Beach, Longboat Key, and Lido Key would be the areas that are hardest hit. And then I think that, you know, the farther north we go up here towards Clearwater Beach, Bel Air Beach, Indian Rocks Beach, you guys have a good chance of lucking out here. If this thing goes south of the bay, and it looks like it's going to try to, the storm surge is not going to be a huge problem for you. Now, you're still going to have significant damaging winds that can cause very, very bad damage and at least some storm surge, but the big time problems will happen to the south of there, I think. West Palm Beach. West Palm Beach, your biggest problem, I think, with this storm is going to come in the form of likely the tornado threat. If there is a wind threat, it's going to be brief. There is a chance we see some damaging winds over here as a result of the tropical storm and hurricane force winds. However, I think that the main thing that you guys have got to watch out for is those spiral bands on the outside in the front right quadrant of the storm. I think that you guys could definitely see some problems with tornadoes tomorrow. So make sure you're paying attention to this stream. Andy's going to be likely calling them out before they even happen again. So make sure you're tuned in, and we will keep you updated on that. We've got an update from Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, there was a new drop zone update, 906 millibars, so that is 1 millibar weaker than the last drop zone reading. Hopefully this is going to be the start of our weakening trend, and this is going to be something that we continue to see over the next couple of hours, but unfortunately it's still in a very favorable environment, and there's no way that we can see that or say that for certain.
Thank you so much, Riley. So there you go. We can't say for certain, but hopefully this is the moment that we talked about when I started the stream, 7-8 hours ago. I said we're going to watch this thing blow up with explosive convective activity, and it's going to strengthen until it stops. And whenever it stops, it's not going to strengthen anymore. And I hope that we're at that point right now. That's around when we expected it to happen. And it is going to slowly lose strength overnight tonight, and then hopefully rapidly lose strength tomorrow morning, into tomorrow, through the day tomorrow, and hopefully only make landfall as a Category 3 storm in Florida. And it sounds crazy, I know. Hopefully only Category 3 major hurricane. But at this point, that is the best case scenario, I think. There is still a chance that this thing doesn't de-intensify as quick as what we thought, and it makes landfall as a Category 4. But in the end, it doesn't matter. All you guys over here on the western side, from Tampa down through Bradenton, Sarasota, Englewood, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Naples, the storm surge is going to be the same, regardless of minor differences in the pressure and the wind speed upon landfall. It's going to be bad. It's going to be really bad. Okay. Okay, let's talk about Arcadia. Arcadia. This is not pretty far, but decently inland, in probably one of the hardest hit areas by the time this is all said and done. So I don't think we're going to be dealing with as much of the storm surge here. This is one of the places that probably a lot of people from the coastal areas near Englewood and Port Charlotte are evacuating to, right? So Arcadia, you guys are okay as far as the storm surge goes. You're not okay as far as the winds go. This is where we expect to see maybe some hurricane force winds that are in effect for a very long period of time. We could see a couple of hours of 70, 80, 90, maybe even 100 mile per hour wind gusts. This is going to cause power outages. This is going to bring down trees. This is going to cause road closures and all that kind of stuff. So make sure you're prepared for that. There's also a tornado threat here. You're under a hurricane warning, and flash flooding is going to be a problem. So Arcadia is, all of the bad parts of the hurricane are going to be a problem here, except for the storm surge. Dade City. Okay, y'all bot, take me to Dade City. There it is. Okay, Dade City, slight tornado threat, especially if this goes farther to the north. If the storm makes landfall, maybe closer to Clearwater, tornado threat becomes a little bit more increased here. But right now, it's pretty slight. The biggest problems that we're going to have up here is likely going to be the rain. If you live in a flood-prone area, this is going to be one of those places that likely sees well over a foot of rain very quickly. Make sure you have a plan to get to higher ground in the middle of a hurricane, which is not an easy thing to do. You got to come up with that plan right now so that you're not scared, but rather prepared tomorrow whenever stuff hits the fan. Now, if the storm tracks farther north, you might have more problems with wind. You might have more problems with the tornadoes and even more problems with the rain. But right now, I think your biggest problem is going to be those flooding rains. Thank you, Misty. Northport, Florida. This is, down here between Englewood and Port Charlotte. This is going to be one of those places where if you're near the water, right? If you're near this body of water, the Mayaca River, am I saying that right? Let's ask Y'allbot here. Hey, Y'allbot, I am doing hurricane coverage here. What's the name of that river to the south of Northport, Florida, near Tarpon Point?
Hey, Ryan, that would be the Mayaca River. It's south of Northport, near Tarpon Point. Keep an eye on it. Heavy rainfall from hurricanes can cause significant flooding there.
Yeah, so this is one of those places where the combination of storm surge and heavy rainfall could prove to be an extra impactful event, right?
Absolutely, Ryan. The Mayaca River area can really get walloped. Storm surge from the coast combined with heavy rainfall leads to rapid river flooding. That double whammy can create dangerous conditions. Stay safe out there.
Thank you, y'all bot.
You're welcome, Ryan. If you need more info, just holler. Stay sharp out there.
All right. That is
Don't
amazing. Okay, so that's what we're expecting near Northport. And also, I'm going to glance back at chat. I know it's going 1,000,000 miles per hour. Georgetown, Florida. All right, let's go over there. Georgetown, Florida. This is up on the more northern side and also farther inland. Not much of a tornado threat here. The wind threat is much lower, right? So I think that we might see some tropical storm force sustained winds for a period of time early in the morning on Thursday. I think that we see some really heavy rain. The flash flooding is potentially going to be a problem here. With all of the tributaries that go into Lake George, those could possibly flood, okay? So keep that in mind as the rain is coming down. If the storm tracks farther north, right? So if this ends up going up past Orlando, for example, if this doesn't go south of Orlando, then the winds might be a bigger problem. We have to deal with hurricane force winds, down trees, power lines, that kind of thing. Right now, I think you're far enough north to where that might not be a huge problem, and we've just got to worry about the rain. So keep that in mind. What do you think? I've covered pretty much everywhere, right? Miami, somebody said Miami. So Miami, you guys were not really expecting much at all down here, other than I think the tornado threat. The tornado threat is going to be the main thing that you have to watch out for in Miami, if there's anything to watch out for at all. If we have some of those spiral rain bands coming through that have embedded supercells, this is going to be an area that is likely to see enough spin to produce some tornadoes. So Andy is going to be watching that area like a hawk tomorrow, and we will let you know, hopefully before the warning's even issued, if there's enough rotation to be concerned about. So yeah, Miami, I think that's, and that, by the way, if you're listening right now and you're like, oh man, he skipped Fort Lauderdale, the same exact thing goes for Fort Lauderdale. The same exact thing goes for Kendall. The same exact thing goes for Pembroke Pines and everywhere in between. Hey Ryan, what about Winter Haven and Lakeland? So Winter Haven and Lakeland are likely going to be in a similar situation as Arcadia, if not a little bit worse. Okay, so if the storm makes landfall near Sarasota, which is what it looks like is possible right now, if the storm makes landfall near Sarasota, tracks through Frostproof, and then exits the state near Melbourne, then Lakeland and Winter Haven will likely be in that big core of the storm, the strongest part of the storm as it's over land, where the heaviest rain and the strongest winds are occurring. So Lakeland and Winter Haven, I think my biggest concern for you guys is going to be the extreme flash flooding. A foot of rain or more is going to fall very quickly here. If you live in a flood-prone area, have a plan, because not only are we going to have the waters rising very quickly, this is going to be an area where we have to deal with those hurricane force winds. This is going to be a strong storm and a pretty strong hurricane as it goes by this area. Hopefully the strongest winds will be just to your south. However, there's going to be some instances where we have 60, 70, 80, 90 mile per hour winds. Add that on top of a flash flood, and you've got yourself a recipe for a really bad day. So make sure you have a plan in place right now to watch those creeks and streams, heed those warnings. And also there's a little bit of a tornado threat, but not as much as your folks and your friends to the south. All right. I think that covers it. I think that we've literally covered just about every area. If I talked about a town that's close to yours, interpolate. You know what I'm saying? Like it's probably going to be pretty similar. And if you think that I didn't talk about a town near you, scroll back in the video a little bit. I just talked about Tampa. I talked about Englewood, Bradenton, Sarasota, Fort Myers, Naples, Marco Island, Miami. I did talk about Melbourne, Palm Bay. I talked about Daytona. I talked about West Palm Beach, Jacksonville, Gainesville, Ocala, even all the way back here towards Panama City. We had somebody ask about some town back here. So I think that we've covered a lot of our bases. The rest of your questions should be answered by the maps. That was fun. That was good. And yeah, a lot of people are asking about like Alaska and Washington. I think you guys are just far enough away from this to maybe not get any impacts. We've been streaming now for 8 hours, 7 hours and 47 minutes to be exact. I really appreciate you all for being here and for sharing the stream. Thanks to you, we have reached, this is crazy. We've gotten this information in front of 3.2 million people today with this live stream. So hopefully we're able to do the same thing, if not more, tomorrow during the landfall. Go ahead, Andy.
I agree, Ryan. I look forward to serving that information and more meteorological information to even more people tomorrow. Hopefully we can reach as many and educate as many as possible. So be sure to spread the word if you haven't yet. On my Uber drives over to my office, I tell my Uber drivers about our channel. So I'm doing my best as well on my part. So something I wanted to talk about in light of how many people are watching this coverage and maybe also consuming other sources around us on the hurricane coverage, even local Florida TV stations, right? They tend to talk about hurricane wobbles, and they have like wobble trackers and all of this stuff. That's what I just found when I looked it up. I was like, how many people actually know what the hurricane wobble is, essentially? So I want to expand on that. So we are covering all components of hurricane tracking and why things happen and why some places may be spared by a few miles because of a wobble, right? So the reason a hurricane wobbles, especially intense hurricanes, like Category 5 hurricanes, they all wobble at some point, is due to just how strong the gradient of pressure is. So how much the lower pressure is right in the center of the eye versus right around the eye wall and further out into the storm. That gradient changes depending on the direction you go outward from the eye. So if at any point there is a larger pressure gradient, maybe to the north and east or to the east versus one to the west, then it may get tugged in a certain direction and thus it wobbles toward the direction. We see this happen often when an eyewall replacement cycle starts because as that secondary eyewall forms, whatever part of it is strongest is where there is a difference in pressure that is much greater as you move along from outwards from the eye to that secondary eyewall. So because that magnitude is greater, we start to see a lot more intense of a wobble. So when you see that really intense wobble versus maybe just a little bit back and forth, that's when an eyewall replacement cycle might be occurring. Yeah, so that's a little bit on the wobbles. That it's actually really just that. So hopefully that helps explain another component that may have been lost on some of you or may have been greatly emphasized without being totally explained.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy's going to be with us tomorrow as well, as we cover the unfortunately what looks like will be a pretty serious situation out here in Florida. We're going to have Andy, we're going to have Elijah, we're going to have everybody working together to provide as much information as quickly to you as possible. We're also going to be utilizing these traffic cameras if necessary tomorrow, but we're also going to have a plethora of other sources of visual input as well. We're going to have our storm chasers. A lot of people have asked about Brad Arnold. He's going to be down there. Bryce Shelton, Brett Adair, all the people, all the storm chasers that we work with all year round, they've all flew down or drove down to Florida to document this storm for us, including Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1. So we're going to, have eyes on the ground there. Additionally, we have something like 15 or 20 of these things. Pelican boxes with cameras in them and waterproof batteries, ratchet strapped to palm trees and bridges and overpasses and telephone poles. This is going to be our main way probably of telling you the story of the storm surge as it comes in. So this is a unique place where we're going to be able to put all of those things together in one spot for you to truly show you what's happening with Hurricane Milton in real time tomorrow. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we just had another Hurricane Hunter pass through the eye. It was once again lower. It is still an extrapolated data, but it is now 908 millibars.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Riley. The number is going up, which is, for those of you who are just now tuning in, without getting too deep into it, it's a good thing. All right. The higher that number, that means the storm is starting to not intensify, and instead it's actually leveling out or actually decreasing in intensity. And we knew this was going to happen. This was expected. In fact, like this was guaranteed. Like we've been talking about this for days. We knew this was going to happen. It's officially starting its de-intensification phase. It's still a Category 5, and it's going to be a Category 5 for quite some time. It's likely still going to be a Category 5 tonight or early tomorrow morning at 2 a.m. It will likely be a Category 4 right up until it makes it to Florida, where it will then, right before making landfall, likely become a Category 3. Despite that de-intensification, it is still going to be an extremely powerful hurricane, bringing upon a life-threatening storm surge. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Go ahead, Andy.
Yes, Ryan. Expanding on one more part of the National Hurricane Center's forecast discussion as well. They do mention the start of an extratropical transition right as Milton is making landfall or very close to it when it's dealing with all of that shear. So extratropical simply means that the core of the hurricane may be changing over from a symmetrical cylinder that's warm as you go down into it to more of a hybrid where it's not as symmetrical. It might tilt with height, or there are cold core characteristics to it that would make it not fully tropical. And they say that may help keep the storm stronger. They weigh it as a possibility, stronger on the order of maybe like 5 or 10 mile per hour difference, not exactly Category 2 to Category 5. So just like a little component of it that may help keep the intensity up compared to a lower end estimate on landfall. And that simply means the reason why that would happen is because there is that component of the shear that may still be constructive. We're looking at the shear, and as you go up towards Florida, it increases in magnitude quite heftily. It's there. It's in place. The jet streak is there. It will interact with it. But depending on how much more easterly it goes versus northeasterly, perhaps a little bit more of the parallel component of the shear could help to maintain its intensity rather than fully shred it apart like we expect it to do if it were to go further north. So that is the reason why the National Hurricane Center includes that as a possibility in their forecast discussion for anyone who has happened to read that, or for any other resource or streamer who has tried to cover it and talk about it without fully expanding on what that means. It is a possibility to minorly adjust the intensity estimate on landfall. So we're keeping it as a range.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, if you want to pull up the cyclone port cameras, we're looking at number 6. This is probably the most important update we've had so far. We are going to have a shed again for this hurricane live stream. Hurricane 6, or probe number 6, is basically just the perfect view of a shed. So if you've been here for the past hurricanes, we always have some sort of shed like this. It's always debatable on whether or not it's actually called a shed, but we're going to call it a shed for the purpose of memes. And of course, that is the most important purpose in any sort of camera like this. No one cares about the storm surge. It's all about the shed.
That's exactly right. I'm interested in your input on this, y'all bot. Is what we're looking at here a shed, or is it a pavilion? And what is the difference?
Ryan, what we're looking at here could be either. But here's the...
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No problem, Ryan. Just let me know what's next on your mind. I'm here to help.
Continue
even when
your
you're...
explanation about the shed thing.
Sure thing, Ryan. So, to recap, a shed is typically an enclosed structure used for storing tools, equipment, or other items. A pavilion, on the other hand, is an open-sided structure providing shelter for social activities or relaxation outdoors. Think of it as utility versus leisure. Hope that clears things up.
I mean, is it such a big deal, though, if we call a pavilion a shed?
Not a huge deal, Ryan, unless you're planning a picnic and everyone shows up with lawnmowers instead of sandwiches. It's all about setting the right expectations. Calls for a bit of clarity, but no need to make it a federal case.
All right. Thank you so much, y'all. Hey, we're getting ready to end the stream here. We're doing pre-coverage for Major Hurricane Milton as it approaches Florida. Do you have any closing statements for the 100,000 people that are watching right now?
Thanks, Ryan. Folks, stay safe and prepared ahead of Hurricane Milton. Keep your emergency kits ready, follow evacuation orders if given, and stay tuned here for the latest updates. Remember, it's better to be over-prepared than caught off guard. Stay safe, y'all.
Thank you, y'all, Bob.
You're...
Okay. That's awesome. Yeah, so this is our shed that we'll be watching today. If we get 10 to 15 feet of storm surge here, unfortunately, we may lose it. We've lost 2 sheds in our hurricane coverages of the past. We lost one with Helene. We lost one with, what's that other one? Idalia. This one might be our next one. So, yeah, and honestly, it's a good way to gauge the storm surge as it comes in. And that is a cyclone port. So we got the probes that we're going to be using, 2 different groups. One of them comes from Cyclone Port and the Radar Omega app. And then the other one is HazCams, which is a Live Storms media thing. It's Brett Adair's latest innovation. Yeah. We're working with the greatest people here. The Ryan Hall Y'all channel is all about taking the best of everything in the weather world and just kind of compiling it in one area for you guys for free, 100% for free, commercial free, and wall-to-wall nonstop during the worst weather events. So if you want to be here tomorrow for our live stream, which will likely go on for at least 12 hours, starting around 3 p.m., we might push that back to 4. It just depends on it depends on when we think landfall is going to happen. But right now I'm still thinking about 3 p.m. tomorrow. We're going to start our live stream Eastern. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel right now, everybody. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, and then turn those notifications on so that you get the alert when we decide to go live. Also, feel free to go over to X. It's, I don't blame you if you don't want to. It's not, sometimes I avoid it like the plague. But it's still like the best way to get rapid fire information out there to a large audience. So if you want to follow me over there on Twitter or X, my name's Ryan Hall, y'all. We're going to be retweeting vital information and, posting stuff on there between now and when we live stream as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, if you want to share mine as well, I'll do my best to answer any questions all evening that you guys have. Feel free to visit mine as well, and I'll try to help you out. I've already been helping out a bunch of people during the stream whenever I come on and talk about stuff. I'm also doing a lot of stuff off the stream and looking at all of these water spouts off of the Southwest Florida coast that should stay offshore for another few hours. So I'll be another resource for you guys if you need it. So go ahead and do that. Whatever helps keep your mind at ease. That's what we're here for.
Absolutely, Andy. And mods, we should be posting that in the chat as well. And then, Andy, if you've got a post or something, I don't know, talking about tomorrow, I'll retweet that, and that'll be at the top of the page there, so everybody can see it. And we've got the links going in the chat. So we've follow us all over on Twitter. Make sure that you're keeping up with the latest, and we will try to keep you as informed as possible. Landfall is about a day and an hour away, probably maybe a little bit longer. We'll see. Also, Riley, Mr. Dibble himself, I think is going to do a live stream on his channel later or after this one ends. So if you want to just keep hearing about hurricane stuff, you can go over to him, Mr. Dibble, on YouTube. Also, I'm being told now that we just hit $40,000 donated today to the Y'all Squad. So just a really powerful machine that we built here. The largest and greatest community of weather nerds and concerned citizens that exists, I think. And I'm so happy we're able to do this. And once again, thanks for giving us the best job in the world. We really do enjoy doing this, and we take it very seriously. So yeah. All of that today. Yeah, we raised $40,000 today. And hopefully we'll, obviously nobody's obligated to donate at all. But hopefully given the fact that we had 3 million people watching today, tomorrow will probably be a lot more than that. And if the people need it, hopefully they don't. Hopefully we will be able to generate even more. Yeah, so that's what we've got going on over there. If you want to contribute to the Y'all Squad, it is an official, registered 501c3 nonprofit organization. You can go over to the y'allsquad.org and read about it and donate over there, and it's a tax-deductible donation. All right, y'all. I think that's it. We're going to get some rest. And we will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. And goodbye. Good night.